It's all fine.
Yeah.
Here.
Roger, are you recording?
Because this is that super long.
Look here, you got both of your daily, 2 of your 3 daily drafts. Each of them go an hour after.
Screen, sleep, and hibernate.
Please don't have it.
Find a seat with a binder.
Why were they?
Yeah, because it says University of St. Thomas on it.
Fish posh.
And it still has Kylie's name.
Fish. No needed.
Uh-huh.
Hibernate is like sleep essentially makes it so the screen turns wherever you're like in the gallery. Hibernate shuts everything off except like the mobile power.
Anywhere you like. Yeah, this is the perimeter, yeah.
It says right there.
That's the same shit that I.
I'm not texting Norman.
Yeah, that's in here.
Excuse you. You are not that.
I never knew.
Oh, it's okay.
I think we have to return.
Oh, yes.
It literally happened to get charge it on
Shot.
Oh my god. Close enough. The current state of life? Yeah, you have a point.
Yeah.
It's the same generation. Here we go. We're going with it. Thank you.
I was born in the yellow card.
But
That's what I'm saying.
you're still Gen Z, right?
Yes, it was 99, but still the 90s.
Exactly. Precise.
Born in the same century. Think about it. That's what I'm saying. Like Y2K was a scary time. Let me tell you. So much uncertainty. I cried that day.
I bet you did.
I did.
I mean, Douglas had that one last year. Here's the one that's kind
We
of.
gave it to,
When I do my complaint.
we gave it to Senator Zelmer.
It's a much more simplistic.
I'm only a
version
little
than
It's your favorite,
I'm
it's your
not
favorite
worried
leasing
about
company.
I'm not.
I doubt.
Yeah.
Wow.
Charles, do you have your
So I'm gonna have
amount of Celsius for this? Or you just rocking
I'm
it
gonna
too
waste too
today?
much time. That's the only thing I'm worried about is the time limit.
Let's see the loop.
Everything else, I.
Got the loop back.
But
That must be weird.
As long as it's for you, you have your camera, I can hold on to it.
I'm not much looking. Especially like 2 a.m.
It's amazing. I hope it's something I got one for you.
hey,
Really?
yeah, I can't do that. I'm gonna LD spread. Yeah.
As long as you don't get hurt.
There's like dead silence, and then I'm just gonna ask Vinny something, and like the entire room just like look at me because it's
0 sugar, yeah.
Senators.
Hey, if it was one,
Is it like we're
following against each other? Yeah, like the international.
Oh, that's right. They have the international.
Then,
9 milligrams.
international is Australia.
I'm rocking the range.
It was 900
milligrams.
Oh, I wish we had.
Like, I don't even know
That would be so cool.
Taking like
running sexy and then
Bowlers or not?
Let's just not go to anything.
Celsius is our. You 3.
They all are.
We're prepared for the international. Everyone else.
West
Perfect. Serious. Let's just go.
Guy has a sophisticated battle.
honestly, though, I feel like that makes it that long.
I got a lot of back.
It's so cool to think though. There's so many international.
A lot of international teams do like. Whenever we did the Montgomery Cup debate thing, that's what they were. Is there anything I should know? Sections because it's pretty. I don't get it as bad.
don't think I've had a caffeine crash in a long time, which is crazy considering I'm
Yeah, I'm newer.
going through withdrawals.
I think I've adjusted pretty well. No, Howard's here. Maybe with him.
The tournament that they do.
I was just a little hesitant. I'm like, I know it's like, don't.
Already.
That's the
White Monster ready for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But like, I mentioned.
And if you want a bumper, or cold brisk.
The travel,
She just,
but that was
Senators.
We're senators.
I didn't have a lot of experience. Whoa.
I've also thought about doing if I were.
Never before.
If I would see that like extend your display. I've also thought about
Anyone who doesn't
it's considering
like required.
somebody else will sell. Insanely busy.
My schedule worked out. I also hold on. Yeah, don't break it. So it's big. Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
So I'm also.
Oh, really?
Talk about money.
Yeah, that's, did you not realize that was that one?
So,
Yeah, everybody, I don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just have to approve it, and we do.
Right? I would have gone. I'm like, oh my God. Wow, there's still 4 tables.
And they didn't even.
how about last time?
Okay. I have no. Alrighty, folks, we are calling this meeting to order at 3:05 p.m. Sorry for the delay. And we will move into roll call. Senator Leone.
Present.
Senator Franzen.
Here.
Senator Miucci. Senator Prignitz. Pretty. Senator Emke is here on Zoom. Senator Ponte.
Here.
Senator Bugney.
Present.
Senator Reyes.
Here.
Senator Maega.
Here.
Senator Thapa.
Here.
Senator Mpanga.
Here.
Senator Lee. Senator Dietrich.
Here.
Senator Smith.
Here.
Senator Green. Senator Johnson.
Yep.
Senator Moore.
Here.
Senator Maba. Senator Knauer.
Here.
Senator Karki. Senator Livingston.
Here.
Senator Riggle.
Here.
Senator Colleran.
Present.
Senator Zelmer.
Present.
Senator Ide.
Present.
Senator Hillstead.
Present.
Senator Isaac.
Here.
I am here, President Narala, and Vice President Jay.
Present.
And we have quorum. So before we go into the approval of the consent agenda, there are 2 things that I would like to note. First of all, coffee and our provided snacks are room 203. So if we ever take any recess, you can go to 203 to get coffee and other snacks that are there. FYI, the assorted cookie platter does have a cookie that has like peanut butter in it, but there's also the cookies that don't have it. So I just wanted to make people aware in case you have the allergen. Second thing, you should have these little half motion sheets in your binders. Everybody has 2 motion sheets. If you need more, feel free to like send one of us a Teams message and we can always give you some more motion sheets. So how it works, if you are going to amend any of the budgets that are presented to you today, we do it one amendment at a time. And whoever the first amendment is the first amendment. We write that down. You write that it's moved by you, and then whoever seconds it, you also write their name down on there. And then it's pretty self-explanatory. Amended amount, you put the amount there, and then like the line item, so like write the actual motion down, okay? Because sometimes people talk really fast and I miss the actual like language, so every time you want to make a motion, write the motion down on here, and then once you get it done, then you'll all pass it to me so I can have the actual language. Any questions on the motion sheets? Senator Riggle?
It's just the people who are making the motion and seconding it, or is it
Yes.
everybody?
Yes, correct. Only use it if you are making a motion to amend something, and it's like line item. Senator Dietrich?
Do you have to have a second when you fill out the form, or can you call for a second when you are turning it in?
You can call for a second, so whoever ends up seconding it, that can be your second. But if you want to pre-write your motions before you like motion to make your motion, you can pre-write your motions. If you already know what you're gonna motion. Does all that make sense? Any other questions? President Narala?
And then we have a folder on Teams, so that way you can live track it. I know we have one person on Zoom, but if you guys are on Teams, you can track it live. We do ask that when we get into discussions, you guys can close the laptops. Right?
Yes.
So, yeah.
So anytime that we enter into discussion, which is pretty much like after we do an amendment, then just like close them, or after like each area is done with their appeal or giving their little spiel, and after questions, we'll go into discussion on that item. Then we would like you to close your laptops because you have already had a lot of time to look at all the information, unless you need to double check, but also in your binders, when we get to the staff departments, you do have the whole staff presentation in your binders. So if you do need to double check numbers, it's already there. And so is the spreadsheet, so you shouldn't need to go back and look. Okay? One last point.
For the omnibus resolution and any other motions, I'll be updating them live on the Word as well. So you can reference those, because I know you guys don't have access to the omnibus resolution yet, and we'll talk about it when we get to it, but you guys can access those on the post.
Any other questions or anything before we move on? Alrighty, seeing none, then we are going to move on to the approval of the consent agenda. Is there any dissent to the consent agenda? Any dissent? Alrighty, seeing none, the consent agenda is approved. And we have suspended presentations, open forum, dean of the day, officer reports. Vacancies obviously are closed. Senator reports are also tabled to next week. And so we are moving straight into our new business. So new business, so starting with fee recommendations, we start with the athletics fee. If you would like to come on up.
Good afternoon, Kevin Beisman, Director of Athletics. Just here to kind of review our proposal, what was presented to you in our presentation, and then stand for questions. We are proposing an increase of 28 cents per credit hour, which is a 5% increase to $5.86 per credit hour. The rationale that we presented in our last meeting was this is an amount that's indexed to keep pace with inflation. We had a very dramatic increase the prior year of $1 per credit hour. We had a very, very significant gap between fee support and our budget adjusted for CPI. And we were successfully able to close that gap, and through consultation and some direction from student government leadership, it sounds like that's a goal that we want to try to maintain is being able to keep pace with inflation. I think the point that we made, in the prior presentation is even though we closed that gap with CPI, which was longstanding, there's a little bit different feel to inflation in athletics, and we have experienced significantly higher expenses in travel items like charter buses, hotels, meals, and those types of things that have far outpaced normal CPI, but that gets kind of complicated. There's nothing that you can go out there and Google and say, give me a number for athletic CPI. And so because CPI was a little bit more straightforward, we concentrated on that presentation and closing that gap. We achieved that goal in the prior year with the $1 per credit hour increase. The 28 cent increase that we're proposing would offset, when you look at the projected decline in the credit hour base, anticipated inflation of about 3.5% in the upcoming year. I stand for questions.
I will open up the floor for any questions for athletics. No questions? Alrighty, this is your only time. Alrighty, Senator Dietrich.
For the 2024 fiscal year, how much would you say that was spent on student travel expenses?
I think I just sent that. There were some questions that were submitted online, and that was one specifically. Per the NCAA report that was submitted for that fiscal year, 1.9, just a little over 1.9 in travel expenses, 1.9 million.
Are there any other questions of Senator Ide?
Point of information, do travel expenses also include costs of food during travel?
Yes, they do. That's the standard across intercollegiate athletics.
Are there any other questions? Because now is the time to ask them. Yeah, final time for questions. Senator Ide.
The last 5 or so years, every time that athletics has come to the student government in order to ask for increase of fees, you've mentioned that it's to offset inflation and CPI. How have previous budgets adjusted towards that, and have you seen any resolution towards
Well, we did include a slide that showed sort of that gap, and it was a growing gap until last year. We were able to close it against normal CPI, but it's been a challenge. I mean, we are still doing a significant amount of fundraising. As I talked about, this is not extravagant. I think by some standards it'd be abhorrent. When we have sending teams on spring break trips, and baseball team is sleeping four adult men in a double room with an air mattress on the floor, I don't think that's extravagant. When our softball team is jumping on the bus for travel and having crock pot meals, I don't think that's extravagant. It's not a glamorous life. I think there's a lot of perception that maybe there's waste or excess. We're fundraising to put kids on the bus.
Senator Zelmer?
You had said that like some of your things were the food for example, as you said, the softball team, and then also the housing for the baseball team. What kind of meals would you suggest? Because I also remember in the last meeting talking about the guys going out to maybe a fast food restaurant or something like that, and that's also not exact cheap alternative, especially for healthy food, which we want to nourish our athletes with.
Well, I would say, you know, that all of our teams do it a little bit differently. As I mentioned, softball does, you know, crockpot meals on the bus, cooler meals at the ballpark. You know, our hockey team is up in Fargo. They'll have a team meal tonight before competition in the regional championship event tomorrow. It varies. I mean, you know, some teams are giving their student athletes a per diem, and they'll drop off in an area where there are 3 or 4 choices. Some coaches have standardized meals where everybody eats together, so I think it varies across each team.
Senator Johnson?
Thank you for all the effort you and your group have put into giving us this budget information, the monies, all of this. Do you and your department have any sort of backup plan in case, for any number of reasons, inflation goes even higher than worries?
Well, yeah, I mean, we are very dependent on fundraising. As I've mentioned, you know, as we had this gap between CPI and student fee support, a lot of our fundraising used to be directed towards fundraising for additional athletic scholarships to bring in talent to compete in these programs. We've had to refocus and recalibrate those fundraising efforts and move it more in the direction of operational support. You know, I really think we're kind of tapped out. I mean, it's very difficult, I think, to put more on the backs of these student athletes and say, you know, I think you had, you know, our wrestling student athlete, Drake Hayward up here. And Drake, by the way, behind your awesome support, went on to a 3rd place finish, an All-American finish at the national championship event out in Indianapolis. But I think Drake also related, they work really hard. They invest in themselves. They know that they've got to pull themselves up by their bootstraps often. And Drake talked to you about maybe going down and wrestling in Fayette on a Saturday night and coming home and working a tournament all day in Waseca just to raise money to make the next event happen. And so, yeah, I mean, if for some reason this proposal isn't supported and doesn't go to referendum, or if the referendum is not successful, we'll have to redouble our efforts. But I think at some times we're going to have to look at new revenue generation strategies. And you know, this group turns over often, you know, and I think probably, you know, the last time that we really had to go to the well and look at new revenue generation strategies, one of the outcomes was we had to pull back on the number of tickets that we were providing for student hockey. And I think we went from 800 student seats allocated to 500. And it was tough, but we needed to be able to sell those 300 seats to offset, at the time, what was a low increase in student fee support. We don't want to be there. Our hockey team is going to go out and represent you tomorrow, and up against the likes of you know, what name in this group doesn't fit? Ohio State, Minnesota, Boston U, Boston College. Tomorrow you should feel a great sense of pride. That's my team. That's my school. They're out there working very hard to represent you. Tomorrow is a 2.5-hour infomercial, not for Maverick hockey, but for Minnesota State University. They put you on a national stage, and that incentivizes people to look at our school in a different way and say, I want to be at Minnesota State. And you know, I don't know, that, those are options of last resort. I don't think, you know, there are a lot of schools that don't provide, you know, free complimentary tickets to hockey. It's an important source of revenue. It's a very popular sport. We've been giving out 500 student tickets. I think one of the questions that was submitted was about student attendance. We don't track student attendance at our athletic events separately from general attendance. But every game since 2021, we have distributed all 500 tickets, and we'd love to be able to continue to do that. And that's the last place I want to look for money, is saying, I'm not sure we can sustain that. We need to sell those 500 tickets instead of provide them to our students, because I don't want to do that. Our students provide an awesome environment at hockey, and it's a very tough place to play. And I think it's a lot about our student support.
Thank you. Senator Smith.
I just had a question about fundraising. Do you have a general amount of how much fundraising you guys as a group make, or that you?
Yeah, it was a slide that was included in last year's presentation. We didn't include it in this year's deck, but it was, I think we gave examples of more than 10 teams that were raising almost more than $500,000.
Senator Dietrich, this is your second and last question.
So one of the things requested was a full breakdown of what it cost for each team and the number of trips they went on, but like what it cost them for meals, what it cost them for, you know, lodging, and like the travel expenses. I'm seeing a 63-page document from the NCAA, and I have found the section for team travel, but it doesn't really break that down for us. Is there a reason for that? Or is this all that you had available, or?
Yeah, I would say, you know, I've been the athletic director here since 2002, and I don't manage our budget at that kind of a granular level. There were 172 away contests and 106 neutral site contests. We got this request when it came in on Sunday. I simply didn't have the time to break down, you know, 278 trips. I mean, I think sometimes it does, the magnitude of what we do, operating, you know, 20 sports, 650 student athletes, 437 events a year, home, away, and neutral. We don't manage our budget at that level of detail.
Senator Hillstead.
Thank you for your time. I have a question about hockey. I was made aware that Division I hockey is funded by the NCAA. So do some of these credit hours, some of the costs of this credit hour go to hockey? Like, do we fund it via these credit hours that we are charged the fees?
I guess I'm not exactly following your question. I don't know if when you're referencing the NCAA funding, if you're asking about does the NCAA offset some of the costs for our travel and competition in Fargo? The answer to that is yes, but the price of success is very expensive. The NCAA does not fully offset all travel costs. But no, there's not a direct subsidy from the NCAA for Division I ice hockey to offset any kind of costs related to scholarship, operational support, salaries, or anything of that nature.
What percentage of that does the NCAA offset for?
For postseason travel?
Yeah.
It'd be a guesstimate, but I would say probably about 60 to 70% of our costs are maybe offset by a per diem. You know, we'll get our direct travel costs. So we've got, you know, buses that were transported the team up to Fargo because it was within the mileage limit. We weren't approved for a flight just up to Fargo, obviously, and so they'll provide all the direct transportation costs. Then we'll have meals and lodging, and they provide a per diem for an official travel party size of 37. We'll be able to use those resources to offset the cost, but it won't fully cover those costs.
Vice President Jay has a point.
I just have a point of information. Just a reminder to the Senate that our Division I men's hockey team does not receive any funding out of this fee. Is that correct, Kevin?
Yeah, I don't want to get too deep in the weeds, but I want to just stop and say one thing. I really appreciate this group. I've worked with your vice president, your president very closely. I've done this since 2002. This is a very impressive group, very insightful, very thoughtful, and I appreciate all your questions. So, Becca has been inside the circle a little bit and has been on our student fee committee and has some additional insight about some of the discussions that go on at the athletic fee advisory committee level. But men's hockey is the breadwinner. It produces 85% of all of our generated income, 85%. And it doesn't take any student fee. In fact, it is able to subsidize some of our other sports. So it is the golden goose that we need to keep healthy to sustain, our other 19 programs. So yes, that's correct. It's not taking any student fee money. So that can be distributed to the other program.
Thank you. Senator Riggle.
Once again, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. So I looked at the NCAA revenue and expense report, and it says that you get just over $2 million in contributions for fiscal year 24. Is that a common number, or do you often get more or less depending on the year?
I think it's a number that continues to grow as we have to put the pedal down on closing the funding gap. There's a lot of things again that we could kind of get pretty deep into the weeds, and I know that part of where we are with the institutional budget, we're looking at a significant tuition increase, and that's kind of a double-edged sword. The increase in revenue, you've got a budget dilemma to solve, and you can either solve that budget dilemma by increasing revenues through tuition or reducing costs or some combination thereof. Certainly tuition revenue softens the blow in terms of not having to make as deep a cut, but it comes at the expense of those that bear the burden of paying that higher tuition costs. And we are one of those. So when you look at our athletic scholarship budget, even though a tuition increase eases some of the institutional pain in terms of resolving the budget dilemma, it gets us in a position where we're going to have to chase about $160,000 in new money just to have the same purchasing power. If we're offering 140 scholarships and tuition goes up by 8%, some of you are really good at math. We need 8% more just to stand still. And so, yeah, it does vary from year to year. I think that is an area of our budget that is growing as we have become increasingly more self-sustaining.
Senator Colleran.
Okay, so I know you've been mentioning meal costs every now and then for these questions. I'm curious, if you were to standardize it, how much money would a student get for allowance for a meal cost on a trip?
It varies. I mean, I think each coach has got to manage their budget and what their resources are. But it's not extravagant. It would not be beyond what the university would offer for a per diem rate. And again, it just depends on the budget and the way they've got dollars to spend, and whether they want to travel a different way, be it vans or buses. Sometimes our coaches are, again, this is no way to live, and I'm kind of pulling back the curtain on some sordid details that I think should be a little bit shocking. My baseball coach, to save money, said, we're going down into Northwest Iowa to play this weekend. Can we take 3 passenger vans instead of a bus? Because we need to save money on transportation. But those are the choices they make. Does a wrestling team climb on a bus or a van? Maybe the van gives them a little bit more money, for meals that trip. So there isn't really a standard. I mean, maybe that's something we should aspire to and say, everybody gets the same, but right now everybody gets to manage the resources that they have.
Senator Moore.
So like obviously it depends, but do we have like a range at all or like in general for that? For the meals costs sort of thing, or is it just, there's no?
You know, it's within their budgets. They're aware of the per diem standards for the university. They don't exceed those. I've been on trips. You know, I was just out in Indianapolis at the NCAA Championships Festival where our track and field, wrestling, and swimming and diving programs all got to compete in the same city. Pretty neat event. We had came home, I think, with 17 All-Americans and 3 top 25 finishes, including a national runner-up finish in women's track and field. They gave their kids $10 for dinner in Indianapolis and said, you know, you're on your own, whatever you can find.
Senator Ide, this is your second and last question.
I'd just like to say before I ask my question that I appreciate you coming by and sharing the details of the athletics department. Your time is greatly appreciated. Additionally, I'd say that as student government, it's our job to, as you say, dig into the weeds of things because we are responsible for all of the students here at Mankato to pay the fee that they have to pay. But to get into my actual question, many RSOs and other similar groups such as like other groups I'd like to mention like the esports by name, they don't have food costs built into the travel costs. And to me, that seems a little just unequitable, but that's aside the point. Additionally, a lot of people are often required to do these community service, and you've mentioned before that it is you haven't seen a decline in community service, but then when we had the athletics team come by, the 2 students had said that the changes they've seen is not very much. They haven't seen many changes, but one of the most glaring changes they've seen is a drop in the community service that they had to do. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with the student by name. I believe it was the football player. But so can you clarify on these things? Is it that athletics as a whole doesn't do community service, or is it, as you said, like department by department and they get to choose? Just looking for a little clarification on that.
Sure. Again, to the meal question, you know, I don't know another intercollegiate team at any level, you know, Division III to, you know, the folks across the rink in Western Michigan that don't send their student athletes on the road for a meal. So, and certainly every school in the system, Bemidji State, Winona, Moorhead, that's a common practice that they're feeding their student athletes. They're often traveling great distances, many hours to represent your university. As far as the comment that was made about the changes that they've seen, I think sometimes there's some confusion between fundraising and community service. We don't do community service for the dollar. We do it to invest in our community. We talk about our athletic programs building champions both in sport and life. We expect them to excel competitively in the classroom and in the community. Our student athletes provide over 4,000 hours of community service. I think what the football player that you're referencing was really thinking about was I think they've seen a little bit of decline in the amount of fundraising they are being asked to do, and that's because we were able to close the gap behind your generous $1 per credit hour increase last year, closing that inflationary gap. That did alleviate some of that pressure. You know, and the question had come up about how much fundraising. You know, I'd be happy to send you that, upload it into our shared folder, some examples of that fundraising where I said we've got examples of 10 teams producing at least $500,000 in fundraising to support operations, to support travel. And I do think that that's what he was referencing. Community service is a hallmark of Maverick Athletics. I think, you know, I keep coming back to hockey because it's because it's on my mind, and I'm going to hit the road and drive to Fargo here pretty soon. But our hockey program has been lauded for their community service and recognizes they're working with an area sled hockey team for disabled individuals and spending their time coaching that team, cheering that team, you know, through social media and are being recognized that, hey, these are Division I student athletes performing at the very highest level. Maybe they've got something better to do with their time than support the local high school sled hockey team, but they don't. They invest, and we are invested in the community.
And then we have a point of information.
Yeah, just another quick point of information. Every other university and college in the United States pays for their students to travel and be fed. Again, also working in athletics, I've never heard of another university or college that doesn't at least provide some kind of money for meals and things like that as athletes are being taken out of their homes to perform in a lot of these competitions, as well as sports are an NCAA thing, so it's going to look a little different than, let's say, esports or another RSO or something like that. So just keep that in mind as well. So some things might be a little different there.
Thank you. Senator Mpanga.
Mine is a point of information and clarification. So esports is not under athletics, right?
It is not.
Yeah, and when Senator Ide brought up a point about how esports does not have like game expenses and like food included, I just wanted to clarify on that. I don't think.
Alrighty. Are there any other questions? Last call for questions. Alrighty, seeing no more. Thank you, Kevin, for coming in and talking with us or answering our questions, and then we're gonna go into discussion.
Thank you all again. You're all great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now I'm going to open the floor for discussion on the athletics fee. So if you do have a point for discussion, please feel free to raise your placard. Again, you get 2 points unless they're motions. Okay, so first up is Vice President Shea.
Hello, Senate. As a committee member on the Athletic Fee Advisory Committee, I have a few words based on this proposal. At the beginning of the semester, the committee initially wanted to go to the cap, which would have been a double-digit percentage increase. Through many in-depth conversations and discussions and the generous understanding of athletics on the current economic environment, athletics was willing to drop to the 5% increase, which they are currently asking for, of the 28-cent per credit hour increase, which would be increasing to $5.58 per credit hour total. When in these same discussions last year at this time, athletics was supported in a double-digit increase after many years of being at their past cap and not being able to increase. In our discussions last year, we talked with them about if they wouldn't go to the cap last year, we would support them for the next 3 to 5 years to get them to that cap with small increases. They are upholding those discussions by working with us currently this year with a much smaller increase of the 5% rather than another double-digit increase to go to the cap. Yes, a much smaller increase than if they would be trying to go to the cap this year. Athletics was transparent in our conversations leading up to the initial budget presentations by the 2 student athletes we had come in a few weeks ago, as well as willing to come in and answer any questions at the last few meetings, as well as field many emails, which we as a cabinet very much appreciate from all of you. There are many behind the scenes costs that come with athletics besides just playing games and attending events, which I'm sure you are all aware of. Every other university and college in the country feeds and travels their student athletes. This is a fee that has found ways to save money, as Kevin has talked about, And I know they are still continuing to look for ways in their budget to use their budget effectively and efficiently. It's something they, I know, are ongoing trying to do in order to support their student athletes as much as possible. As someone who was on this committee and understands the need for this funding in athletics, I support this increase of 5%, and I urge you consider to do the same. And if you have any questions for me, please let me know. Thank you.
Alrighty, so other points for discussion, Senator Hillstead.
I just wanna say I'm gonna express my support to the 5% increase because I truly believe I wouldn't have found this university without its athletics program. I was blatantly aware of it because of aviation, but the hockey factor really drove it in. And so it's just like without this sporting and athletic programs here, I don't think I would have chosen this university, as I could have gotten to much better quote unquote academic standards by getting to a college that's way less acceptance, which is Embry-Riddle, which is like a 14% acceptance rate. And so I would have gone there for aviation, but I love the hockey atmosphere here, and so athletics is really
Alrighty, just to make sure that we're all on the same point, right now they're in the discussion of the 5%. So you all know, Senator Wrigley, you're the first one that I saw in the plethora of cards.
All right. I would like to say that I am not 100% sure that a 5% increase is 100% necessary, given the reasoning through inflation. If you look at the graphs provided to us by the athletics department, we have successfully closed that gap in inflation based off that graph. There was a huge gap and now there isn't as much of one. And so I'm not sure an entire 5% increase is required in order to keep up with inflation. But I was just looking at the data based on that.
Senator Karki?
Thank you. I do agree with most of what VPJ said, so redundancy to most of that, but just a quick little addition to that is we are in the context of a lot of fee increases, tuition increases, so when this whatever increase does happen and it goes to referendum, just urge everyone to encourage students to pay attention to that, because we are representing students, but this is not all student voices, just to encourage students to pay attention to that referendum. Thank you.
Senator Dietrich?
I do not support a 5% increase. They have not been as transparent as they could have been. And they, in my opinion, have not sufficiently proved why they need a 5% increase.
Senator Mpenga?
I sort of support the increase, but as most people were stating, they were talking about like the hockey, and like in the budget, the hockey is requesting no money at all. So I didn't think that was something that should have been talked about in the budget. And then also when you look at the budget, you can see that some of the sports and departments under that are trying to, they were definitely showing compromise to lift up the other parts.
Senator Smith?
I think it's really important to realize, I'm gonna support the 5% increase just because I think it's important to realize that a lot of these students that are playing sports also have to maintain a very high level academically, along with the time that it takes for them to travel and be involved in all this stuff for us. So I'm just in support of it, and I think we need to like step back and not necessarily critique and break down everything. Their meals, of course, they're gonna need to eat. They're gonna need to travel. I don't understand why that seems to be such a big thing to be hung up on. But anyway, I'm gonna support it, and I think that it would be smart for everyone else to also.
Thank you. Senator Ide?
Thank you. I'd first like to mention and clarify that my question earlier was towards more so the luxury of the food that they go out and get. Not so the idea of them going out and getting meals. I understand that that's a very important part of athletics and it would be unfair of them not to have food. But I would like to more so focus the luxury of the food that they are going out to get, especially the equity in that sense, because as they've mentioned that like softball goes out and does these potlucks or crock pots just to sustain themselves, but then we have other sport teams such as the wrestling or the hockey football team that goes out to Subway or Olive Garden and gets downright absorbent fees and tickets to just, or not tickets, but receipts to pay for those. I would say that that isn't very fair. Why does one team get to have such a high? Why does one team get to have such a luxurious meal, but then another team does not? Additionally, I think taking in mind that the large 21% budget increase or a $1 increase that we saw last year, as Senator Regal mentioned earlier, had offset that inflation, and they've mentioned inflation for the last 5 years. I understand that that gap has now been closed because of that increase we saw, but I would just like to specifically focus on that they aren't, as such as Senator Dietrich mentioned earlier, is kind of strange. They're not as clear on a lot of the things they could have, and saying that they just don't want to get down into the weeds is, I think, just not acceptable as an answer, because that is our job, is to get in the weeds. I would urge all senators vote no on the 5% increase.
All right, Senator Zellner. You're
Um,
next.
Okay, I would urge a yes vote to this 5% increase. I see our athletics program on the up and up, as we also have recruited a hockey player who was one of the star players in the high school tournament. I also see that a lot of our funding and popularity as a university comes from our athletic programs with our basketball teams, our hockey team a few years ago. And I also see with kind of what Senator Ida was touching at of the fairness, but we also need to look at what our really popular sports are. And that's all across the country, which is your football, your hockey, your basketball teams, where that's where where a university would realistically bring in a lot of their funding for those athletic programs. Thank you.
Alrighty. Senator Leon.
I do understand the 5% increase, but I also do want to say the dance team and cheer team are as well not counted as student athletes. By all means, I'm not saying that I am a student athlete, but I also am academically trying to keep up with my schoolwork and trying to keep up with many things in my family, as well as participating in these sports. And we're supposed to be funding all of our equipment and all of our stuff personally, and I know the dance team there as well. So if we do add this 5% increase, I just want to let you know that those two aspects, dance and cheer, are not to be counted. And I just want to also say that dance has brought a lot of national championships into our university, making a lot of dancers across the nation really want to be interested in our dance team. But I just want to put that out there.
Thank you. Senator Colleran.
Yes, thank you y'all. So I do want, as someone else who's also on the athletic commission, I do want to yield redundancy to EPJ and Senator Karki. There was initial thoughts to go into a 12% increase. Now they're happy to listen to us and go to a 5% increase. As someone who's also on a lot of different fee committees as well, this fee increase is not an anomaly. There are rising costs just for the entirety of the university. And they're looking to just increase their high revenue streams to combat those rising costs as well. I personally don't see this kind of thought as an anomaly. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Senator Dietrich.
I just wanted to go on the record. I have zero issue with money being spent on travel, on money being spent on food. The issue that I actually have is the lack of transparency from athletics. I would like you all to take a moment and think back to last week. We had the tech fee presentation by Brian Schneider. That was the best presentation I have ever seen. You could have gone into that presentation knowing nothing about the tech fee and come out understanding exactly what it is that they need that money for, what they're gonna spend it on, and what's gonna happen if they don't get that money. I have never, ever thought that about the athletics fee. I've not thought that last year, I've not thought that this year. Their lack of transparency tells me they are trying to hide something from me. And that is that they do not need the increase they are asking for. For that reason, I would like to motion for a 0% increase to the athletics fee.
Is there a second on the motion? Is that a second? Alright, that is a second. The motion has been motioned and second, and if we can get the motion sheet as well on that. For the line item, I saw Senator Riggle first, so we have a motion from Senator Dietrich and then a second for a 0% increase. Amendment to the motion. So now we are going to go, so sorry to all of you who have your placard up, you probably had a comment on the 5%. So we are now moving to discussion on the 0% increase. So if there's anyone who would like to comment on the 0% increase, we're moving it up to that discussion. I'm going to give the opportunity to our second. Our first kind of made their statement. I'll let the second.
Thank you.
Second.
I agree with everything Emily just said. While I don't think we should necessarily not give athletics the money that they deserve, because they do a lot for this university. I am not trying to say that they don't do anything for this university, because athletics is one of the backbones of our school. However, I have to agree that there is definitely not the transparency that we are looking for. We ask for specific numbers. How do you not keep specific numbers of the exact amount of games you go to for each sport? I know we do that for speech and debate, and I know other teams do that for their smaller programs. I don't think it's that difficult of a thing to tally, just the number of things that you do every week or so. And I'd be interested to see how their numbers balance out with the 0% increase. We aren't taking money away from them. We're just letting them stay with what they have, which, as I stated, does close the inflation gap. So there's no need for extra funding when it comes to inflation at the moment. And I would be interested to see what their numbers look like should they have a 0% increase.
Thank you. Senator Livingston.
I definitely agree there's a lack of transparency, that there's lack of fine details that we really do need when we're taking consideration for their budget. But I don't agree on a 0% increase, because I just don't think, I think we have to take in consideration the previous agreement laid out by the athletic committee, who said, we both agree, obviously we're not the double digit increase, but if we gradually get to the cap, I think that's a very responsible agreement. So I agree that we need to call out their lack of transparency, but I don't want to totally punish them, because I just think that will only leave a sour taste in their mouth and will prevent us from getting anywhere in the future with them. Because I do think this is a pretty pragmatic agreement, and I only think that will make things worse.
Senator Moore.
So I'll echo what a few people have said about transparency. I'll also say some of the, wording about inflating what the D1 hockey program brings and what the other programs bring, I think is a little, not dishonest, I guess that's too strong of a word, but I think if we are looking at what the D1 hockey program brings and what the rest of the programs bring, I think we should be sure to separate those numbers and not just put them all in if the student fees do not overwhelmingly go to that. And I also think that obviously student athletes have a very difficult time. It's a lot of commitments, it's a lot of dedication. I do, however, think that it's not uniquely difficult, and I think some of the rhetoric around it sort of presents it as that, which I don't entirely agree with. And I think, again, just the transparency really hurts with that also, so it's a little hard to trust everything if we aren't getting the numbers and if we aren't getting everything separated, I guess, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Senator Zelmer.
I would agree with the lack of transparency. But through my projects, I've also seen that every single admin has had a lack of transparency. So it's not like it's an uncommon thing. But I would also say that we should have at least a 3% increase with how America's affairs have been with other countries around and how inflation is likely to have a larger spike. And I don't want us having another massive $1 increase again in the future, or maybe more, but have it be a subtle change instead of, hey, students, we're gonna up your charges by another $1 every 2 years, making it more of a kind of a shocking change for those students. Thank you.
Senator Zomer can always submit that as a motion if you think about it.
It's not a motion, it was just a
Just a
comment, yeah.
Okay. Senator Hillstead?
I would like to say that travel has increased a lot, and I have been invested into travel because, of course, I want to become a pilot. And travel has increased a lot. I know airfare is not the main form of transportation on our campus. However, airfare has gone up 28.5% since the year 2022 in their travel costs. And so if we propose a 0% increase, then we're causing them to deal with the 28.5% increase of travel costs with the same amount of money. And I find that completely unacceptable. And if there is a motion submitted, I might create a motion soon here, but I do support a increase. I'll put it that way.
Thank you. Senator Miucci?
I'd just like to say, for as much as I agree with the lack of transparency and also with I don't agree with the 5% increase, 0% is not a good number because we cannot deny the effect of inflation in the country right now. We cannot deny that there is a need for extra money. How much? 0 is not enough. So
Thank you. I believe I have Senator Smith.
I believe that if we were to support the 0% increase, that would be very irresponsible. And that these athletes, if it wasn't for them, we probably wouldn't have the numbers of students going to this college. I mean, we're not a super huge college, I'm sorry, to begin with, and it's hockey that's putting us on the map mostly. So, I mean, if we don't have them, you can look at a lot of our courses probably getting canceled too, so. I think it would be very irresponsible of us not to give them what they need. They deserve it. And yeah, and as far as transparency goes, I think that they're one of the most transparent. If you actually look in their athletic folder that they have, there's so many different things you can open up and look at. I mean, does it really need a breakdown of each meal that they have? I mean, each department gets to support themselves, or each team or whatever organization gets to support themselves as far as like doling out the budget, you know what I'm saying? So I mean, they have their own, they each control it themselves. So there's really, you can't really necessarily be mad at one person for not being transparent enough when he's really not in control of, you know, each individual athletic. So I don't know. I think 0% would be very irresponsible, and I don't know how this all works. Can I like propose a different amount on top of that, or do we have to vote on this one first?
Vote on this one first.
Okay. All right, then I'll be quiet.
Great, yes, great. Okay. We have a few more comments left, so I'm gonna get to those real quick before we get to that. Vice President Jay, you're my next one, unless you need a minute.
Nope, that's fine. So, in the terms of transparency, first, I believe Kevin could give us all the exact number of how many games we go to every year. I think any of us could pull up the schedule and count them. I don't believe that was asked earlier, so I'm not sure why that was brought up. Second, this fee is so much larger than any other fee we have on this campus. Again, with all of the behind the scenes costs, with 20 different sports, over 100 different streams in terms of income and cash and payouts and all of the various things that they do throughout 365 days out of the year. And the ability to pick out exact specific numbers as someone who is an accounting major is almost nearly impossible. So for Kevin to not be able to give you exact specific numbers in some areas is not surprising, honestly, to me. I understand the want for these numbers and the want for similar layouts as, for example, what has been mentioned, the tech fee. However, the two fees are fundamentally different, and it's not just as simple for athletics to pull those numbers out as it may be for other fees. And again, a reminder that senators were able to submit questions to all of our fees over the last few weeks and ask follow-up questions to get more information. Second, based on the credit hour decrease that we are potentially seeing next year. So how many credit hours there are going to be in the base for next year? We are seeing a decrease. A 0% increase for this fee would result in a $20,680 decrease to this fee and revenue for the athletic department. So actually a 0% increase right now would be a decrease in money for this fee that they would be receiving. So calling for a 0% increase is actually decreasing their funding for next year, just to make you aware.
Senator Dietrich.
Okay, so a couple of things. If you remember when they were here with Senate for their original presentation, the students had talked about spending $14 on Subway sandwiches, right? And then immediately they jumped in and they're like, well, you know, it's not that much or whatever. And it's like, well, there's other schools where like there's like a lady and she brings a crock pot and they do that. We don't want to go quite that far. And today, oh, we do crock pot meals all the time. Since when? You didn't say that the last time you were here. Additionally, I can completely understand what Vice President Jay is talking about. But by that same logic, where do they get the amount of money that they need to request every year? Like, I'm just asking for a specific breakdown of the logic that they use to come to the amount that they have. Additionally, the Student Athletic Committee may have agreed to go to that cap, but that was not a discussion that happened at all last year during the budget meeting. I thought when I was in the budget meeting last year, that the 24 or whatever, the 20-something% increase that they got last year was gonna like keep, like we were not increasing this for like at least a few years was my expectation. So at no point in time did I understand that we were gonna continue to increase it over the next few years to go to the cap. To me, that is very deceptive because I'm like, where did this come from? I'd never heard a word about this until they showed up saying, yeah, they want 12%. I'm like, what do you mean they want 12%? So, I mean, I'm not necessarily looking to actually, like, if someone can do the math and figure out what the correct amount would be, we also need to consider that we are now going to go up from 12 to 13 credits in the banded, so that for every student who is full-time, there will be one more credit that they are going to be paying into. And so we're gonna have to consider that as well when we think about how much money they're going to need next year compared to like credit hours, so.
Alrighty, Senator Mpenga.
I also don't agree with 0% increase because of like the steep decline in credit hours, which would be one of the issues. And then also when he talked about the crockpot meals, he was talking about specifically about the softball team. And I think probably each sport and each department under that, they receive different kind of funding. So that means they would have to do things according to their own sort of way, according to whatever sport. So I guess like a 2% increase or 3%.
Senator Johnson.
I empathize and understand the concerns as far as transparency. I understand that and the feelings that can arise with such discussions. However, in the teams folder, I'm not sure if any asking party has provided as much information as athletics did. I'm not sure if any other asking entity had any questions posed on the team file or as many as were posed to athletics. And I did see that somebody at athletics, whether it was the presenter earlier or somebody else in that department, took the time and narratively answered those questions that were provided, in my opinion, to the best of their abilities. I also agree with something that my friend Senator Zelmer said earlier about the risk this year and probably into the future that inflation is probably going to be higher than we're already hearing about. And that's why I asked the presenter earlier if we pass this at 5% and inflation, as some of us are worried about, is even greater than we're already worrying about, are there backup plans? Are there backup plans for athletics to continue, for student athletes to have scholarships, and also for graduate assistants to be able to remain employed? Some of them work as assistant coaches for many, maybe all of these teams. I work with some of these grad assistants and assistant coaches. As tuition goes up, if we were to give 0%, as the vice president pointed out, effectively a decrease in funding, we're going to lose some exceptional people and some extraordinary talents, as they will not be able to continue with grad assistantships or with undergraduate pursuits. And I would consider that, as much as I understand and empathize with the cares and concerns of those that disagree with me, it would be tragic to lose some of these folks, some of these fellow students that we have here.
Thank you, Senator Ray.
I was gonna say, ELT redundancy for a lot of it. I strongly disagree with the 0% increase. I would say, now that we are here at the budget meeting, we all represent our constituencies. So not only do we have to take in our own accounts and our own viewpoints of these things, but we have to take in an account of how this is gonna affect our constituents and the students who also go here. So like less scholarship opportunities. We understand that not all RSOs get food opportunities, but why would we want to take away food costs and food opportunities from students to go out and compete to the best of their ability? I can empathize with maybe not perfect numbers, even though it sounds like a lot of competitions and a lot of numbers that would take a long time. Maybe they could have provided that stuff, but think about how it's going to affect your students. They're going to take away hockey tickets from the students. That's less student involvement. That means people are involved on campus. They don't want to come around if they can't actually afford to go to sports teams. They won't be able to pay for things like food. They can't have scholarships to actually come and compete here. Like this 0% increase is going to affect all of the students significantly. So I encourage you to think about that kind of stuff.
Thank you, Senator Isaac.
So I wanna, like, due to transparency, even though there could be many reasons, let's say maybe it wasn't a detail that they took into account, maybe there was not even the distribution, maybe we can think this or that. The truth is that I think we're forgetting that what we're trying to do with these budgets is capacity building. I think we are making the mistake of thinking with what we feel and not what it means to approve this budget. When we think about capacity building, we are thinking about preparing for what's coming. We're talking about preparing to those increases, for those inflation rates, for that evaluation. And we are seeing some American politics that we have never seen in the history of America. So if they are solving right now without this increase, what could they do if we gave them some increase? Maybe not the 5%, maybe think about a 3% or whatever. But at the end of the day, we already said this, but through this, just as one of the senators was saying, the sports team and the sports community in this university, it's one of the beacons that makes students actually think about MSU as an option. And then you stay for the culture, you stay for what being a Maverick means to you. But through this, we still need some things that will allow during this process in which we need to do the capacity building, to have these beacons that help students to keep being interested on studying. Because at the end of the day, students are not interested in the studies themselves. They're interested on what the university can offer them. So, it's making a little example of the things that I know from Venezuela. In Venezuela, investing on risk reduction and capacity building would have helped us probably to fix at least 20% of the problems that we had due to our economy. We didn't thought about that in that moment. I'm suggesting you, strongly recommending to think about it, because at the end, the students are that capacity building that makes help that risk reduction. So I do encourage giving some fee, maybe a 3% fee, but that's my opinion.
Alrighty, thank you. Senator Maba?
A lot has already been said and I don't wanna keep on dragging this. I do agree with some of the things that have been said so far. Concerning what Emily has said. I didn't think, as Kevin was speaking, I didn't really consider it as a lack of transparency. For me, it was more so, I don't wanna call it a lack of preparation, but it looked as if there wasn't there was a lot of things that weren't a priority to them, so that's why they didn't have the exact data on that, but maybe it was just my understanding of how things were being said. But nonetheless, that's not what I wanted to mention. I'm in support of the 5%, just because I'm thinking of it in terms of just the economy in general. We are talking about the numbers that we're seeing right now are in regards to what the state of the economy is like right now. But then, in my understanding, unless I'm incorrect, and anyone who is in the committee can correct me later on, the increases based on the projection that they are making for how the inflation will affect them in the future. And I do understand what's going on right now with like this, how everybody is skeptical because of the increase that we had last year and what things are like we closed the gaps and now they need more. I also find it questionable, but I do agree that inflation, like whatever, even just when we started the conversation and where we are right now, there might have been some changes in inflation, and by the time next academic year starts, it might be even worse than what would be today, what it is like today. So I think we should consider the projection, and if I don't know if VPJ or anyone else who was in the committee, if you can actually share some insight about how you came about going from 12% down to 5%. Maybe that will also help clarify some of the issues that we have with transparency, because it seems like those details are the things that are missing to help us understand what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Yield to Vice President Chase. Or come back, never mind. Just kidding. So I have Senator Livingston.
Motion to call the question.
The question has been called. There's a second. Alrighty, so when the motion is called to question, that means we are voting on this amendment. So the main motion is a 5% increase. There has been a motion to amend it to a 0% increase, so whatever, neutral. So that is the motion. So you are voting on amending it to a 0% increase. Okay? Any questions? Senator I.
Point of information, so if this resolution to amend it does not pass, are we able to then make another amendment after the fact?
Yes. Of course. We just default back to the 5%.
Okay, thank you.
But then somebody can make a motion to a different percentage or whatever.
It sounds like this is probably not something that most of the Senate wants. But it does sound like there are other motions available. Can I just retract it and we won't bother with voting?
Does the second agree?
Yeah.
Alrighty, so since the second agreed, then we can rescind that motion. So we'll default back to the 5%. Senator Zelmer?
Charles Hill said, so,
Motion to amend it to a 3% increase, so from 558 to 565 per.
565 to
Oh,
550.
yep,
Yeah, 5.
yep, 558 to 565,
75%?
whatever you have.
What is,
It would be
let me ask my
a,
math friend, John.
So
for the
3%.
Math for 3% increase.
558 to 575 would be a 3.05% increase.
So 3.5%?
3.05.
3.05, okay.
I guess we'll go with the 3.05.
3.05, okay. Who is your second? Sir, oh, you're the second, you're the main motioner?
Yeah.
You're the second, okay, that is the second. Alrighty, that's 3.05. Alrighty, so the motion on the table is currently to have the fee, the athletics fee go to a 3.05% increase, which is the $5.75 amount per credit. Okay, so from 558 to 5.75. Just to clarify that for everyone, and I'm going to let the motioner and then the second talk, and then at other points. So Senator Hillstead, since you are the main motioner, you get first right, and then you can yield to Senator Zelmer.
Alrighty. I propose this increase because I truly believe our athletics program is what is a main face of our university. I believe that they give so much to our university. They provide so much for it. They have so many activities that they host throughout the year. I attend a lot of them. And athletics has been a very good part of my freshman year so far. I just believe that the increase would truly help them with travel costs and offsetting those inflation rates that I stated in my previous statement of the 20-something% increase in travel. And I'll yield that over to Senator Zelmer.
Yeah, I also proposed this 3.05% increase. I want to put it out there that again, we don't control how people spend their money, and I fear that if we cut them down to a 0% increase or have a decrease go on, although 0% has been taken off, I fear that some programs might not be getting a fair amount of games and that kind of stuff, because I don't see our athletic program stopping their football players, stopping the hockey players, but they could say, any of the teams, sorry, you can't compete at this event because we don't have the funding for it. Because they're not gonna change our main sports, because that's where our profit is from. And this is also a great compromise that goes with, on average, what Google says, which is like a 3% inflation. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Google. You can quote that. You're welcome. So, alrighty. Senator Knauer.
I just had a question for Senator or Vice President Jay. Would you mentioned like a decrease in their budget compared from like the 5 to 0%? Would this still like decrease their budget?
I'm gonna defer to John because he's been helping me with the math.
Given the projected credit hour increase, given the projected credit hour decrease, it would increase their base funding from this fee by $26,854. Whereas the 5% increase would increase their base funding by $57,611.
So, yeah, like 26,000 is with an increase of a little over $26,000 with the 3% increase, an increase of around $57,000 with the 5%. So this would be an increase.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah.
Senator Johnson.
Oh, you have the same, you have the
Oh,
same
thing?
question.
Oh, just,
Yeah.
sorry. Senator Colleran then.
Thank you. I would like to say that I support this motion. Like, I think it is something that is a substantial increase to athletics, and it's a way to offset that inflation that's been happening across this entire university. Because I think, as mentioned with inflation, like it is something where all the athletic, and it has been caught up to last academic year, but sadly, inflation is not stagnant. I don't think this fee should be stagnant either. I think a 3% increase is a good compromise to get in between the lack of stagnation for inflation to make sure we're able to do this. So I would support 3%. I recommend you all support 3% too.
Just to clarify, 3.05.
My apologies.
Senator Riggle.
Alright. Thank you, Senator Meiji. Alright, so I can get behind a 3.05% increase. Because then that would be giving what we promised, regular incremental increases. And it would match projected inflation rates. However, I would like to make it known that I do wish, as Senator Zellmer mentioned, we could see more equity amongst our sports teams. We saw when they presented that the football team has not seen a significant impact from the increase in funding that we have given them. I wish to see in the future that other sports are more accurately presented with the money that they deserve via this fee so that they aren't struggling as much. And I would like to see that moving forward. I know we cannot dictate that, but I just want to make that known. Thank you.
Senator Ide.
I have a point and a question.
Well, what's the point?
Point of information to John.
Yeah.
Is that number you gave out earlier accounting also for the increase in credit banding for next year from 12 to 13?
No, because we have been, the instruction that we've been given thus far is because no decision's been made on how to move forward with that banding, which is something student government is still working on, to move forward with not including an increase credit hour to the band.
Do you have a hypothetical increase?
No, we don't know what that impact to the overall credit hour base will be.
We can't do that.
You just can't, okay.
And we won't be taking that into consideration as we account for today's.
Or for any other fee.
And then my comment was more so that I'm much more in favor of this as a 3% increase. I was actually working on an amendment myself on this. I think that it accounts just as Senator Zellmer was mentioning earlier, the possible inflation due to federal choices. And additionally, it will just ensure that they will not be hit by anything that may happen in the future, but they will still be able to sustain themselves. I encourage a yes.
Alright, thank you. Senator Smith.
I was just curious, what would be the amount per credit if we were to give them the 5% like they asked? I mean, what would be the amount per credit compared to the 3%? You know what I'm saying? Like it's gotta be like cents or a dollar, right? Like,
So,
it wouldn't be that big of a difference if we were to stick with the 5%, it wouldn't.
11 cents a credit hour.
Yeah,
11 cents a credit hour?
Yeah,
So I mean,
so
you couldn't just give them what they asked for with the 5%, I mean, it's 11 cents per credit. I mean, it's literally,
So,
I just don't understand.
so the current per credit is $5.58.
Mhm.
The projected, if it was the 5%, it would go up to $5.86.
So it's cents.
So right now, the discussion on the table is for $5.75.
And with that being said, also the ones that, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to cut you off, but I just wanted to finish my comment here, that you were stating the 0% before. I'm glad we're not doing that, because I think that's ridiculous, but if you wanna see it equally distributed between the different athletic departments or whatever, then I think the 5% would be justified. If you wanna see more people, absorb the cost of this increase, then how can we expect them to spread it out more evenly if there's not a sufficient amount increase, and it's 11 cents. So I don't know, I'm just gonna state that we should stay with the 5%.
PJ.
Okay, I have a couple things. First, I was kind of asked earlier, based on the committee, why, for some of the reasoning of going from 12% going up to the cap down to the 5%, which is what they initially presented to us. So we had initially heard from our other system schools that many, like other schools within our conference, that many, if not all of them, are planning to or have already gone to the cap. And we are one of two schools not at the cap nor are trying to go to the cap right now. So the initial thought was to stay in line with our other system schools, as well as to continue to advocate for funding for athletics student athletes. Athletics is going to ask for money to support their systems. I think we can all very much understand that and respect their passion for their department and their student athletes. We proposed as a committee not going to the cap due to our university is its own, and we should ask for what they need. So that's how we went from the 12% down to the 5%. And they understood this and agreed, as well as, like I said earlier, they were very understanding of the economic environment that we're in, of the proposed tuition increase, other fees potentially increasing, all of those things to stay within a 1-digit increase number. So that was kind of the rationale behind going to the cap and then deciding to do the 5% increase. I'm also going to yield to redundancy to Senator Smith. A 3% increase and a 5% increase, again, is 11 cents difference per credit hour, as well as both require a referendum, either way. So I am still in favor of the 5%. A few words from Scott Nelson with athletics, who is currently on Zoom. Softball is using their budget money for many other things, not just meals. However, they decide to allocate most of their money to being able to travel, pay for someone's cleats, pay for a new bat that breaks, things like that. And so they spend less of their budget on meals through using crock-pot meals. However, they're not only doing crock-pot meals. Occasionally, when they're on the road for multiple days on end, they're headed to Subway to get the cheapest thing in town around. Bats are around $400 as an example. That's very expensive. A lot of these teams are traveling to other states because most of the sports cannot compete during the winter months. Like golf, you can't golf when there's snow on the ground. So they have to travel down south. That's far away. We're in Minnesota. I think we can all kind of understand that. So it's not that they're required to do a lot of these things, like they're not required to do a crock-pot meal. It's that those coaches are deciding how to allocate and reallocate money depending on all of the various things that come up throughout the year. So just some notes from someone in athletics that were shared with me to share with all of you.
Senator Livingston.
I want to agree, I wanna echo Senator, or excuse me, Vice President Jay, and also Senator Smith. Now that I know that, it's a marginal increase. And like I said, there was a agreement struck between the athletic committee and athletics. I think we should follow that agreement. I think it's very fair. 11 cents is marginal in the grand scheme of things. So I would support a 5% increase.
Senator Ide.
I'd just like to point out that although an 11 cents at face value is marginal, and correct me if I'm wrong on this math, please, but it totals out with the credit and the amount of full-time students that we have here, it would total out to around $13,986.72, which is a little less marginal. Additionally, I think that if we're going to look at it from the equitable point that that has been echoed a lot throughout this discussion, it is important to realize that from what we've heard from athletics themselves, softball going through these, I'll say, hoops to ensure that they can stay within their budget because bats are expensive. Softball isn't the only sport with expensive goods. I mean, football, you have to pay for all sorts of different things if your gear breaks. Additionally, I don't like the constant talks about hockey just because, as I believe Speaker Youngberg had mentioned earlier, that hockey is not funded through athletics. So I don't think that that is even relevant to our discussion. But I'd just like to say that I think a 3% is truly the best road for all. And then this will ensure that next year we can also get a little more information that is required and just fully understand where that money is going. I understand that questions could have been raised, but due to the sensitivity in receiving documents, it might have been hard to time up the questions with what we've been given. So, can I motion anything or that, I would motion to call it the question.
That means we're gonna vote on it.
Yeah,
Are you making that an official motion?
um,
You motioning to call the question?
am I able to like ask if anyone has like a dying comment
No.
before? No?
No.
Okay, then I'll wait on that, I'll wait on that
Okay,
motion.
Okay. Senator Moore, thank you for being patient.
I just need a point of clarification with the 11-cent increase. Can we have that like that's banded tuition though, right? So like I'm sorry, I'm not sure how to phrase what I'm asking, but like it's 11% increase, not 11%, it's 11-cent increase, but banded tuition wise, what would the number be for like, okay.
Percentage is same,
Not percentage, the 11 cents.
times 12.
Yeah.
0.11 times 12.
1.32.
$32 per semester. $32 per student per semester. Would be.
Can I also ask if anyone has a Band-Aid? That's not, I don't really.
Oh, a Band-Aid?
Yeah.
I got a Band-Aid.
Is that a point?
I got one. You got one? Yeah.
Wow.
I don't really
like 50 people on that. Would I?
Senator Smith?
Sure. I just wanted to correct what Senator Ide had said about hockey not receiving any athletics. I don't know what, they do receive funding, but not from this fee. So the reason they don't is because they are a bigger they generate more money than any of the other athletics, and they are our bread and butter, like he had stated, our presenter had stated, so they're not taking from this out of money that we're voting on today, so that shouldn't be an issue if them receiving it is an issue to somebody that's, they're not getting anything, they do their own funding there, so. Other than that, I don't really have much else to say, I just wanted to correct what he had said.
Thank you. Senator Leon?
I just want to remind everyone that every fee wants to increase this year and the tuition's also increasing, so like how much of a burden do you want to put on the student body?
Did everybody hear that?
No.
Okay,
sorry.
Can you reiterate?
I just want to remind everyone that like every fee wants an increase this year, and also the tuition is also increasing this year, so how much of a burden do you want to put on your student body?
Thank you. Do you want to clarify, not every fee, almost every fee, but not every fee wants an increase this year, but thank you for that comment and that point. What?
I yield to John.
We are yielding to John.
I can just give you just perspective a little bit. This is kind of as the advisor having the historical perspective on things. Looking at the chart right now, if you were to fund all of the fee recommendations that are in front of you as is, your cumulative student fee increase for next year would be 3.2%. Okay, that's taking a look at the athletics fee, technology fee, student union fee, student activity fee, all of that. 3.2% cumulative increase. To give you a historical perspective, what you increased student fees by last year was 7.35%. Okay, so just a little bit of historical perspective, when you're looking at the big picture of the student fees, you're looking at 3.2% altogether this year compared to 7.35% from last year.
Yeah. Do you have a like numerative value for that? Like how much would that 3.2% be in like essentially just money?
$18 and about 25 cents.
For total?
1908, exactly.
Per credit?
Per semester.
Per semester? Per student?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Alrighty, and
Per credit, it's $1.59.
Okay, thank you, John.
And I also want to remind folks that please wait till I call on you, even if either one of my lovely people to my left or right, like look at you and nod, that does not mean you are acknowledged. Sorry, I had to make that point to our president. Senator Johnson.
Thank you. Yeah, I think what we're talking about is volume. And to be a little bit folksy on the side, I cook at the Eagles Club downtown. On Monday nights, we do super cheap burgers. And I'm extremely busy because of that. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. 11 cents or $1 and change total, not just for this increase at 5%, but everything that's being asked is at most $19.08, the Bull Moose election of increases. That's gonna be significantly less than the tuition increase that we're probably going to be paying. But that's, in this case, 13,000 some dollars for athletics could be that increased equity for teams that aren't getting the benefits that they rightly deserve. It might be grad assistance retained. It might mean keeping those 500 tickets, free tickets for students for the hockey games. The 13,000 is big because that's the kind of change it can create. 11 cents is just the kind of thing that we're gonna feel in our pockets and in our bank accounts. I'd be happy to pay 11 more cents and know that 500 students are gonna be going to those games. And as the presenter mentioned, all 500 of those tickets have been used for many years in a row, since it was decreased from 800. That's the kind of change that we can see with that $13,000 total from all of the 11 cents of all the students. I'm happy to pay that extra 11 cents because of that amount of change, positive change that can happen throughout the student body and throughout student athletics. Thank you.
Alrighty, before I go to the next person, I do want to remind you all that anything decided over like 1.999 repeating percent, even though you all might agree on like 3.05% or whatever percent up to that 5%, no matter what, that number is just being recommended and would have to go to referendum, and at that point, it's out of our hands and up to the student body. So at this point, anything above that 1.9 repeating percent is up to the student body. So we don't get the final say on that, it does go to referendum and the student body has the final say. But you're just putting forth a recommended number, if it is above that 2%, that recommended number would be on the referendum. Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. I don't even know who's next anymore, Senator Reyes, I haven't heard you in a while.
Motion called question.
Motion has been
Hold
called.
up, we rescind
We
our.
rescind our motion.
Did I call it, I did not call on them, so that has not been recognized. Did I get a second for call the question? Alrighty, there is a second on the motion. Jeez Louise, I'm about to kick some of you out. Alrighty, Senator Zelmer.
We would like to rescind our amended amount of 3.05%.
Original motioner seconds that.
Alright, can I dissent to this? Oh my gosh, we can't dissent to that. Alrighty, so now the original motion is back on the table of the 5%. Senator Smith.
Can I call the question now for that?
Second.
Second.
So now you're voting on 5%.
Yes.
Alrighty, so, okay, everyone take a breath, calm down, jeez Louise. The motion on the table that you are voting on is to approve the 5% increase, which would then go to referendum for the election. Okay, does anybody need any clarification on that? Alrighty, so now we're voting on this motion, I have to erase that because somebody wanted to move it. I'm not letting you two talk anymore. So how voting is going for this, you'll be doing a roll call vote. So I'm just gonna go down the list. You say yes or you say no, okay? So give me a hot second so I can write this down. Or you can abstain, like if you don't wanna vote, you don't gotta vote. But I highly recommend you vote yes or no. I don't care which way you vote, okay? Senator Hyde?
So, point of information, so no matter, if someone rescinds their motion, there's no way to make, and then you just go straight to vote, into question, there's no way to make another amendment, you just, essentially that's cut off, that chance is done, unless, okay.
Question has been called.
Senator Moore?
Are we supposed to have like a dissent for the called question? Did we have that? Did I miss that?
Yeah, I forgot to call that. Is there dissent to the question? Is there any dissent to-
Clarification for the last question.
Since we've been going, are you dissenting to voting?
I'm clarifying, I'm wondering to
So the
clarify.
call of the question means you are wanting to vote.
No, the dissent.
The dissent means, so I forgot to,
Continue
you want
discussing
to
it.
continue discussion. And right now, the discussion would be on the 5% increase. So.
It has
So
to
it's
get
not,
seconded.
the motion to call the question is not debatable, there is dissent, you've got to vote now on calling the question. And it takes 3/4 to call the question. If 3/4 vote in favor of calling the question, you immediately move to a vote on the motion.
Okay,
So those in favor of calling the question.
okay, we're just gonna raise your hands then, cause I'm not gonna do roll call for that one. Okay, raise your hands if you wanna approve to call the question. Can you count? Okay,
Put
wait,
your hands up. Super high, everybody.
put your hands up.
Elbow extended, if possible.
Yes.
Okay, now you guys put your hands down. Everyone who does not want to vote to call the question, put your hands up. I'm not giving you the option to abstain.
Extra high.
Alright, so
And then on folks on Zoom, if they can send it
folks
out.
on Zoom, you can send it in. Okay, alrighty, so the motion failed, so we are going back in to discussion on the 5%. Senator Hyde.
Motion to bring to the floor a 2.5% amendment. Or 3%, my mistake, I misread.
What is the percent amended?
A 3.05%.
That was the motion that was already on the floor that got rescinded.
This is a new motion though. Would it not be?
Okay, do you have a second?
Yes.
Okay, we got a second. On the 5%. 13, 13 yes, 14 no. Alrighty, so the new motion that is back on the table is the 3.05% increase for athletics. I'm going to let the first and the second, which is going to be Senator Mpanga, you two can talk first, and then after that, then I'm going to open the floor up to everybody else. Okay, capiche, kaposh, kaboom, Senator Hyde.
I feel like it's very imperative that we actually get to vote on a 3% increase and not just rescind it the second the possibility of just voting on 5 comes into play. Additionally, point of information, can I motion to limit the speakers list at this time?
Yes, you can, you need a second.
I'm-
Thank God. Had as a second, is there any dissent to limiting the speakers list? No. So whoever currently has their placard up right now is going to be able to talk on this. Alrighty, that is it. Okay, so that was your comment. There's, as a second,
So mine is more of,
go ahead,
so mine
yeah,
is
the
more
second
of
gets to speak.
just point of information, like 3% is the middle ground between 0 and 5%. So the people who are supporting basically the 0% can basically vote on the 3%.
Alrighty, Senator Hillstead, you have your placard up.
So I wanna put it out there that the only reason why I rescinded the original 3.05% increase was because I felt it was going towards the right direction of a total of 5% increase. And I contacted President Narala and asked if this were to get voted on, we couldn't vote on the 5% as well. And so I wanted to give the opportunity for the 5% to get voted on first. If that fails, we can amend it and propose this 3.05% increase afterwards and then go from there. That's the only reason why I rescinded it. I believe that we should allow the 5% to get voted on first rather than the 3% right now.
Call the question.
Okay, the question has been called, I have a second. I did want to clarify Senator Hillstead's statement. If you would have voted on the 5%, that is what you have been recommending to referendum, as that was the original motion. So that's why the call to question to bring up the 3.05% was brought up, because then
No, I'm
it
just
would
saying
have,
if we were to vote on the 3% and it were to pass, we can't vote on 5% after that.
yes, you could.
Oh, we
Because
can.
people could amend it to 5%.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad.
Yes. So I just wanted to clarify that. Alrighty, so the motion has been called to vote on the 3.05% on the table. Is there any dissent to the 3.05%? Motion.
To call in question.
To call the question. No. Great. Okay, so I'm gonna use that as my original. Okay, so instead of voting by hands, we're gonna do roll call. So the amendment on the floor is recommending a 3.05% or amending it to a 3.05% increase from $5.58 per credit to $5.75 per credit. Okay, so you're just like voting on this amendment. Okay, so yes, no, or abstain. I highly recommend voting yes or no, and abstain unless you have a conflict of interest. So, Senator Leon.
Yes.
Senator Franzen.
Yes.
Senator Miucci.
Yes.
Senator Prigment is not here, so he will abstain. Senator Emke, yes, alrighty. Senator Ponte.
Yes.
Senator Bugney.
No.
Senator Reyes.
No.
Senator Maega.
No.
Senator Thapa.
Yes.
Senator Mpenga.
Yes.
Senator Lee. Senator Dietrich.
Yes.
Senator Smith.
No.
Senator Green.
Yes.
Senator Johnson.
No.
Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Maba.
Yes.
Senator Knauer.
Yes.
Senator Karki.
No.
Senator Livingston.
No.
Senator Riggle.
Yes.
Senator Colleran.
No.
Senator Zelmer.
No.
Senator Ide.
Yes.
Senator Hillstead.
No.
Senator Isaac. I don't get to vote. President Narala.
No.
Vice President Jay.
No.
Okay, give me 1 minute, please. If I can call everybody's attention back, please, and if you could all keep your side comments and conversations to nothing, that'd be great. So the motion for the 3.05% increase has passed 15-14 with one abstention. So, and it's a majority all, so just saying. So right now, our new main motion on the table that we would send to referendum if approved is a 3.05% increase from $558 to $575. Okay, Senator Knauer.
Could I change my vote at all or no?
No, we're already done. Senator Smith,
Can I amend it now or amend?
if you have a motion sheet ready.
Oh,
I have one
motion
ready.
to amend it. You go for it, then I'll second his.
Okay, that works.
I already have a second, but motion to increase from 3.05% to 5%.
And then Senator
Second.
Smith, you like to second it? Alrighty.
Point of information. Point of information.
Alrighty, folks, so the motion on the table is up for discussion is 3.05% to a 5% increase. So basically the motion on the table is a 5% increase, so basically what athletics is asking. And also, if there's anything that has been said already that is redundant, whether it's in past conversation or whatever, please don't comment on redundancy because we are already like 2 hours behind. So, and I just want you all to be mindful of the people in the gallery and respectful to all of them because our first group was supposed to come in at 3:30. It is now 4:50. So please be mindful of the other groups in the room. If you've already said your piece, you've already said your piece. So please just be mindful, okay? So with that being said, our motioner and then our seconder do get the first ups for discussion. So Senator Hillstead.
So I believe from the going from 3 to 5% is marginal. What it said, if we approved everything proposed to us right now on the table, it's a $19 increase to tuition. Yes, that per semester, yes, that's some money, but that's not a lot. And with athletics bringing this much money to our university, I believe it is truly crucial that we approve this 5% because athletics needs this money to travel. They need it for funding, for eating. They need everything. So yes, I'm glad we have a 3% voted on right now, but I would really love to increase the extra 2% and try to get that 5% passed. I yield to Zelmer, Senator Zelmer.
I'm not your second.
Senator Smith. You're the seconder, so you get
Oh, yeah.
next comment.
Can I call the question?
Yeah,
Let's do this. Let's get this.
great. The question has been called. Is there a second? Second. Have a second, alrighty. So the motion is there any dissent to calling the question? We have a dissent, alrighty, so discussion is back on the table. I will actually let you speak first.
You move right into a
We
vote.
move right into question.
So now you're
Voting
on
about
the
dissenting, alright. So we're gonna vote to, it's about the whole dissent, about the whole calling the question. Alright, so if you want to vote, so basically the motion on the table is whether or not you want to vote. Okay? So no, we're not doing that anymore.
It's a question.
No, we're done with questions.
No, it's.
Alright, so right now what was that? So right now, what you are voting on is whether or not we are going to vote. Okay? And the motion on the floor right now is the 5% increase. But we're not voting on the 5% increase yet. We're voting to vote on the 5%. Okay? Alrighty. So, if you would like to vote, please raise your hand with a yes. If you'd like to vote.
Super high, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's majority, yeah.
Well, it takes
It's
2/3.
2/3 for dissent. It's majority
I'm gonna
for.
be here till midnight, guys. Come on.
Alrighty, you can all put your hands down and on Zoom, if you wanna vote too. Okay, all in favor of not going to vote yet, raise your hand. Loud and proud. Okay.
$18.66.
Alrighty, so then the motion to vote passed, so we are voting. Alrighty, so the motion on the table right now is to amend the 3% to the 5%. Okay? So if you vote yes, that means you're in support of the 5% increase. And amending it to 5% increase. So what the original motion was. Any confusion there? There should not be. We are going to go into voting now. And by roll call, and please speak up, and if you are having side conversations like near us, I can hear everything, it's very distracting, so please stop talking. Alrighty, so yes, no, or abstain. Senator Leon. Senator Franson.
Yes.
Senator Mucci.
No.
Senator Prignans is abstaining. Senator Emke is on Zoom, yes. Senator Ponte.
Yes.
Senator Bugney.
No.
Senator Reyes.
No.
Senator Maega.
Yes.
Senator Thapa.
No.
Senator Mpenga.
No.
Senator Lee. Senator Dietrich.
No.
Senator Smith.
Yes.
Senator Green.
No.
Senator Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Moore.
No.
Senator Maba. No. Okay. Senator Knauer.
Yes.
Senator Karki.
Yes.
Senator Livingston.
Yes.
Senator Riggle.
No.
Senator Colleran.
Yes.
Senator Zelmer.
Yes.
Senator Ide.
No.
Senator Hillstead.
Yes.
Senator Isaac.
Yes.
President Narola.
No.
Vice President Jay.
Yes.
That was a tie.
Did you call Senator Johnson?
Yeah, I called on you. Yeah, I called on everybody.
John vote. You should be the tiebreaker.
Speaker the tiebreaker.
No.
Either, would a tie just be no because there's no majority?
Technically.
So we're gonna be here all night.
Bro, it's like 3.05.
So we can have storage or finish.
So this one should say so. Yes. Go for it.
If we add those everything, that's like 4%, 11, or so we can go.
Everyone, please. So since we had a tie, the amendment failed. So now back on the, back on the docket now is the remaining abstaining motion of the 3.05%. Okay, Senator Livingston.
I would encourage you all, please support a 5%. I want you to reframe this as an investment. If we take away money from that, if we're taking away money from that pie, first of all, athletics is a magnet for the university. It's bringing students, therefore it's bringing in money. It's an investment into the university. How much do you think of that? We're gonna get a return on investment, hopefully. Again, this is an investment. If we give them less money, all that is doing is leaving a sour taste in their mouth. They're not gonna wanna come to the negotiating table anymore. I would encourage you, give them the 5%, because that was a structure, that was an agreement made by the committee for a reason. They both came to the table in good faith and made that agreement. I encourage you all to respect that agreement, give that 5% and recognize this is an investment in the university. It's bringing students, it's bringing in money. It's also bringing in, it's one of the most frontal facing aspects of our university. And I encourage you to uphold that and strengthen that.
Senator Ide.
I encourage to remain at a 3.05% increase due to the fact that while yes, it is a driving factor for getting students to come to the University of Minnesota, Mankato, it's important to realize as well that I, as part of my constituency of the residential life, would be willing to wager that many residential life students are not wanting to have their athletic departments going out and using that extra 11 cents that we give them to go out and spend it on absorbent things like going out and getting luxurious meals that they have shown time and time again to do. I think that that's just truly unfair, and if they're looking for more money and they want more money, then maybe they shouldn't go out and go to Olive Garden and go to Subway and get all these expensive meals. That is not something that.
Yes.
Has there ever been any sort of proof at all that any of these luxurious spendings are taking place?
The people.
I don't think that there's proof because they just get allocated their per
Exactly.
diem per whatever the department
I don't think we should
allocates
make
them.
our motions nor our values be wrapped around rumors and innuendo that very well may have been just something that was made up out of whole cloth.
Am I allowed to continue speaking?
Unless you rule it out of order, yes.
My mistake, I didn't mean to make any,
Out of order.
I am out of order?
I just think with like the context of like the meals, that part, and saying like that they're going to all these restaurants is out of order just because we don't have proof of where exactly they're getting the meals, because they are given a set amount for meals, they can spend whatever their per diem is on whatever food they like. Just like how any other organization, like when RSOs are funded money for food, they can use that allocated food money to eat wherever they would like, because they have been allocated that food. It's the same thing with like any other per diem that is given. They can choose where they want to spend that food. If they choose to go to like Panda Express, but their per diem covers like $10, but they end up spending 15, then it's on that student to cover up that 5. Same with like anything else. Am I wrong? No, alrighty, perfect. So we'll end that comment there. Thank you. Next, I had Senator Thapa. We'll hear from you.
I'd like to remind everybody here that we are already running late. We already have made 2 major votes, one of which was for 3.05% increase, which I think is in the middle ground for all the senators who wanted a 0% increase and all the senators who wanted 5% increase. Without actually doing any further ado, we have to keep in mind that we have to keep on moving forward. We have a long day ahead and we are running 2 hours behind our schedules already. I just want to clarify this to everyone that I think 3.05% is just in the perfect balance, middle ground, where we are not taking everything away from athletes and we are not pressurizing students at all as well. We have to remember that we are here representing thousands of students as well, and we are trying every day to make their life easier. So that 11-cent decrease that we are actually able to give them is actually benefiting them as well. Please think about that. Thank you.
Was that a call to question or just statement? Just a statement. Okay, thank you. Alrighty, Senator Riggle.
Alright, I will say, I don't think we should rush votes in the essence of time because these are important things that we are discussing. I understand there are times to keep, but we also know what we were signed up for when we signed up for this. So, however, I will yield to redundancy to Senator Papa.
Senator Miucci.
I'd like to say that for as much as the athletics on campus is a magnet, like a lot of you have said, it is not the only magnet for students. As a transfer student and as someone that's been with other people in other colleges, we were discussing where to land. The biggest appeal of Mankato was the price. It's not very expensive to be here. And anything that raises that price will make people not want to come here anymore. So it's important to consider that as well.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you. There's been some concerns over transparency. And this group provided more information online and in presentations than any other group, answered more questions, and spent more time doing so than any other group. The 5% was a negotiated down from 12%. It would not be appropriate in terms of transparency to dishonor negotiations that have already happened and agreements that have already been made. And the ramifications of that may be making negotiations next year and in every other year preceding from this more difficult, more challenging, if not impossible. 11 cents is not the same as $13,000. That 11 cents will not harm anybody on this campus from continuing their education. But that $13,000 is a student, a human being, and their future. It's their grad assistantship, their scholarship, or their work study, and that person will no longer be able to continue here. 11 cents is something we can all afford. Losing one of our fellows is not.
Thank you. Senator Dietrich.
Okay, I just wanted to provide, I think, some clarification. I think what Trenton was talking about earlier was a reference to Subway, $14 or something. Also, per diems are very normal. I am fully supportive of, giving the students money to spend on meals when they go travel and all of that stuff. I'm not arguing against that. I do disagree with Senator Johnson about just because they submitted a lot of documentation didn't mean that the information inside it was relevant. So because of the issues I've already raised, I feel like the 3.05% is a good start, is a good place for us to be this year. And I would like to motion to call the question.
Alrighty, the question has been called. Is there a second? A second. Is there any dissent to voting?
Voting?
The 3.05%.
Sending 3.05% to referendum. This would end this. This vote would end this.
I just want to correct it.
Yes. Dissent.
Yes.
Dissenting?
I just wanna say my piece, but it's like technically yes, dissenting.
I'm dissenting, that
Dissenting.
matters.
Alrighty. So then we are going to now go into voting whether or not we are going to vote.
Oh, shit, sorry.
Yeah, that's what happens.
That's your dissent.
Yeah, if you dissent, then
I
we.
dissented now. Sorry.
You're dissenting?
Yeah.
Okay, well, now we have two dissents, it doesn't even matter. So now we are going to be voting whether or not we are going to vote. Okay? Okay, so same spiel. So please, if you'd like to vote in favor of moving forward to vote, raise your hand. That's already. Already, those opposed, same sign. You need to vote if you haven't, so if you don't wanna vote, raise your hand. Alrighty, so yeah, the dissents win. So the conversation on the table is still the still the 5%. 3.05%, sorry, 3.05%. Senator Moore, you may go.
Okay, so a couple things. One, just as a point of, I guess, clarification, I thought we were supposed to limit talking points for this. Were we not doing that? Cause I thought that was part of
For
like,
each.
for like each citizen,
Yeah.
okay. Anyways, add to my actual points about this and not like,
Yep.
admin stuff. So first of all, with the meals, we are going off of things student athletes have said, if I remember correctly. This isn't like, we're not like just making things up. It's things student athletes have said in the Senate. And secondly, another that's like sort of a point of clarification. If we do this 3% increase, we're not breaking what we've discussed, because what we've discussed in the past with like last year's, it was just there will be an increase incrementally, right? Okay,
That's what was said last year.
so we're not, by doing this, we're not breaking a agreement we've had, because there wasn't a specified number, right?
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure of that, so we're like, yeah. Also, like, to add to that, like, I get wanting to like be in good graces and stuff, but like, even if we vote no for this or whatever, like, they still have to negotiate with us. They're not gonna like stop negotiating with us. Like, we should have good, like, relationships, but like, we have to regardless, so like, you know.
Yeah, so just to clarify, no matter what, this negotiation process is gonna happen every year until that cap is reached, just so you all know. For those of you who also were not a part of student government last year, there was talks to incrementally every year increase the student athletic fee up until it hits the cap. So whether if it's a 5% or this 3.05%, it is still a part of the increments that Senator Moore was talking about that was agreed upon. So it's still an incremental increase, whether or not it's the 5 or a 3 or whatever. So it's not in violations of any negotiations or any terminology because it's still like an increment increase. And I believe what John said is not $13,000. John said that it was like about 26,000 earlier, so whoever threw out 13,000 was wrong. So I would like to clarify that, because if it was the 5%, it was about 50 something thousand. The 3.05% was about 26 something thousand. So it is still an increase. So we're not getting our numbers wrong. Alrighty. Senator Collin, you're the one I saw next.
Thank you. Motion to limit speakers list.
Alrighty, the motion to limit the
Second.
speakers list, the second, any dissent? No. Alrighty, so if you don't, so by the time that the question is called, if your placard is not up by the time the motion is made, you don't get to speak. Alrighty, I don't even know who's going anymore. Vice President Jay.
So, just a reminder that if we would go and approve a 5% increase, that extra 11 cents would not only be going toward meals. I know we've spoken a lot about meals today and what meals they're having versus what meals they're not, and all of those things. Again, this entire fee, whatever we approve, whatever gets voted on, whether it is by the student body or not, we give this money to athletics and then they are able to divvy it out based on their budget and what they can cover within their budget. And they created this 5% increase based on looking at their budget for next year and what they need in order to fund what they are doing. So things like just expenses overall, traveling to things, paying officials, having shoes on people's feet so that they can compete. It's not just meals. There are so many more things that they use this fee to pay for and to just overall support our student athletes, support the coaches, support people like me that work in athletics so that I can get real life experience while going to college and be able to continue to pay for my college and support our student athletes. Like Senator Johnson said, our grad assistants, all of those things. There are so many things in athletics and support systems that this fee helps provide for. Also, both a 3.05% and a 5% increase would go to referendum, which means all students would be able to vote. So the minimal change that it is, while I do recognize it is a change from 3.05% to 5%, They requested 5%. We have supported increases in a lot of other fees, and we're going to talk about more later. I say we support the 5% ask, then it can go to student voices for students to vote on and choose what they want, and we can hear from all student voices.
Alright. A comment on that note, then you can go out to your friends and tell them whether to vote yes or no. Just encouraging people to get out and vote. As you should anyways. Senator Livingston.
I think if we let outliers like the Olive Garden or assumptions or hearsay guide our make the basis for a 3%, I think it's a little misguided. I think you gotta recognize, just to address Senator Mayushi's concerns, is that it might not be the piece, but it is a major pillar of this university. If we take that pillar away, that threatens the stability of the whole system. Again, this brings in money for the university, it brings attention to the university. If we don't have athletics, we threaten the system as a whole. Like Senator Johnson was saying, these are great people that we're bringing into the university. If we take away those people, if we take away those pillars, we threaten the university. I mean, this decrease doesn't just affect athletics, it affects everyone. It affects your ability to get a solid education, for your university to be put on the map by our solid athletics. And I think I just want you to recognize that.
Senator Papa.
I'd like to remind everyone that we are still doing a 3.05% increase. We are not like settling on 0% increase. We are not like trying to rob all these athletes the opportunity of actually representing us. What we are doing is we are trying to keep that 11% for any other increases that we might need to do or we might not need to do. What I'm trying to tell here is a rumor is not a rumor until someone sees it and says it, right? It's like it does not just pop one day randomly in someone's head and then you just start saying it to everyone. It just happens when you see something happen. We wanted athletics to be as transparent as possible and we tried our best to work with them. We bombarded them with questions, we got some answers, but it was not as to our satisfactory level. There's a lot of senators who actually think about all the students that go to his university and try to make their life easier by making them pay less. As one of our senators also explained how this university is not only famous because of athletics, but it's also famous and a lot of the students come in here because how cheap the tuition here is, and we don't want to take that away from the students as well. What I like to end in is we are already doing a 3.05% increase, which is actually really good, and I agree with it. And I feel like we should let all the students choose on in this instead of going up and bumping up to 5%. We did a $1 increase last year, and with this 3.05%, I feel like the balance sheets are going to be really balanced. Thank you.
Sorry, 1 second. Okay, so I just want to remind everyone, right now, the main motion on the table is a 3.05%. So that is the main motion. So now, if you'd like to amend it, you can. And I believe Vice President Jay is going to make a motion.
Yes.
And I'll second it.
An amendment to amend the 3.05% increase to a 5% increase.
Second.
It's been seconded by
We have a second to Senator Smith. Alrighty. So, right now, new motion on the table to be discussed is the original proposed of the 5% increase. I will let our first and second speak and then open up the speakers list a little bit. Vice President Jay.
I've talked a lot today. Again, I want to reiterate, 3.05% to 5% is a very minimal amount. Again, I recognize it is an increase. However, yielding to redundancy on so much of what Senator Johnson has so eloquently said today, along with many other senators that I think are in agreement with me, both would need to go to a referendum. So at that point, allow for the 5% that was originally requested to be able to be voted on by the student body. I yield to my second.
I'm just not gonna say anymore. I think we beat this pretty hard into the ground. I think we all know our feelings on it, and let's go for the 5%. Let's just give them what they need, what they're asking for.
I would like to clarify things because I'm getting asked questions about the whole food thing. The food thing is not the only thing that you should be taking in consideration. The departments are getting their set per diem. Students can use their per diem when they go to compete on whatever food they would like to eat. And not all sports get that. So if they want to like bring their own lunch from home, if that athlete wants to bring their own lunch from home, they can bring their own lunch from home. If they want to use their per diem or use their own money to go to like, let's say Chick-fil-A or whatever, they can do that with that set cost. So let's not just focus everything on food because that is not what this fee only goes towards. And some don't even get per diem for every single game. It might just be for like a double header or something like that. So do not just overwhelm or focus on food. Because that is not the only thing. We all need to eat. Pretty sure all of you in here want to eat. Okay? Like, and we are going to feed you with our per diem. So just saying. So with that moving forward, Senator Johnson.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick. I'd just like to remind us all of something before most of our times that a previous Senator Bob once said. It was at a Day of Affirmation speech in 1967. That was Robert Kennedy Sr. He spoke of a ripple of hope. A large body of water, if you throw a small pebble into the middle of it, that small pebble is the same as, I'd say a dime and a penny, 11 cents. But what ripples out of that is all of our futures. Some 14 or 15,000 students' futures, undergraduate, graduate, and a large community, not Minneapolis, but for a boy from a town of 400 people, it's a town, it's a city. There's a lot that rides on all of us. We're the giants, and a whole community of people stand on our shoulders. Let's make that 11 cents be our tiny ripple of hope that cascades out to far shores and allows more and more people to attend here, to thrive here, succeed here, and make us even better every day. I think 11 cents is worth that. It's not worth, and yes, I earlier mentioned 13,000. That's a semester as I understand it. So a year, that's 2 students. We're losing our treasure. We're losing our talent. We're losing ourselves and our university if we can't just spend 11 more cents. It's too important to get bogged down on worries about restaurants. It's too important in this particular year. Let's be that tiny ripple of hope and let's pick this university up and all of our students. Thank you.
Senator Hillstead.
I called a question.
Second.
Second.
Second. Alrighty. The motion to vote has been called. Is there any is there any dissent to go into voting? No. Alrighty. So the motion on the table is to amend it to a 5% increase. Okay? Do we all get what we're voting on? A 5% increase. That is the amendment. Alrighty. Going by roll call once again, and please speak up so I can hear you. Senator Leone.
Yes.
Senator Franson.
Yes.
Senator Miyuchi. Senator Pregnant abstaining. Senator Emke. Yes, alrighty. Senator Ponte.
Yes.
Senator Bugney.
Yes.
Senator Reyes.
Yes.
Senator Maega.
Yes.
Senator Thapa.
No.
Senator Mpenga.
No.
Senator Lee.
Yes.
Senator Dietrich.
No.
Senator Smith.
Yes.
Senator Green.
Yes.
Senator Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Moore.
No.
Senator Maba.
Yes.
Senator Knauer.
Yes.
Senator Karki.
Yes.
Senator Livingston.
Yes.
Senator Riggle.
No.
Senator Colleran.
Yes.
Senator Zelmer.
Yes.
Senator Ide.
No.
Senator Hillstead.
Yes.
Senator Isaac. Senator, President Narala.
Yes.
And Vice President Jay.
Yes.
Alrighty, so the motion has passed. So now, the main motion on the table is the 5% increase. Alrighty. Senator Reyes.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, we
Yes.
can't table, can we?
No,
Not until later.
not in this meeting, we cannot table anything. Senator Colleran.
Motion to limit the speakers list, just to keep things in line.
Yes.
Seconded.
Is there any dissent to eliminating the speakers list? I'm not going to let any happen. Alrighty. Senator Hillstead.
Motion to question.
Motion.
Call to question.
Yep, so the
Second.
question has been called, is there a second?
Second.
There's a second, alrighty. Is there any dissent to voting? There is dissent, so now we will vote on whether or not we should vote. Okay, so same process as before. If you are in support of going through with the vote, I'll have you raise your hand, yes. Please do so if you are ready to vote on 5%.
Raise them high.
Loud and proud, please. And if you are not ready to vote, raise your hand. Alrighty, the majority has it, so we are now going into voting on the recommending the 5% increase to referendum. Okay? Alrighty, so, same process, roll call, please speak clearly and loudly so I can hear you. Senator Leone.
Yes.
Senator Franzen.
Yes.
Senator Miucci.
No.
Senator Prince is abstaining. Senator Emke, already said yes. Senator Ponte.
Yes.
Senator Bugney.
Yes.
Senator Reyes.
Yes.
Senator Maega.
Yes.
Senator Thapa. Senator Mpenga.
No.
Senator Lee.
Yes.
Senator Dietrich.
No.
Senator Smith.
Yes.
Senator Green.
Yes.
Senator Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Moore.
No.
Senator Maba.
Yes.
Senator Knauer.
Yes.
Senator Karki.
Yes.
Senator Livingston.
Yes.
Senator Riggle.
No.
Senator Colleran.
Yes.
Senator Zelmer.
Yes.
Senator Ide.
No.
Senator Hillstead.
Yes.
Senator Isaac. President Narala.
Yes.
Vice President Jay.
Yes.
Alrighty, so congratulations, everybody. We have finally finished with athletics. The final recommendation to go to referendum is the 5% increase. So, thank you. Senator Zelmer,
Motion for a 3-minute recess.
is there a second?
Second.
Is there any dissent?
Move it to 5 minutes.
And then the 5-minute
second the
recess.
5 minutes.
Okay, is there a second to 5 minutes?
Second.
Alrighty, so please come back at 5:35.
Your second.
expected it to take like more than they budgeted for, but nowhere near as long as that. The food fixation was also quite strange.
I looked at the scales and I was like, okay.
That's what I'm saying, this is an investment, this is not gonna help us. And I meant no. I have spent a lot of time on this, and so, I mean, I'd be happy to give.
Well, not gonna be.
That ever. Natural changes It is super frustrating. It predates my time in my
I do too.
It doesn't have.
Oh.
Nie, poza.
I mean, I don't know, you have to what else would you do? I'm going
This person I did.
Trying to get on the 6 months yet. Is that in Instagram? There's
It's the weird
Because it didn't.
What is me? I generated. Whatever you want.
Oh, yeah, whatever you want.
It was exactly what I want detail.
I don't. Why even?
Are you kidding? Shows, I don't know. Yeah. Oh, it was a vampire. Well, she was raised by one. She was raised by one. No.
No, you're fine. Same good lord to myself. Yes. I don't know if I like it. It's still I did it myself, so. You're welcome.
I get it.
You felt
Where to go to, you know?
You're forever. Yeah.
Because the way athletics took time, that was great.
I live an hour. I drive an hour to come here, so it's like.
You want me to grab one?
Lots of sugar. It'd be good. Yeah.
I hope it's not gonna be taking all this time. I don't think. I hope not.
I know.
You have to like, you have to.
I know, but it's really fun money coming in. Let me get him a little bit before he's.
Cause I think it was last week that it got submitted, but I was the person that submitted it, so.
I was trying to crochet.
Oh, it was on the thing, but then I was told when I was in charge of submitting stuff. So, yeah. And I just wanna be very clear, I want to support athletics, I just need to know where she's going.
Yeah.
I need to understand why you need the money, because I asked that of everything.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think.
Evidently.
Clearly.
I didn't do that.
You know, so horrible. And we do have these. I mean, you know, summarily, it's like, let's do just, we try to give 63 pages of detail. I don't have time to look at these guys, so it's just difficult.
I was also just concerned about the fact that you said that they didn't really notice the difference. And I talked to other athletic schools too, and they all kind of said the same thing. So it was like, we did a $1 increase last year.
Just so I don't accidentally go out of order again, what could we define as a rude event? Because I just wanna make sure, like, if they say something and I mention it, I don't wanna like be seen as out of order.
We think was an example. It's not definitive proof that every area does that. Up to each athlete, what they do with that per diem.
What I'm saying is we're gonna talk about it later. We're gonna talk about it next year.
Why can't we do that?
No, exactly, that's what I want to do, but nobody called them.
I asked her.
Well, you asked people, and I don't feel like that should be at all necessarily proper, just because.
I was really confused. I'm like, you're asking if you can take.
Not sure that everybody else felt that way. Bring that to the show. I'm happy that with the results. I have nothing against athletics, and I look forward to seeing it.
Yeah, and we'll be at the open forum next week. We gotta get the vote out. We gotta get the temperature.
It's okay. It's okay. Last week, tabling. And it was really like, I don't even remember what it was.
Yeah, I messed that one up. It could be Canley.
It's all good. It's all good. You know what? That's just how everyone thinks
You are not a disappointment.
I'm resigning with my travels. I'm sitting here.
You better not. No.
I was part of me wanted to just go your
You know, like now,
please feed them. At the same time, I didn't want to
I'm off my game.
Is it a 4?
I don't think you're getting there.
I know that drive because I don't think you're gonna be
Thank
going
you.
from yeah, 4.5, 5 hour drive.
I'm good, but thank you.
Life travels good.
Yes.
Safe travels.
Oh my god, I can't open up my laptop.
I brought those. Yeah, I brought those.
No, that's true.
Fine.
Yeah.
Well, they're your favorites, so that's what I do in break.
That's lovely. I'll crack it open later.
Oh my goodness.
No, you're fine.
Are you ready?
For these?
11 cents.
Alrighty, everyone, welcome back from your break. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed mine. Moving on to the next thing on our agenda, so we have the next thing is, just letting you all know, we're going to the student activity fee and the budgets. The requested groups that are coming in is theater, FSL, student activities, gender and sexuality, speech and debate, and then you invited campus rec-in. So those are our groups. Is there anyone else here for appeals? I don't think so. Perfect. So that was our final call for appeals. So going into the student allocations fee recommendation, we have, oh, oopsies, my bad. I skipped ahead a little bit. So just to recap from athletics, you all recommended the 5% increase. In case that does fail referendum, we do need to have a backup budget, and that is of 2%, so under that 2%. So I'm going to yield to President Narala to talk about the backup budget just in case. Hopefully it's just a quick one and done, so we can get on to our stat. Sorry, my bad.
Folks, for those of you who are a little confused about what we're doing now, we recommended a 5% increase to athletics fee under Minnesota State policies and guidances. If we recommend an increase more than a 2% for student fees and athletic fees, so both of the fees that we'll be voting on today, if we recommend a more than 2% increase, it goes to student referendum. Now that you've voted on a 5% increase, we want you to get the word out to students as you go on and talk with students. In the case that the referendum fails, we wanna be prepared with a backup recommendation that does not require the referendum. So we wanna propose an amendment that is less than 2%. With that, I put to the table an initial motion of a 1.9% increase to the athletic fees as a backup.
There's a second. Alright. Yeah. So now we're going to hopefully quickly move in, quickly into a discussion about this. Reminder, this is just a backup option if the referendum fails. Okay?
Yeah, I'd more likely open it up to any questions or discussions that folks have, but I'll yield to John first.
Just to clarify, so that I have this right for the record as we're noting stuff over here, an increase to $5.69 a credit hour would be a 1.97% increase. Is that what you're motioning?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Just for clarity.
So, any questions for President Narala on the 1.97% increase for the backup budget?
Then I'll get to my second.
Call the question. Second. Alrighty, there's been a second. Is there any dissent to calling the question for this backup budget? Already seeing none. We are going to go into voting. Oh boy. I can't spell. Alrighty, so yes, no, or abstain, roll call vote. Senator Leon. On the backup budget, approving 1.97%. Yes, no, yes, okay. Senator Franzen,
Yes.
Senator Mucci,
Yes.
Senator Senator Umke, I think yes on Zoom. Senator Ponthe,
Yes.
Senator Bugney,
Yes.
Senator Reyes,
Yes.
Senator Maega,
Yes.
Senator Papa,
Yes.
Senator Mpenga,
Yes.
Senator Lee, Senator Dietrich,
Yes.
Senator Smith,
I'm gonna abstain. Can I abstain?
yeah. Senator Green,
Yes.
Senator Johnson.
Yep.
Senator Moore.
Yep.
Senator Maba,
Yes.
Senator Knauer,
Yes.
Senator Karki. Senator Livingston,
Yes.
Senator Riggle,
Yes.
Senator Colleran,
Yes.
Senator Zelmer,
Yes.
Senator Ide,
Yes.
Senator Hosted,
Yep.
Senator Isaac. President Narolo,
Yes.
and Vice President Jay.
Yes.
Alrighty, so we can pass it to. Alrighty, yep. So that has passed, so that you have approved a 1.9% as the backup budget. Alrighty. So now that that's done, now we're going into the staff recommendation stuff, so last call for appeals. Seeing none, now we'll go to the student allocation recommendation. And then we are starting with the omnibus SAF budget resolution. And I will let President Narala and Vice President Jay speak to that. So I'm going to. You know, let's hear from the groups first. It might be easier. We're gonna hear to our appeal groups just because they've been waiting a lot longer, and we'll do the omnibus afterwards. Perfect. So up first, we have for appealing groups is theater. So Peter, we will let you finally come on up. Thank you so much.
Hi. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to appeal the budget proposal. I've got some itemized facts to throw at you, but I want to start by saying that in the last few years, we went from an $82,000 allocation in 2020 to $68,000 in 2025. And this year, the allocation is, it's been recommended that it goes down another $1,500. And we're here to request, not that we get an increase, not that we get anything for inflation or anything like that, but just that we stay the same to help us navigate all of the challenges that everybody in the university is facing. So we're not asking for more, we're just asking for our allocation to remain the same. The money that we receive goes directly to students in that it pays for rights and royalties to produce our plays and musicals, production budget, materials costs, student payroll. The vast majority of this money does go to student payroll, and travel costs for our students to attend national festivals, which give them excellent job opportunities for networking and also puts us on the map. Right now, we are we're competing nationally right now with some of our students traveling to the Kennedy Arts Center to compete with students from all over the country. And these are finalists. So it's sort of like out of our entire 5-state region, they selected 2 people to represent 5 states in DC, and we're one of those people. And so our theater program has a great reputation in the region. We want to do everything we can to maintain that reputation. One of the reasons that we were given for the decrease in funding in the past was that the student impact of the area was low compared to other areas. And we were given sort of some resolutions to try to address that. And so I'd like to speak to all of those. We were asked to openly publicize our casting calls in areas where a wide variety of students are on campus, like the library, CSU, and dining center. We have done that, and I'm going to give you some bullet points. At Choosapalooza, we handed out season brochures that advertised $5 student tickets, handed out flyers, and recruiting people to introduction to theater and acting for everyone specifically, orientation events, both online and in person, table tents, advertising all productions, and the reporter also emphasizing the $5 tickets, outreach to other programs, including for Lombardi last year, athletics, and collaborating with them, KMSU radio ads, acting for everyone students and others, and these are all itemized in more detail on the March 24th report to this body. And as a result, I've got some numbers for you. As a result of this initiative, encouraged by you, we have had 28% of our auditions for the first round of auditions this semester, or excuse me, this year, were non-majors. So we've seen the increase, a huge increase in the number of non-majors participating in our stuff. The second round of auditions, 20% of people wanting to participate were non-majors. 26% of people wanting to participate in the third round were non-majors. So this outreach that you suggested has been really, really effective in increasing participation on campus. In addition, we were asked to expand our free preview shows to all students and publicize when those shows are, which we did. And as a result, approximately 30%, and this is an approximate number. The other ones were specific, this one's more approximate, because sometimes people go see things twice, so it's hard to kind of figure the exact numbers. But approximately 30% of the students at our free shows were non-majors. So again, the outreach that you encouraged us to do has really, really proven effective in getting people to see, from outside of our program, to see our stuff. We were encouraged to make sure that our student ticket rate stays affordable. So not only do we have these free shows available for anybody on campus to come and attend, we also have mandated that we have a $5 ticket cost for all of our shows for all students. So anybody can come and see a show for $5. And that's if they don't want to make the free one, or if they don't want to, we also have volunteer opportunities. So like you can usher, if you can't make the free one, but you want to go to a free one, instead of paying $5, you can usher and then get in for free. So we've really tried to establish multiple avenues for people to see shows for free. And as a result, since 2022, we have sold 4,613 student tickets. And that's not counting the students who are coming in to see shows for free. That's the actual tickets sold for the $5 ticket price. So again, student involvement has really been on the increase. Oh, no, this is since 2022. Oh, yeah. Beth knows all the numbers better than I do. Thank you. No. Come on in here. We were also asked to keep records of student tickets sold and of non-major students participating in the shows. Some of those numbers I just gave you, and including for auditions. But I also have specific numbers for folks who are not majors who are acting in our shows or serving in major, like serving in the shows in major capacities. For example, playing in the orchestra pit. This does not count folks who are working in the scene shop. For example, a lot of our introduction to theater students will spend time working in scene shops or lighting shops, so this does not count those students. This is just students who are spending like upwards of 50 hours a semester working on a specific production. So in cabaret, we had 6 non-majors in the cast. They were majoring in French, dance, music industry, computer information technology. We had 1 non-major crew member and 1 non-major in the pit orchestra. In Escaped Alone, we had 1 non-major designer, and that's the person who is singularly responsible for making all of the artistic decisions about what a show looks like, and 1 non-major crew member. In Lend Me a Soprano, we had a sociology major playing a major role in the cast. In Fall Dance Concert, we had 3 non-majors featured in our dance concert. Streetcar Named Desire, we had a French major and a psychology major in the cast, and we had a biomedical science student as our crew. In The Winter's Tale, we had a sociology major and a music major in the cast, and we have 6 non-majors as regular scene shop workers. So increasingly, we are seeing non-majors participating in our stuff in major capacities, not just as like ushers or kind of low impact, low hour commitment kind of things, but heavy duty commitment leadership roles within our shows. I think that sums it up. I feel like I want to keep talking at you. But anyway, so what we're asking is that since we are working really, really hard to address the concerns raised by this body, and your suggestions have met with a great deal of success in increasing all of the student participation from all areas of campus, we ask that instead of having our allocation cut, we just ask that it stay the same.
Thank you. So now I will open the floor for any questions that any of you might have for theater in regards to their appeal request. Senator Riggle.
Hi, thank you guys for being here.
Thank you for hearing us.
I was just wondering, how much of the money you make from ticket sales goes to the work that you do?
And it pays for things like graduate assistants. It pays because we have a lot of our shows. Most of our studio shows are I was going to tell you this. Most of our studio shows are entirely done by students. So our students are the artistic leaders for every aspect of those productions. And $1,500, the amount that we were cut, that pays for 2 studio shows. So that's the opportunity that these students have to be the leaders in this area, to put this on the resume. It's huge, and it's graduate thesis work. So yeah, it pays for graduate thesis, it pays for scenery, costumes, all of the stuff. So every penny.
Senator Dietrich?
I was just wondering, what would the impact be to theater if you did not have your budget stay the same?
It's hard to predict exactly what would happen, but we're all in the same boat, right? So I'm not pretending that theater is experiencing anything that all of my colleagues in other departments are also experiencing, right? So it would potentially mean cutting 2 productions from our studio season, because again, $750 is the budget that we allocate for each studio production. So $1,500 would be 2 shows cut. And that means 2 graduate projects, potentially theses lost. It means the cast for all of those shows. And of course, casts vary from 2 people to 30 people, but those students don't get that hands-on opportunity, which is so profoundly critical in any arts. So potentially dire. I mean, we would try to make it up. We would have bake sales. We would do something. We would try really hard, but it would potentially be
We'd have to
really sad.
decrease the budget and other things, so less costumes, less scenic, and
everything is increased in price, so lumber is more expensive, costumes are more expensive. So to decrease that budget even further, it just decreases the quality of the show we can produce.
Or Ide?
Thank you guys for coming out. I know it's always a little difficult to come out and give a speech, so I'd like to thank you for not only your time, but your effort. Just like to ask, how have you seen, you mentioned that there's been numerous decreases to your guys' budget in the past couple of years. How have you seen an impact from those?
We've cut our season down. So we used to do more shows a year and provide more opportunities for our students to participate, and not just our students, but all students, and we decreased the number of productions we offer.
Do you by chance have like just a ballpark, like a number, like that?
One main stage production and one studio show, so 2 productions.
Thank you. Senator Maega?
Here today. So my question is, you mentioned that student involvement's been increasing over years, so I guess that means there's more cost now, so doesn't that also mean there's more revenue being generated as well? So I just wanna know, like, what's the impact of the increase of student involvement in fees?
Sure. So by increasing student involvement, all of our majors are consistently involved. So it's not that the theater majors are more involved, because we work them together. It's that more folks from outside of the department are getting involved. So instead of having a play that's starring only theater majors, we have a play that's starring theater majors and sociology majors, which is really exciting for us. So the number of students on the stage is consistent. It's just a broader representation of the campus as a whole.
Senator Moore?
I present my.
Senator Karki?
Here, my question is just to get like a bigger picture on this.
Speak up a little, please.
Yes, thank you for asking that. Just to get a bigger picture on the budget, how does any department funding or any gifts from outside kind of come into play within the budget and play within the student fees support?
Yeah, you wanna do money?
I can speak to that. So our donations that we have cover our deficit. So we go into a deficit every single year. And then we take our savings account, our donations, and we, move that over. If you can see our budget, it's pretty big, and it has, many grad assistants, lots of student payroll, student travel. And then we also have like new staff positions that are like our PR director and things like that our ticket sales have to fund. And funding that is expensive. So even with ticket sales, we can't, with your money and with ticket sales, we have to rely on donations to also bring us full. Does that answer your question, or more specifically?
Also, within the Department of Performing Arts, is there any contribution of that then to the play to support?
Not for productions, no, just on the faculty side, their payroll is, separate from the department.
Senator Smith?
I was just gonna, do I have to motion or can I call a question or do we? No.
We don't vote on this right
We don't
now.
have
Right
to?
now, it's just questioning. It's just questions to them. Okay. Senator Isaac?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Yep.
My question is more like a comment. Will we have a space to debate upon this? Or-
Yes, after every group has appealed and the group that's provided, after all of them have presented, then we will go into discussion.
Consideration, I don't know.
Senator Ponte?
Would you guys let other senators know if you guys have any reserve funds?
Like to get extra money,
Yeah,
we would, you know?
do you guys have any reserve funds on your account as of now?
Like a foundation account?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have a foundation account, which is donations, but then also it's kind of tricky because that's all of our scholarships. So a lot of that is like endowments.
That it's for scholarships in particular. We are working on we got institutional equipment funding to redo our seating in our Andrew Theater. And we have to contribute almost $400,000 to that. So that could eliminate any reserves we have really, really quickly. So, so it's not a straightforward question. Because yes, there is some money there, you know, that we rely on, like $100,000 that will make us whole for the year. However, when we get that seating, that is gonna cut into that reserve by a lot. So we have to tread lightly, and we can't spend whatever we want because we have this foundation money in reserve.
This what?
Is it on? Do you press the button?
So if for some reason the senators decide to not allocate the amount, would you guys be able to use the funds from your reserve account?
Potentially yes and potentially no. That answers my question.
So Senator Thapa and then Senator Dietrich will be our last person. Senator Thapa.
Thank you so much for being here. I just wanted to ask you a question. Are any of the acts being recorded and being posted on social media and a potential revenue being generated from there or no?
It's illegal.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because of royalties, we would get sued and all sorts of horrible things would happen to us.
Certain productions, you can apply for a license, but it's very expensive and it's really limited on what productions you can do it for. And then we'd have to invest in cameras and all of that stuff that we don't have, so
It'd be cool though. I mean, we could do it for like a Shakespeare because that's royalty free, but for anything that's not really.
I mean, potentially you could like always come up with partnering with IT solutions, like people with actual equipment and manpower to actually provide this extra generate this extra revenue that you could potentially get from.
And that would be great if we can, you know, figure out a way to collaborate, you know, even with other departments with maybe film and different
avenues like that.
But
like our
big musicals, typically they're not gonna be able to be streamed because the holding companies are not gonna give the rights for us to do that.
All those, like, I don't know if you guys have seen on YouTube, the slime tutorials of Broadway musicals where somebody goes in and illegally, very sneakily films it. It's because it's wicked illegal to film something and then release it. Because the people who write it and own the rights don't want that disseminated.
And then our last question, I want to remind everyone about the 10-minute time limit. We're a little over that, so I just want to wrap this discussion up. And our last person will be Senator Dietrich with the last question for theater.
So I guess mine is more of a point of inquiry about like how reserves work. So in the event that they were to ever have reserves from the money they get from the student activity fee, would that go into their account with the foundation, or is that different?
Doesn't, and we never have a reserve.
Okay, we have been yielded to John.
As is the case with every department, as she mentioned, this department never has money left over from their student activity fee allocation, but any department that does have money left over is allowed typically to carry forward up to 10% or $10,000, which is whichever is larger. And if there is excess of that, is pulled back into the student activity fee reserve account. SAC determines that every year at the beginning of the year though.
They have to come in front of the SAC in order to justify why they were over that amount, so they can make a good recommendation back to the student government potentially on that excess money.
Alrighty, so since that's our time limit, thank you so much for coming in, and then we'll go into discussion later on after we hear from all the groups.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your consideration.
And then also recognizing that the SAC chair does get first right to defend SAC's recommendation.
Do you have any remarks?
Do you have any remarks to theater?
So yeah, so I want, like, my remarks try to represent the entire student education committee. So if my remarks are not representative of the committee, I also would be happy to yield to Senator Livingston, Senator Panthy, also Mr. Wing as well. So just like our kind of thought process with this was just other forms of revenue streams that came from theater as opposed to different kind of areas, like namely the foundation and tickets. Like there's not a lot of different areas in the university that's able to have that revenue stream. So that's the main reason why we have this kind of analysis recommendation for this area.
Any members of the student allocations committee that would like to provide another comment? Senator Livingston.
I personally did oppose this. I did go against the group on this one. Because I do think, because they did, when we did not give them the full increase in past years, they provided us a very comprehensive report on steps they're taking to increase student involvement, and that includes subsidizing student tickets. So to bring more students in the door, to increase student engagement. And also I think the amount they are including non-majors and really branching out, which was one of my core principles when making decisions, was how much of an effort are they making to reach out, branch out, basically have a bigger tent. I think they're really doing a great job at doing that, and they provided like concrete things they're doing to do that. And so that's why I supported theater in this one, because I do think they made solid efforts to not only broaden the reach, but also increase student engagement as a whole. So yeah.
Any other comments from the student allocation committee members? You don't have to comment. Well, okay, one last comment.
Theater does have the advantage like no other group has, like they have their own reserve account. And I just thought 1,500 is not a big number for them to dip into their reserve. Because they have a lot of, like, I believe they have more than 1,500 in their reserve account. So I think that's the reason.
Thank you. Alrighty, and I also want to remind everyone, if you can, please pay attention during our groups presenting, like try to stay off of your computers, stay off of your phones, just because we want to be respectful since they have been waiting quite a long time to present. So if you can all just pay attention during them, that'd be great. Thank you. So with no other comments from the Student Allocations Committee, we are moving on to Fraternity and Sorority Life, or FSL, presented by John.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, student government. I come before you today to appeal the SAC recommendation of $15,000 to ask for the full request of $16,500 for Fraternity and Sorority Life. To give a little bit of perspective, the last time that if you look at the recent past, you're going to see some increases to Fraternity and Sorority Life. But here's the long story, trying to make it as short as I can. The last time Sorority and Fraternity Life received a significant or a substantive increase was in fiscal year 15, when we were granted an increase from $14,500 to $15,000. For fiscal year 2023, our budget was reduced from $15,000 to $10,000. So we received a reduction of a third of our total budget. And we have gradually clawed back to try to get back to where we were prior to that reduction. I think that year was a little bit strange, and I think there were some misunderstandings in that year, and I'm not totally sure. It was hard to explain why we received a reduction of a third of our budget. And again, we're thankful to have gotten back to where we were prior to that. But prior to that, fiscal year 15 was the last time we received an increase from $14,500 to $15,000. As is the case with a lot of places, we've faced inflationary expenses, but there are also a couple of significant expenses that aren't simply inflationary that we have faced over the past couple of years. And to give you a little bit of a context for the Fraternity and Sorority Life spending, there are three main sources of funding that Fraternity and Sorority Life has. There's the SAC allocation that we receive, and then there are the accounts funded by dues paid by fraternity and sorority members. Okay, the fraternities have a governing council and the sororities have a governing council. Each of those councils receives dues money. And so we use those three sources of funding to pay for all of the activities that fraternity and sorority life does. And this is a minority share of that total pot of money. The biggest expenses that we are seeing an increase in are the costs for our annual leadership retreat. We do a transition retreat in December, January. It's been January traditionally. We moved it to December because the timing makes more sense. There are some significant fixed costs for that, and those include retreat site rental and transportation. The retreat site that we had been using for 12 to 15 years, used to cost us $600. In fiscal year 19, that cost jumped from $600 to $1,100. And now that retreat site is no longer available to us. And so we are having to use an alternate retreat site. And we are seeing a cost increase to between $1,400 and $1,500. So since fiscal year 19, we've seen an increase in the retreat site of anywhere from $700 to $900. In addition to that cost, the cost of transporting our members to there. Our previous retreat site was located in Janesville, which is about a 20-minute drive from here. Our new retreat site is a little bit further than that. And again, being in December, the weather is unpredictable and we can no longer justify the risk of putting multiple drivers in university vans to potentially drive through winter weather to get to this retreat site. Okay, and so we are looking at an increase in cost of transportation from about $500 to $1,300, okay, so that we can charter a bus that takes the liability out of the hands for our student drivers. I was having a hard time getting people agreeing to be able to drive because either they're younger and more inexperienced drivers, or they're just not comfortable in the winter weather trying to drive on snow-packed roads and through rural communities that may or may not have been plowed. We've had to cancel this retreat before because of the inability to get onto the roads. So in the retreat expenses alone, our costs, our increased costs have exceeded what I'm asking for in terms of the increase to our budget. How are we paying for that? Over the past several years, our councils have also increased the amount that they are charging the chapters in dues. Okay, since fiscal year 19, our Panhellenic Council has increased the per member dues by 27.8%. Our Interfraternity Council, depending on where people fall, they assess based on academic performance. That increase has been anywhere from 17 to 50%. So there are other expenses coming out of the pockets of our members to pay for those increases. We can't justify anymore, given the recruitment trends, the difficulty in paying for things in general. We can't justify a 30% increase or higher to those dues expenses any longer. So we're asking for to catch up a little bit in terms of inflation. As we know, food expenses have gone up too, but these fixed costs more than make up for the difference I am asking for. And so we would ask for support in catching up with the times. It's been substantively 10 years since we've received an increase. And I think one thing that I've taken pride in over the years is being a very good manager of funds. The SAC committee can look at my past budgets and see that I've spent very wisely. I've never gone over our expenses, and I'm always spent to within $100 or so of what we've been allocated. So we've had to get creative in our revenue generation and would appreciate your support in meeting our increased costs.
Thank you. We can give them a little clap. So trying to stick within that 10-minute time frame. John has used 5.5 minutes, so that leaves 4.5 minutes left for questioning. So I'm gonna try to keep the list really limited if we can. So up first is Vice President Jay.
Hi, John. Thanks for presenting to us. One of the main reasons you've stated as needing this increase is the retreat and the location and cost of it. Could this retreat potentially be held here on campus somewhere like the new Maverick Innovation Gateway powered by NEDIC to help reduce the costs, as well as continue to keep it accessible for students by staying in the main Cato area with it?
Theoretically, it could. One of the things historically about this retreat, though, is especially with new student leaders, the closer we are to campus, the more distractions we have. And so we would not lose the ability to have them all together overnight for the duration of the retreat. And those distractions have created problems before. And so it's also a team building opportunity for those new leaders. It's the first time that those new chapter presidents and new council officers are all together for the planning and the transitioning into their roles. And so having that captive audience with fewer distractions has always proven to be very beneficial. It's part of the reason that we do the overnight component of the retreat that we also do in August, is to have those fewer distractions. Student government leadership has been part of those retreats as well. So theoretically, the answer is yes, we could. The effectiveness of our event would be impacted by doing so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Zellmer?
Hi, John. Hi. Thanks for being here. So I'm asking you to talk about the dues that are from fraternities and sororities. I was asking, or my question is, are those dues consistent throughout all of Greek life, and what do those dues total up to?
Okay, so let me put it this way. I will break it down. The Interfraternity Council and Panhellenic Council both bring in on an annual basis between $12,000 and $14,000 in dues that they charge to the chapters. Okay, the out-of-pocket expenses for a member of the fraternity and sorority life community, it changes per chapter, but it ranges from about $350 per semester up to $600 a semester that they pay to be members of those organizations.
Thank you. Senator Johnson?
Thank you. This is a two-part question, yes or no, and then a follow-up. Is that okay?
Yep.
Am I correct in this, for fraternity and sorority life, very involved in fundraising events for others like the Marathon, Dance-a-thon?
Yes, that is correct. As a matter of fact, just a feather in our cap, that event raised right around $10,000 this past weekend.
That partially answers my follow-up question. Do you have a ballpark estimate on the amount that fraternity and sorority life raises with these fundraising events for other people? And compare that to your ask of $1,500.
If I had to ballpark without knowing the exact figures off the top of my head, I would venture a guess that each of our chapters raises at least $2,000 a year through charitable causes. So that would be $20,000 in addition to Mavathon being $30,000. So the charitable impact of these organizations roughly doubles our ask.
Are there any other questions?
I know one of our groups just raised this past weekend $3,000 for their event. They announced that last night. So.
Senator Aglas, you have the last question.
Thank you. This is kind of more of a curiosity number. Do you have an estimate of how much you guys, fraternity and sorority life, raises in general over like one fiscal year?
I think I was just trying to answer that. My guess in terms of for charitable causes and stuff like that?
Yeah, just like a total, like large, like mile away view, like total amount.
In just monetary terms, I would put that between $30,000 and $35,000 a year.
Okay, thank you.
And that's in addition to the number of hours that they put in, so.
Because you also do like community service that isn't.
Money, yes, correct, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Alrighty, any other questions? Already seeing none. Thank you, John. Alrighty, and I will now yield to the SAC chair. You can either go up to the podium or we could have the microphone passed down for first right of comment.
Just make things easier, I personally have no comments for this particular area. I'd be happy to yield to any other members if need be as well.
Are there any comments from any of the other SAC members?
Hi everyone. Oh wait. I'll just use my voice. Hi everybody. I'm the vice chair for the Student Allocations Committee, and I'm personally a president of one of the fraternities. John, I had it was more like a comment or like a question type of thing. You mentioned all like this fundraising and everything. Of course, respectable 30,000, 40,000. By chance, have you explored any other ways to raise by chance that 1,500?
we already, the biggest internal fundraiser that we do, we try not to compete with chapter fundraisers because we want them to be able to do good to impact the community. The biggest internal fundraiser that we have is only in its second year, and that was our family weekend pancake breakfast, and it is already used to supplement our travel to the AFLV conference. And so that's budgeted for already in the numbers that we're using.
That's my only question.
Allocations committee. Alright, seeing none, that has completed fraternity sorority life, and we are now moving on to the student activities leadership, or known as Maverick Involvement Team.
Good day, friends. We in the MIT Maverick Involvement Team leadership side of the house have been stayed steady for the last couple of years as requested by SAC at $18,000. We made a request of $1,400 increase because of the additional costs that continue to rise. With that, our initial budget that we had back in 2023 was $23,400. If it was reduced to what SAC recommended at $14,000, that would be over 33% cut. One of the smallest budgets of all of your cost centers that you all give dollars to, and yet it's having one of the greatest impacts and affecting the final outcome. Those dollars cover, for example, student wages. It's for students who receive a stipend of $4,000 apiece. At $14,000, that would not even pay for the student wages to be able to cover those roles. The Maverick Involvement Team does a lot of things sometimes you all may not realize. How many people you all are involved in a student club or organization? Most of the group here. How many of you all attended an event by a student club or organization or traveled? Those are all through MIT. So for example, last year to this year, between student clubs and organizations and departments, we saw a 31% increase of use within MAV Central. The events that those groups held that worked with MIT from last year from 458 events to 608 events, which is a 30% increase. And membership alone grew by 368%. So those students who work with MIT work with roughly 200, this year's 208, we've gone up to 250 clubs and organizations annually. And so those dollars go to affect the roles that those students have with regards to leadership and development of clubs and organizations, those advisors. In addition, MIT also helps with the ULEAD conference, the end of the year leadership awards for the university, the leadership retreat that we just came back from in February, as well as there's one other program. All the leadership program over the entire academic year for clubs and organizations and advisors. So what I recommend is those dollars be able to be returned back to the organization because we're unable to even pay for even the wages of the students that even work in those roles and affecting the percentage of the increase that's affected the lives of all the Mavericks that are here on campus. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Thank you. Vice President Jay. I'm so sorry. Senator Zelmer.
Thank you so much for being here. I was wondering, does MIT do the events at the beginning of the year for like the incoming freshmen to get to know people?
Correct, as they also do the resource fair that we do twice a year in the spring and in the fall.
Senator Karki.
Just I want a little bit of clarification because you said all of the club activities, travel activities kind of coming from here. So how is that different from so travel funding that is set aside and also the student events team that is aside? How does that work?
Student events team is a totally separate group. They do clubs and they don't do anything with clubs and organizations. They do all of the community events that we have on campus. So homecoming, family weekend, last night's Wicked event, all programs that they do, that's all the sexy stuff that you all attend on campus, that's student events team, totally separate budget. And they're not even up here for questioning. The other question was with regards to RSO funding. RSOs, as you all know, they make a request for funds. It comes to you all as a governing body. You all approve those funds. The students then, when they go on those travel experiences, then they do all the paperwork through MIT, working with their advisor and with our team to get those funds reimbursed, showing all the paperwork.
President Narala?
Thank you, Greg. I'm just working on these numbers, so I had a quick question. Is the appeal for the full 18,800 or is it to get it back to 18,000?
I'll take anything as long as we can survive. I've made the initial request is actually 19,400. But if it's 18.8, we'll take 18.8, but I even asked just for 18 flat. Just to stay flat as what we've had the last 2 years.
So, just so then we can tell our senators, if you wanna pick either 18 flat or 18.8.
I'll take 18.8.
Okay.
Okay, so just so clarification, right now MIT is at 18,000. From what our records show, the appeal was for 18,800. Right? So that was an initial $800 increase requested. SAC has recommended 14,000 and the appeal is for 18,800.
Correct, yes, okay.
Yeah. So what percentage would that be from the 18,000 to the 18.8? I stuck at math.
18,000 to 18.8,
Yeah.
that's a 4.44%.
4.4%, okay.
It's an $800 increase. So currently their base is 18,000 and they are appealing to SAC's recommendation, so SAC is recommending 14,000. Greg is appealing that MIT's recommendation amount from SAC is to be $18,800.
So from the 18 to the 18.8, it's a 4 point.
Yes.
However,
Yes, 4.44.
However, based on the SAC budget that SAC initially presented to us, it would be a $4,008 increase because they recommended $14,000. So just to look at the budget that was initially presented to us.
Senator Colleran.
Yes, so as you mentioned for MIT, there are 4 board members, like how many hours a week is a board member expected to?
15 hours a week. And they're making $12.50.
Senator Riggle.
Yes, going off of that, are there any other people that you pay besides your board
No.
member?
Everybody else is volunteer.
Senator Isaac.
Yes, I know by firsthand that pretty much MIT works with the production of these events, the following of how these events go, the review of them, also Map Central maintenance, and encouraging other RSOs to do this maintenance as RSO support and coordination. So I would like to ask for 2 things. The first one is, could you tell us 3 benefits that students get from the MIT, and also how many of the workers from MIT are international students?
100% of the student workers for the last 2 years are all international. And of the other part as to how they benefit and work with them. So anytime there's a question about policy, procedure, how to do the Constitution, how to manage the processes in order to receive funds, travel requests, where they can post or where they can't do postings, how to table, what are the rules and regulations with regards to food distribution, if they're tabling down MAV-AV, the list goes on. But they help navigate all of the bureaucracy, I should say, in order to make it smoother and quicker for students to be able to be engaged as leaders.
And then our last question for MIT is Senator Hyde.
I have a question and a point of information. Do we have a number on how large, do we have a number on the percent that the decrease was from 18 to what Sacrament excuse me, recommended of 14,000? Like what percentage decrease is that?
That should be in your.
It should be a 33% decrease.
Yield to John.
25.5% decrease from the ask. A 22.3 22% decrease from the current year.
From the current year.
Okay, and then my question, I noticed that you guys had a pretty substantial decrease in your budget from 23,400 to $23,400 to $18,000 from year 23 to 24. How did that impact the Maverick involvement team?
We actually cut or fired a student. And it directly impacted the quality of service that we're able to give to the student population.
Are you able to elaborate?
You all recommended that we don't hire 5 people, so we took that recommendation and kept it at 4.
You know how it impacted MIT?
It increases their workload, and the percentage of interest that people had in order to get turnaround was slowed down.
Thank you.
Yeah. So our goal is to be able to respond within 24 hours, any questions that people have. When the slowdown happened, it's actually taking about almost even 2 to 2.5 days by losing 1 person. Sometimes we're not able to respond as quickly as we'd like to faculty and staff as advisors, or as with the student club or organization, it may even take up to a week, depending as to what the need might be.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And that perfectly ended at 10 minutes. So thank you for.
Thank you.
Okay. So yield to the staff chair for comment.
Okay, so just to keep this a little brief, I was gonna mostly focus on what we wanted to recommend with our recommendations. So we are not focusing on the programming aspect of MIT. The way we look at MIT is there's the programming aspect of ULEAD, Leadership Conference, and the leadership activities that's happening in the fall semester, and there's stipends for MIT board members. We focus almost entirely on the MIT board members for this recommendation, and for the difference for the recommendation between what MIT and leadership is requesting. So we recognize that the 15 hours for MIT members could be compacted to make it to the same result that they are making right now, as opposed to because of how many office hours they as an organization are utilizing. That's everything I have. I'd be happy to yield to any other SAC members on that information.
Youth redundancy.
Any other SAC members? Alrighty, thank you. Alrighty, up next is the gender and sexuality programs. Just like to remind everyone that the base is 55,000. Their request to SAC was 80,000. SAC recommended 65,000. Then we'll just wait to hear your appeal request.
All right, good evening, student government senators. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to provide some more information and context on our request and our amendment. But most importantly, thank you for your time and dedication. This is a long, arduous process, and it takes a lot of time and dedication on your part. So I don't want that to go without saying, because it's often a thankless job as well. So I want you all to know that it does not go unnoticed, and thank you so much for your time and allowing us the time to be able to provide this information tonight.
Good evening. I'm Liz Steinborn-Gorley. I serve as the director of the Women's Center. I wanted to address the one question that was submitted by the senators related to the purchase of sex toys for sex toy bingo. So there was some concern that they were not inclusive in their variety. So I wanted to address that and let folks know that we felt that it was important to share that sexual experiences take many different shapes, and that while it might not be someone's yum for the prize that they won at that particular event, that doesn't mean that it wasn't thoughtfully done to be inclusive and representative of many different body parts that might be involved in a sexual experience. So I just wanted to address that and see if there was, before we hear from Dr. Kasafi, who's going to share what she'd hoped to have shared with the SAC committee earlier this semester. I wanted to see if anyone had a follow-up question that I could address.
Senator Zelmer.
That was my question. But basically what I heard from my constituency was that the sex toys available at Sex Toy Bingo were specifically vibrators and dildos. And I was just wondering why there wasn't more than, I guess, that, or was there? I wasn't there personally, that's just what I heard.
There were different things. There were things that might be used with the penis, there were things that might be used with the vulva, there were things that might be used with the anus, and there was lubricant. So we did try to make sure that everybody's interests were available. Okay, and with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Denise Asafi.
Hello, everyone. I want to thank you for hearing out tonight. My ask, so just so that you're all aware, I was not able to make it to the original hearing due to personal circumstances that took me out of the office and out of the state. And in doing so, part of the ask for the increase in budget actually came from the Violence Awareness and Response Program. Gender and Sexuality Programs represents my unit, it represents the Women's Center and the LGBT Center. Traditionally, the Violence and Awareness and Response Program up until this year has been mostly confidential advocacy. And while that still stands, it also required a far lighter budget because there wasn't a lot of programming necessarily involved in that in terms of prevention. With my arrival here in August, I brought with me an entire menu of prevention education. And in doing so, over the course of time here, I've learned a lot of things from our colleagues about what doesn't exist on our campus. One of those things in particular is a bystander intervention program. And I'm not just talking about one that's made up in-house where we do focus groups and we hope that some people will facilitate for us. When you don't have buy-in through a national certification process, it's very hard to get faculty and staff who are already overextended to commit their time to facilitating at least 10 hours of trainings and workshops a year for our campus community, right? So with this, what I wanted to do is actually increase involvement on campus and safety on campus by bringing a nationally contracted bystander intervention program to this campus, which does not exist. I am the only office currently on this entire campus of 14,000, roughly 200 to 300 students that's doing violence prevention education and confidential advocacy on top of it. Title IX does not have the capacity to do it. They actually passed it completely to me at the end of last semester. So besides the D2L training, there is an information on Title IX trainings. There is nothing on healthy relationships, consent, trauma-informed care, or bystander intervention coming out of that particular office. And right now is a very critical time because we do not know what the future of Title IX may look like, right? With the Department of Education changes, there's really no knowledge of that. So this was my ask, and I know there was some questions on it. There are a lot of benefits to having a nationally contracted bystander intervention program. One is it's evidence informed, right? It's constantly assessed. It connects us with other universities that are using that. If any of you have heard of Step Up or Green Dot, it is national. Sometimes there are also international universities put into this outside of the United States. So it connects us with other folks. And for any faculty or staff member who actually goes through the training to be a facilitator, they get a certification that goes along with that, that actually makes them responsible and accountable to the program itself. Okay, I wanted to share some data with you all so that you understand how important this is. So I reached 363 individual students last year. Of those 363 individual students, 122 through anonymous reporting told me that they had already experienced a form of sexual violence, and that was in real-time data collection in rooms. That also, I'll share with you what our folks in health, our health education are doing, sorry. I had to take a picture of it because it kind of like fell off on my phone. But this is from our National Collegiate Health Association survey in 2024, 779 students on our campus. 2.2% of cis women, 1.3% of cis men, and 8.1% of transgender nonconforming experience sexual penetration without consent. 11% experience verbal abuse, 7% isolation, and 3% physical assault through their dating relationships, and 4.2% of stalking. That's an underreport, because what I just shared with you from my data collection in-house is happening in real time. So I've heard a lot tonight. I've been here in the room with you all since conversations about athletics, and I've heard a lot about commitment to our campus. The one thing about bystander intervention and prevention education that's incredibly important is it sends a message to our campus of proactivity, that we cannot wait for somebody to get hurt to show up in my office, right? And then need resources. So it's a responsibility to our campus and investment, and that's where the $10,000 increase is coming from. And I was not able to answer your questions about that at the original hearing. So thank you.
Alrighty, I will open the floor up for questions and I start with President Narella.
I'm just trying to get the numbers right so that we tabulate it correctly. Are you requesting for the full request of $80,000 in your appeal?
No, it was 75. Mm-hmm.
Got it. So an increase of $10,000.
Yeah, we're appealing in the middle. So you approved us for 65, and believe me when I tell you that I do recognize that that is a substantial amount of money for 3 programs, but also recognizing too in the room that that is not split in thirds. That is not how it works between the 3 of us. Yeah.
And then, John, did you have?
That was my question, just clarifying. Yep, thank you.
Alrighty, so I'm gonna open the floor up for questions, and we do have about 3.5 minutes for questions. President Narella.
For those of us in the room who don't know about Step Up and Green Dot, could you summarize on what those programs are?
Absolutely. So Step Up and Green Dot are national bystander intervention programs. Step Up is associated with the NCAA, so there's a very big connection with our sports communities on that. Actually, our athletics community here is more familiar with that one. Green Dot is a national bystander intervention program that was created at University of Kentucky in 2010. Actually, my previous institution was the first one to adopt the college level curriculum in 2010. And I managed that for 6 years there. Step Up was created at University of Arizona. So again, they're constantly being obsessed, but they're not that too, maybe, hopefully with funding, assessed. And with that, we're making changes. And it also can be adapted to our campus too. The nice thing about it is you can create a brand while you're also receiving that curriculum. And then you're also accountable to that curriculum with deliverables. Yes.
Senator Dietrich.
I just had a question. Right now, you are doing a lot of counseling and help with resources for students that have already experienced something. Do you currently or foresee a potential future in which you have to send students off of campus because you do not have the resource in time yourself, or the campus just doesn't have those types of resources to offer to those students with your current funding?
I'm really glad that you asked this question. So right now it is very hard for us to refer students to CADA for 2 reasons. One, because even though CADA's location is not that far from our campus, for a student who does not have their own transportation and is going through trauma, it can feel like it's on the other side of the earth, right? And if they don't have a way to get there and they're already traumatized, we're asking them to go to another place. Even if we do a soft handoff, even if I can give my case notes to another case manager there, we're asking somebody to go to another location and retell their story and have to build trust with another person who they have no idea who that is. They're also facing their own deep state and federal funding cuts to the point that there's a lot of concern with their own staff about how to make up that money. So we have a student population in which they serve, but they also serve 9 counties in our region. So one of the things that I'm actually looking to do is crowdfunding for emergent needs for students who come into our office, who need ride shares, who need dining dollars, who need access to toiletries. Sometimes it might be hotel vouchers to stay overnight. So basically providing what CADA provides for our students who come in. But the answer is yes, it's an incredible concern. And I started to notice that about halfway through the academic year when we had students coming in who could not figure out how to get to, I mean, if Student Health Services was booked, how do they get over to Mayo, right? Or Mankato Health when no one can give them a ride or they can't afford it. Yeah. But the crowdfunding's temporary. If anybody's done that through foundation before, it's temporary. And also to the way that you do it, you have to be kind of careful with it, right? Because we're also asking students to give money there, which is hard. We can ask departments to give money there, which is hard when we're hearing from, some departments getting cut, some having to be very resourceful in how they use their funding. It's not necessarily a catch-all or a guarantee. Mm-hmm.
Vice President Jay.
I have 2 quick questions. First, how much would this nationally contracted program cost itself?
Yes, the contract is $20,000 over 2 years. So you pay for a contract. If I were to do this, let's say in August of this year, that contract would carry until 2027. And then we would have a responsibility, if we wanted to continue to use their curriculum, to pay another $20,000. What that $20,000 gets you is the curriculum usage, but it also sends facilitators from their national training program to campus to host the facilitator training here for anywhere from 2 to 4 days, depending on what program you're looking at, right? So it is a memorandum of understanding with the university. It is a contract, but it's the fee that comes along with the usage rights of that curriculum. The $10,000 that I'm requesting helps get it off the ground. The responsibility from there is largely ours, right? In terms of being fiscally responsible to our budgets over the next 2 years and intentional.
And then the follow-up question, would the certification for faculty cost anything to go through this training and receive the certification, or is that tied in the $20,000 cost?
It's tied in there originally. We can decide to charge them to attend the training, but we don't have to. At my previous institution, we did that. I will tell you what we started to see over time, because there's budget cuts across the board with public universities, is every 2 years we started to see less and less and less starting post-COVID quarantine, right? Because folks, I mean, even if we asked for $100, some folks didn't even have professional development. So we could do that if we do an analysis and feel like, could we recoup some of that money potentially to help sustain the program? What we were doing with what we were collecting for that fee is it largely was paying for their materials. We weren't really in the green by collecting that registration fee from them, right? Yeah.
Thank you.
I do want to tell everyone that we just went over time for a couple minutes, just so Rebecca could, Vice President Jay could ask those clarification questions. But since we will be breaking for dinner in the next half hour, if you do have more questions for our gender and sexuality groups, please speak with them during the break and ask those questions. Alrighty.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you. So now I will yield to the chair for Student Allocations Committee.
Okay, hello again, everybody. So just to try to keep things short and sweet, just to give a little bit of context on gender and sexuality and just my understanding of it. It's more of an area that's focusing on programming within the university, and it had the original intention of mostly student-led programming within the LGBT Center and Women's Center. So mostly guest speakers, funding RSOs, making sure they're able to thrive, and those kind of activities. And as the Violence Awareness Response Program, VARP, has come into the equation, they're not able to get as much funding as they could through gender and sexuality, because they're just an addition, and on the budgetary standpoint, there was not accounts for that addition. So the Student Allocations Committee recognizes that addition is necessary, because VARP is a organization that can and should be able to thrive with more funding as an organization through joint programming. So that is mostly our reason for $10,000 increase to the original request. But we also recognize that it is a student-led programming, and a outsourcing a national contract is a little bit of departure from the original purpose of this kind of fee area. So we do recognize that there would be and should be programming for VARP, but maybe not at the scale of a national contract of outsourcing. I will yield to any staff members if they have additional thoughts.
Any additional comments?
Thank you for your time.
Alrighty, and then we have speech and debate.
All right, I have a timer here, so I'm gonna try and not go over time, guys. If I'm going too fast, Kendra, interrupt me, please.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So, speech and debate. We originally requested $20,000, and we are asking to have that $20,000. So right now, the Minnesota State University forensics program, which is speech and debate, is part of the main three of Minnesota State of Minnesota teams that go to different tournaments. There's us, Concordia, Moorhead, and the University of Minnesota. We are one of the main teams from the state of Minnesota that is bringing in points and bringing in recognition for our school. In this last year, our team basically doubled. We got 6 new students this last year, and we already have confirmed interest for next year. Com 220, which is the speech and debate class for incoming people who don't have any previous experience, has been full for the last 2 semesters, which means there has been interest in speech and debate, and we can see that is going to keep rising. Let's see. In the 9 tournaments that speech and debate went to this season, we got 2 awards at least at each tournament. That is over 18 different awards across both semesters. We recently went to the Pi Kappa Delta Nationals in Ohio. The only reason we could afford to go to that tournament was because we got a grant through Pi Kappa Delta. Otherwise, we would not have been able to afford to travel the 13-hour drive via van to Ohio. So that happened. Let's see. We are also a comprehensive team, which means we offer both speech and debate. A lot of speech programs across the country do not do that. And the fact that we have that and we have coaches willing to help with that is a lot. And it means a lot to not only our program, but to the forensics community as a whole. The debate side of our team just keeps growing. We keep having more and more people join for debate. I myself decided to do debate, and then I stuck with it. At all of the debate tournaments we went to, we won or got second at all of the single debate tournaments that we attended. We also, because of our comprehensive program, we also have one of the biggest debate teams in the state. So that's also pretty cool. In order to save money with the budget we currently have, we have placed limits and restrictions on who can go to tournaments. We have limited the amount of tournaments that we are able to go to. We have our lunchbox, which is the coaches buy a bunch of sandwich supplies, shove it in a cooler, and that's our lunch for the day. If we do eat out after a tournament, there's a 50% chance that it's on our own dime, and there's a 50% chance that they're able to pay for it. We're never really sure until we get there. We also pay for our own recruitment. We go out to local tournaments and we recruit at high schools, and we pay for all of that ourselves. We pay for the travel fees and we pay for everything, and none of it gets reimbursed. We do a lot of work for this program and for this team, and if we got our full budget request, it would mean a lot not only to me, but to the forensics community across the country, because Minnesota State University Mankato's speech and debate program is a staple within the national forensics community. There are national programs right now that would not be created if it weren't for our speech and debate program, which I can go into depth to if you'd like, but I will not because I have a time limit. Yeah, speech and debate's pretty cool. We'd like to see your support. Thank you.
Questions, Vice President Jay.
Hi Reese, thanks for being here. I have a question on fundraising. First, do you guys do any fundraising? And if so, what do you do? And if not, could that be a way to increase some of your funding and revenue streams to support your programming?
We currently do not do any fundraising as far as I'm aware. I don't know if it's ever been on our radar. I'm gonna yield to Manny on this one.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so it depends on the year and like who is our director head at the time. The main source of funding we do is that we host one of the earliest tournaments of the season, the Schnorr in October on campus. And that usually helps us bring in some money to help sustain us throughout the year. Obviously, we get that, and then we get pretty much all our money from SAC. The fundraising that we do, we've been trying to like pair with like local restaurants, do like some meal deals and stuff like that. A lot of the fundraising kind of hits some blocks depending on like they want to like restaurants want to give us their food at the tournament for like free marketing, but we can't bring in outside food that's not like from like Sodexo to the tournament. So we have like a lot of limitations that we fall within that. But like it's on the radar. It's just besides like going on social media and saying like, please give us money, there hasn't been much off the ground in that realm.
Senator Franzen.
Yeah, first of all, thanks for coming up and speaking. What exactly would entail from the 17,500 to the 20,000? Like, what would that change exactly?
We'd be able to go to more tournaments and be able to let students compete more. We have multiple limitations that prevent students from going to tournaments when they could. We require them to have a certain amount of events, and we need to have a certain number of students to justify getting a van to go to a tournament. Also, we did not go to a number of the tournaments that we regularly go to in the beginning of the season because we didn't have the numbers to attend them. And that gave us a little bit of extra funding, and we are still barely hanging on.
Thank you.
Senator Zolmer.
Thank you so much. You had said that we have one of the largest speech and debate teams in the state. How many students do we have participating on our speech and debate team?
Manny?
Yeah, I can give you better numbers on that. Participating is a weird thing, right? Because we have, one of the goals from speech and debate, specifically from SAC, is to outreach more, and that we want to try to get more people involved. So like, we have local tournaments that we can go to, and that number is significantly higher than like travel tournaments that we have to go overnights because of limitations. It's cheaper to take someone over to Bethany Lutheran than over to Concordia and Moorhead, 4 hours away. So like at any point in the season, we could bring anywhere from 5 to 18 students, but then again, it depends, just like if they're meeting the limitation caps so they can travel, whether or not they are able to take the weekend off work and they can come with us, stuff like that. So like participating in debate practice and like showing up for this kind of stuff, the number's gonna be higher, but travel wise, it just depends anywhere from like,
You can do your follow-up question.
My follow-up is just how many do we have like on the team total? So doesn't matter if they can all make it to the tournament, just total people that are registered on the team.
So I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah. So again, I guess it depends on like turnover, but I'd say this semester, so I didn't like count them before I came in. I would say max probably around 20-ish.
You can also look at Mav Central. We have a page on Mav Central. You can look at the numbers of students on there as well.
And then Senator Ide.
Thank you. Thank you for spending your time and coming to this meeting and giving a speech. I know it was a treacherous trek here. I'd just like to ask, have you looked into getting any funding or donations from the College of Humanities and Social Sciences, specifically possibly the Department of Communication and Media? I think that they would really like to this is a guess, but I know colleges typically like to fund resources that are beneficial towards that major, so that would probably help out a lot in the funding department. That's just an idea. Have you guys ever looked at that?
I think so. Yield to Manny.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just a little bit more like top level. Yes, that would be your assumption, and I would like we encourage our comm department to try to float us some money. I know some universities get money from the communication, their history, any of that. However, our university has left speech and debate specifically through SAC and student government. The requests, because the communication department just combined with the media department, so it's the common media department now. So with that and everything else, we have not gotten money for funding specifically. They fund our graduate assistants. Like I teach classes through the comm department, and that's how I'm able to coach the team. But they don't give money for like travel or food or anything along those lines that SAC takes care of. So yeah.
And we tried asking them.
They said no?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then briefly, last question, Senator Maega.
Okay, thank you, Ruth. Apart from traveling to tournaments, is there any other area this increase is gonna cover?
Yeah, so besides travel costs, we also have to pay entry fees just to compete at a tournament. We have to pay judges fees. There's a few other things I can't remember. Is there anything I'm missing, Manny?
That's for the most part, like we say, like the food, like we go to Aldi and get like sandwich meat and stuff like that. One of the main reasons for the increase that we are emphasizing is the MFA for the Forensics Communication Program has been cut recently. So that's where the majority of the graduate assistant and like the judging comes from. So next year, the graduate assistant coaching goes down to 1, aka me, join the team. And our faculty advisor is going to go on sabbatical. So we are expecting an increase of judging fees because we are unable to cover all of that because the team keeps on growing, which is an amazing thing. But the like graduate assistants, we're taking a sharp decrease. So we're hoping that the funding offsets that so we can keep growing in the path that we are expected to go.
Thank you, and that is your time. And first right to the student allocation committee chair.
Okay, and so just go straight into it again. Like most of the costs for forensics is going to tournaments for the speech and debate team. So with that trial stuff, the student allocations committee recognizes 2 kind of core aspects that comes with this increase. So they look at there is mostly asked for that comes with the inflation of costs. So like as we have seen with athletics, like the cost of transportation specifically has been going up a lot recently for inflation, and for forensics that has not increased in a long time. And the other aspect of forensics that are looking for increase is just expanding their reach for competition. Like right now, they're mostly focusing on the local level, to my knowledge, and for going all the way out to Ohio is a little bit more funding on their end. So looking at all the budgets for Student Allocations Committee, we've recognized the need for inflation, and with our increase from the base to 16,500 to 17,500, are looking to bridge that gap for inflation. But I've not seen but not planning to recommend the funds for expanding outreach to the scope of competition. Yeah, I'll be happy to yield to any SAC members.
Any other comments from any other SAC members? All right, seeing none, thank you. Showing up late. Just kidding. Alrighty, so we will now move into our called-in group. So our called-in group was campus recreation. So I'll invite both Todd and Sam, or either or, both individually, doesn't matter, up to the podium. Yeah. For questions that senators may have.
Good evening, everyone. Todd Fingston from Campus Recreation and Sam Steiger from Maverick Adventures. So Campus Recreation is not appealing, but we've been asked to be here for questions. A couple things. We got bowling in 2 weeks, so we'll remember that. And this is going to be my last big budget meeting. I've had 26 of these at the institution, and this will be it. And David knows, Dr. Jones just walked in. I wasn't looking for a hand, but I beat Mark to retirement.
Not necessarily. He's going in January. I could go next month.
That is correct. I'm going to retire in January, so we've got 10 months left.
So I will open the floor up for questions for campus recreation. Senator Hillstead.
Hi, so yeah, I was the one who called you in because I have a couple questions. But my first question is sort of a weird question, but just like how many full-time employees does your budget support, part-time student workers, and then work-study workers? Like, do you have those numbers on?
Oh, sure. There's 7 full-time staff in campus recreation, but 6 under the campus recreation budget. We have 1 that's totally under the dome budget, which is separate. It's not a part of this student activity fee budget. We've got 2 graduate assistants. We've got around 150 student employees. And this year, our work study numbers were around 34 of those 150 were work study, between federal and state work study. What's that?
Thank you. Yeah, I do. My second question will be, how often, how many full-time employees are working like per shift, would you say?
You know, that's a good question. You know, our full-time staff normally work Monday through Friday. There's weekend activities. I know Sam and Madison also work weekend activities through Maverick Adventures, and all of us do at times. We're not just, you know, Monday through Friday, but for the most part, you know, I'm here oftentimes 7:30 to 5:30, Monday through Friday, and then weekends as needed. Anything you want to add to that, Sam?
You know, the rec center, we try to cater to student hours. So the rec center is often open early in the morning before classes start, and it goes all the way till late at night. So when we open at 7, right, our current hours open at 7 and we go to 11 at night, there are a significant number of hours where we don't have a professional staff member on campus. And we focus on student supervisors then that are kind of the managers on duty and doing a rotation around our facilities during those times, across weekends as well.
So we're open about 100 hours a week, the rec center, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Monday to Saturday till 9 o'clock Friday, and then 11 to 7 Saturday and 1 to 11 p.m. on Sunday. So it's right around 100 hours a week. But as Sam alluded to, we rely on student employees you know, to supervise facilities as well.
Gotcha. And then, how much of your budget goes into like renovating the auto rec center?
So that would, are you talking about equipment? Or are you talking about facilities?
Like equipment. Yeah.
So we have a separate fund. It's the Campus Recreation Equipment Fund. And we spend, it could be $10,000 if that's the allocation. And then there's a cap on that fund of $50,000. And that's primarily for weight and cardio equipment in the rec center, but it also covers other things at times. But and we've got about $500,000 of equipment in the recreation center and weight room and cardio equipment. You bring up a good point because that equipment fund supports some of that equipment. But we also turn to other pots of money. We request institutional equipment dollars, and it was just in 2018 where we did a $118,000 project, and about $50,000 was student fees, and the other $68,000 was institutional equipment money that we asked for and that we secured. So we look to other pots of money, not just student fees. And also R&R. At times there's projects, repair and replacement projects that Sam has accessed that for some Maverick Adventures things as well. Recently, we're gonna get the ropes course fixed again, and that's some painting projects and also to do some work to the ropes course and to get it up to code. It's just not meeting code right now.
Let Senator Zelmer ask a question.
Recently there's been some concerns with different people I've talked to at the Auto Rec Center feeling comfortable working out there with other people there, maybe taking videos or that kind of stuff of them while they're working out. What are you guys actively doing to make sure that everyone is comfortable in that space?
I'm glad you bring that to light. You know, that has happened in the past, and that's, we take that very seriously. If we need, we get security involved in those situations. But I've directly, personally, you know, handled those situations along with our staff as well. But whether we go to affirmative action or wherever we need to go to. But thanks for bringing that up. I'll be asking some questions.
In past years, we've taken, at times we follow the student conduct process. So at times, students that we know are involved in situations, we've sent them on through the student conduct process in student affairs. And so that's one route. Security is definitely a route. We also, you know, try our best to stay on top of things with our staff training and talking to our supervisors about the expectations. And so sometimes these things come up and we try to get right in front of it, you know, right away. I do want to say that also on a bigger picture, it's a big zoom out, Senator. But our facility has some areas that just aren't really conducive for student workout spaces. The facility's great, and we put a lot of time and energy into it, but there's our weight room, for instance, is a very small cave-like area. And we've been trying to get, you know, a better communication with the master plan of the university that some of our spaces are in need of redesign. And luckily, part of the master planning process involves, you know, some attention into recreational facilities and how we can make them more comfortable for all students. And that includes inclusive locker room spaces. It includes, you know, weight room spaces and some other, you know, trends that are in campus rec facilities across the whole country.
You know, our student employees are our eyes and ears, and Senator, what you brought up. I just haven't heard that in the last weeks, if something like that has happened. So we'll surely be asking questions. Thank you.
Before I yield to Senator Hillstead, I just have my own little follow-up to Nolan's question, just because I've heard of a couple instances happening in the past week or so. I don't know if they've been brought up to your attention or not, but there have been a couple instances that have happened in the last week or so. And whenever I go to the rec, a lot of the times the student workers are just at the desks or their little stations. Is there any way to get them up and around, walking, doing a walkthrough every 15 or half hour? 30 minutes doing around, just to make sure, because obviously students are gonna do that when the eyes aren't there. So if there's a possibility to possibly have more rounds going, at least in the auto rec area.
We tell our student supervisors to do that, but apparently they're not. So I will address that. Thank you for bringing it up.
And please, if you're aware of people that have made those complaints, you
Please send them towards
that's a really important thing. So kind of catches us off guard, but
we don't want to just make a statement over email or something to our staff. It's something
we want to get in front of for sure.
Senator Hillstead, since you brought the group in, I will let you ask some more questions since you.
Alrighty, I only have one more, but so how often is the rental services for equipment used? And then is there more popular equipment that's being rented out rather than sometimes you might have, I think you may have equipment that's not rented out as much. And so I'm just wondering how often is it used and
Are
we talking Maverick Adventures outdoor equipment or are we talking basketball?
Basketballs and rackets and things like that.
just rented out for use? I think Maverick Adventures might be it, yeah. I saw it promoted as in the winter it was snowshoes and all that, but all that type of equipment.
Yes. So we actually have a couple different levels of rentals that we're talking about. When you go to the sports dome, you can rent sports equipment, footballs, soccer balls, things like that, even spike ball equipment when you're at the sports dome. When you're at the rec center, there's stuff like day use lockers, there's basketballs, volleyballs, badminton equipment, racquetball equipment, things like that. In the recent past year, basically, starting this past August, we started doing more outdoor equipment rentals, and those are things that are maybe they're more for weekend use. You take them home and have them for the weekend or overnight or something like that. The rentals that we've been doing through Maverick Adventures would be in the cost center lineup under the Maverick Adventures cost center, which is 331-403. And we've been running things like yard game rentals. We have snowshoes, we have bikes, we have tents, we have sleeping bags, we have cooking equipment. We have headlamps, we have ice fishing equipment, freshwater fishing equipment. Just the menu and the list I've brought in on previous occasions, those items are short-term rentals. We've been working to get the word out about those services, and so right now we have a social media and a web presence. We're also working on some signage that's going to be in the hallway. That's been a little bit slow, thanks to some processes at the university, but Dr. Jones is working on that, he told me. I got a smile out of him. And as word gets out, I really think that especially during the warm months, we're going to have a lot more rentals. During the winter, we're pretty limited to just snowshoe rentals and some other things that are peripheral. We don't have skis, we don't have snowboards, we don't have things like that. So the rentals have been moving. I'd say yard games is the most exciting. I think our mountain bikes have been moving as well. And that's a great thing because we have some biking issues and access issues for students, especially international students or folks that moved onto campus and didn't bring bikes. So we've been working really hard on that. I also want the community, the Mankato community, to know that that's a resource. That's a bugger to get all that information out to the community, but it's something we're working on.
Is there anything that's falling short of what you hoped that would be rented out?
Yeah, I'll be completely transparent and honest with you. A lot of it is falling short from my expectations, but it's because I'd really like it to be a student resource that's utilized often. Right now, I can't really say that we have a weekly allotment or things, but we have stop-by traffic and then we have reservation systems. But really, when it looks at the campus rec budget, none of that rental stuff is coming out of the campus rec budget. The equipment I bought through other means, not necessarily just through student fee funded areas. So I've worked really hard to find funding and equipment from other sources than from student fees. And really the only cost from rentals that's coming out of my budget is 3 times a week, we have a student worker that sits for approximately 2.5 hours at a desk renting equipment to students that are there. And we've actually choked that back quite a bit just out of cost efficiency.
Thank you.
Yes, snowshoes has been popular, but not the past 2 winters because we just haven't had any snow. But otherwise, they were moving often. Our snowshoes were.
Alrighty, I think that is our allotted time and we're done with questions. So thank you guys so much for coming in.
Thank you for your support and all your work. I know this is a lengthy process, so thanks.
Alrighty, everyone, so here is the game plan. We are going to talk about the omnibus bill, so that's all the departments excluding the ones that came to talk to us or we brought in. And then after we finish the omnibus bill discussion and we vote on the omnibus bill, then we will break for dinner. Okay? Cool. So I'm going to yield to President Narala to go over the omnibus bill package.
Awesome. I see a couple of you are already on here, but if you go into Teams, I've pinned a folder on our Senate group where it says budget meeting and then it says 3/26/2025. Let's go in there. There's a bunch of working documents and we'll be uploading things as we vote on them and decide on things so that we can create a repository. On that folder, you will see omnibus package. And that is going to be the first set of resolution or departments that we will be funding. Just give it a read. I'll let you guys take a couple minutes. If you scroll down, you will see all of the different departments that were A, either not called or B, did not appeal. So these are all of the departments that we're considering are non-controversial because they did not submit an appeal or you guys did not invite them in. Now, if you guys still want any departments to be pulled out from here, or if I missed any certain department or anything, I'll be more than happy to make those changes before we go forward with the discussions. But the idea is that we vote on all of these departments right now so that we don't come back and talk about them for the rest of the budget meeting. We will then enter into discussions to talk about departments that have either sent an appeal request or the ones that we have invited. Happy to take any questions or departments that you'd like me to follow.
Senator I.
Point of information, are we able to increase the amount of money that they, like say if they've requested 20,000, can we request that they get granted 25,000, just like say, throw it out?
If you want to make those amendments, you would have to pull them out of the omnibus package. And then you could make those changes.
Over to Troy.
Can you just remind us which folder it's in? Because
Yeah,
I'm at 2025 student fee process documents for fiscal year 26.
So if you go out from there where there's all of the folder lists, I have pinned it up at the top which says budget meeting 3/26/2025.
Blue folder. And then look at the
Coded
omnibus.
it too.
Omnibus bill package.
And so essentially we're voting that we approve all of these departments. We'll talk about backup budgets in just a bit. However, if there are any departments that you would like us to discuss that you see on here, let us know. Make those changes. And then all of these recommendations that you see at the omnibus packet are in alignment with what SAC has recommended for all of these departments, so.
So the omnibus package is approving those departments of SAC. Okay,
Any other questions or comments?
Senator Johnson?
Yeah, point of information, could you clarify to Senator Ide's question as well? If we want to make a motion on one of these allocations that's in the omnibus, exactly how do we go about doing that?
Let me know right now and we can pull it out of the omnibus package and then we can come back and discuss this later.
The two that I'll be doing will be gender and sexuality and speech and debate.
So they're not on there.
They shouldn't be in the package.
Got it.
So
If they're
any,
on the-
yeah, so any of the groups that came in to appeal or any group that we invited, they should not be in the package because we are going to discuss their budget line by line and vote on their budget independently. So this is only for the groups that we did not call in.
And it was right in front of me, so.
Perfect.
To give you, to give you historical context, in the past, we've voted line by line on individual single line item. We're trying to scrunch that time up to say we're only gonna vote on one resolution and we're gonna approve all of these line items in one go. So that way we're saving time. And then any other departments that you would like to discuss, let us know now and we can pull it out so we can discuss those.
Senator Ide.
I'd like to request to take out the Maverick Food Pantry of the omnibus to increase it. I don't know if I have to specify that, but.
Yep, that has been noted. Anything else for? Any questions or anything that you would like to remove from the omnibus bill?
Point of information.
Yes.
Is it possible to amend the omnibus bill itself and then pass it again as amended? Do we have to take it out and kind of
take it out?
Yes, and it would become a line item. Senator Ide?
Forget it, never mind.
Okay. So what you see in the, Senator Moore.
I'd like to motion to take out the Kearney International Center student activities.
Kearney International Student Activities. I see.
Kearney, take out Kearney International Center, is that what you said?
Yeah, to like discuss it.
Alrighty. I would also like to note that any groups that you take out may not be represented in this room. So I would like you all to be mindful of that when we go into discussion, because some of those groups that we're motioning to take out may or may not have the opportunity or option to defend themselves if you decide to decrease the amount that they are getting. So last call for any changes to the omnibus package. Senator Mapa.
This is more of a question.
Yeah.
For the student government fee, why are we increasing it again?
Can you speak up a little, please?
The question is why we're increasing for student government, and we can definitely discuss those, and I can provide more context if you would like to pull out student government. However, if you go into the 2025 budget documents, there is a document that highlights student government's request for an increase and their justification. Would you like to pull out? Is that what you think? Okay, cool.
Senator Riddle.
I'd like to pull out the recorder,
Which one?
just the main one, not the equipment, the regular recorder.
I will yield to John.
May I ask just a clarifying question on that? That one is one that's been negotiated before where all we cover is the salary and fringe for full-time staff. And so that one's kind of like a set agreement that's been
Okay, yeah,
reached.
no, I forgot that, never mind.
You can pull out the R&R.
No, leave it.
Would you like us to put that back in?
Yeah, go ahead.
For those of you who do not know, a couple of years back, student government adopted a resolution with the reporter. And it specifies that we support their full-time staff. So all of the money that's going into reporter is supporting their full-time staff that help run the office. So they're not using it, bless you, so they're not using it for their programming, they're not using it for their student stipend, it's just going to their full-time staff. So reporters back. We pull out student government, Kearney International Center, and then there was
Food pantry.
yes.
Thank you, Senator Zillmer.
Anything else?
Last call. Okay, seeing none, then the remaining groups are in the omnibus package.
At this point, I would like to make a motion to call the omnibus package to question. Second.
So we have a second. Is there any dissent to the omnibus package being called to question?
And I've uploaded the PDF file.
Alrighty, so since there is no dissent, we're gonna go into voting on the package. We're gonna do the roll call vote again, so we'll go with that. So you are approving or not approving what's in front of you, already? And not the ones that we took out. Senator Leon,
Yes.
Senator Franson,
Yes.
Senator Miucci,
Yes.
Senator Emke, Senator Ponte, Senator Budney, Senator Reyes,
Yes.
Senator Maega, Senator Zappa, Senator Mpenga,
Yes.
Senator Lee, Senator Dietrich,
Yes.
Senator Smith,
Yes.
Senator Green, Senator Johnson,
Yes.
Senator Moore,
Yes.
Senator Maba,
Yes.
Senator Knauer,
Yes.
Senator Karki,
Yes.
Senator Livingston,
Yes.
Senator Riggle,
Yes.
Senator Colleran,
Yes.
Senator Zelmer,
No.
Senator Ide,
Yes.
Senator Hillstead,
Yes.
Senator Isaac, President Narala,
Yes.
and Vice President Jay sent me her vote earlier. Alrighty. Alrighty, and the omnibus package has been approved. So now, I will seek a motion to get President Narala.
Folks, just so you know where we're at, now that we've passed the omnibus package, we'll now enter into discussions for every one of the departments that have sent an appeal, have requested, or that you've decided to pull out of the omnibus package. Once we're done voting on individual line items, we'll then be talking about a backup budget and then going into other discussions. But now we'll be taking a break of 33 minutes for dinner. So I make a motion for a break for 33 minutes.
Second.
Any dissent for addendum? Already seeing none, we will resume at 8 p.m.
It's gonna be rough.
After this, you go finish Excel.
Tomorrow, work at
I realized my desk.
maybe I'll use
to hit back.
That was crazy.
That was crazy, but also iconic.
Yesterday was so long ago.
No nonchalant.
I know it's
It was good.
Before everybody leaves, before everyone leaves, please only take 2 slices at first, and then if there's left over, you may take extra. Only 2 slices at first. 203.
Bolsters, pizza over at 203.
And only 2 slices first to start with these senators.
Shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
That's my.
I don't know which chair.
And then one
She said cause she said there's like a smell coming.
Oh my gosh.
Can't really do that, but still.
I'm gonna keep one up here for you.
Awesome, thank you. Thanks for your support.
No, somebody's crazy.
Yeah, I saw they were having.
Oh. I'm gonna keep the stack
keep
here
one up
just so
there.
I can see what I've drank.
I'm worried it's gonna become a hazard. Like, do you need me to go get the big recycling bin? Like the full size one?
Cause they're supposed to be open.
I should be good. I should be at like 8 by the end of the night.
But they're not a local bar. Oh, I get it.
Great, how are you?
I'm gonna try to hang in and listen to this.
No, we're just waiting in case there were.
Yeah. Questions and then I have to go, so I have stuff on
Who knows how long.
Could be slapping a phone.
What do you,
No,
what do
we're
you
just
keep in
waiting.
that coffee cup over there to stay going all night?
I had some blackberry bliss with lemonade.
Very good, very
Very
good.
expensive, I don't buy much down there, but I buy one and then put water on top of it. and I
Yep.
It goes for 2 days for me, because I put
There you
ice
go.
on top of it, put some refrigerator that Monday. and I can't- I'm not a big Starbucks, so I don't.
Sure.
It's so expensive, I sort of, that way I can get 2 days out of it.
There you go.
Out of my
You
drink,
have it.
basically, so, yeah.
Well, good luck to you
Thanks.
in all your endeavors.
Yeah.
No, but the one thing that I will point check is that when she said like they'll go more, they really need that, I'm like, yes, yeah.
There was one year.
Well,
There's something that, and that's what's going on there, like.
Hi, buddy. I owe you like 6 emails. Thanks for staying in touch. At least 2, minimally 2 that I know of.
Hey,
so what was your best
from?
I'm thinking, I'm grinding. I don't think I have any.
You emailed me twice, one to answer my questions and
That's what I
then
heard
something
this
recently,
there
and I don't
yesterday.
remember.
No.
Excuse me. More to come.
No, I don't remember.
Great job.
Must not
Have a
have
good
been
night.
important.
Oops, sorry.
I have a quick question, and I realize you might not be able to answer confidentiality, but I wanted to ask if there would be, like, no, I don't know how to say this, like, I've heard in your history about sort of like an increased risk when it comes to like sexual violence, just like, like cultural complaints, but also like legal. So do you have anything like, if there's anything specifically like shows that, or like, or like subjects like. What I want to cover during the discussion is sort of how we have a really big international population because there's those extra vulnerabilities. I think like that's another reason why it's important for here specifically. I just was not sure if I phrased the question to you.
You're not in trouble.
So if any
Are those chairs treating you probably a lot less comfy than the couches?
They're not as comfy as couch. You are correct.
We pulled them out because we thought we might need to move and
Because, like, Right.
put more in here, so it was my call. I knew some people that knew.
No, I got you.
A lot of people, I don't sit there usually, I sit behind the higher chairs, they sit down. We can call it. You're right. We were
Some of the conversations sound about.
We've had more people in the gallery.
No, I was expecting the same thing, so I don't blame you for swapping out.
But we do report the data, it's de-identified, so we'll always be like how many international students did one or more.
I was mostly worried about the temperature of the room, just because I'm thinking back to like when we had the Palestinian resolution, this room got so hot. We had like, an extra 50 people in here, it was crazy.
But particularly right now, I worry that there are incredible barriers against that. Because that it really is accessible. So when I go in front of your students, I know that you're knowledgeable and you can build some trust with them. It does increase the like, they'll come in and something that might be going on with his friend or something that might be going on. And then you can reach them back. There's an individual showing up in space. This person saying, this program, but I
don't know if you know about this, but we've been working with like family computer science about like creating healthy classes. I thought it would be really cool to do I thought about this like before, like getting athletics to get their athletes to go do.
Absolutely.
Would that be something you guys would wanna work on with us?
Yeah, I think they'd be very, very open to that.
Fieldhouse, sometimes they've sat out.
Just like, we're gonna have pantry, but like, just so unsustainable like right now, like many students eat it and stuff, and so like, that's kind of where the idea of cooking science came from. And like, athletes need to eat healthy stuff. That's what the diet, so our dietitian graduate program is now required by law, but they have to have like 1,000 hours of like supervised hours of teaching and stuff. And so that was kind of like originally where the concern came from about like, who's gonna do all of this? And it's like it turned out the dietitians have to. Yeah.
That sounds great. I love that idea, and I hopefully bring some more like awareness to the program as well, and get the word out about it.
Yeah. An hour.
I love that idea. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna go watch.
No, you're probably fine.
All the maps that you had, maybe.
How is stuff going over at the library with the Holocaust?
Otherwise,
I was there opening night, I thought it went pretty good. We had pretty good turnout.
I want to visit those maps, so.
You have till April 26th. But yeah, we were one of only 100 schools to get that, so it's pretty exclusive.
Nice.
You can come into the women's center because programming's still important.
They're provided.
Part of it that made me cry though.
Those get expensive.
Yes, they do, and then.
I've I went to Auschwitz in 2022 when I was.
I personally have done that with two-wheel dollies, those maps around from Fieldhouse to Shelburne. Yeah. So, I guess I've been around too long.
I really think the exhibit is interesting because like the
what I like.
36 years I've been in my profession, you know?
Well, that's going on right now at the library, isn't it?
Yeah, like 29 of them here, 6 of them.
Yep.
Okay.
It goes through April 26th.
Okay.
Something like that, yeah. Been a good run.
Like I had one girl at a friend from our work. She went to like school in like Crystal, and she told us that they didn't teach them.
Alright, well, thanks for calling.
She like.
He's been here since he was a freshman college.
Yeah, we're all good over here.
He's been 75.
So no one's beating
When you set it up.
Oh, yeah, we're fine.
I could beat you
I
out
do.
still.
Alright, Marvin.
I visited there.
That was one of the heaviest days I've ever had.
We're gonna go out in the blaze of glory together.
I mean, I can't really tell you what to do with the money, but.
15 or so years ago, I was in DC, I went to the Holocaust Museum there.
The last one.
There was a Yeah, there's a part of it. I was
No,
like,
related to
oh,
the
hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no.
And I feel like that's.
I was like running through it. I was like, nope.
Remember like 3 wheels?
Where girls are getting.
I went to the,
Really, and
I went to
filming
the,
appropriately.
I was on City Bike.
One of my friends, a smaller guy in their car down the sidewalk and like rolled his window down and hooked the other girl.
I mean, I visited Krakow and
I was like,
I went and saw
that's happening on campus.
Warehouse Square, Schindler.
Most of this increase go to funds.
Yeah. I didn't get to tour the Anne Frank house because I didn't want to have this.
Bring all 4 of those cans away.
Like Kaufman and Arrowhead again this weekend. Golf and Blue Springs. This weekend we're just on our site.
Okay. Lives in Blue Springs.
Okay, Adams Point, it's a nice golf.
I'll support the increase.
My boys in Boo will be playing down there tomorrow.
Yeah, it's such a cool setup. Arrowhead and then Kaufman right on the interstate there.
It's opening day eve for those who are any baseball fans.
As for the significant. We have a conference in April.
Perfect.
Contribute to positive campus environment where folks get to.
My next conference, I'm hoping to go to the mid-level administrator conference in
That
June.
empowerment, not recognition like, oh, this has happened to anyone else. A lot of those conversations occur in our locations, and so I think.
I've only been to Salt Lake in the middle of winter, so.
Been there in April, it's
And
nice.
a variety of ways to respond and also address with perpetrators like, hey.
I would like to go there and be there for a time when the choir is performing. So, I'd love to see the choir.
So that means we have to get back here by
8.
Oh, at 8?
Okay, I also am a National Parks fan, so I ought to plan around that.
Are you back on the I'm gonna go practice ollies in front of the CSU.
I've done Zion.
Athletics was supposed to go for initially and it went 2.5 hours.
Plenty of time to sit going up, but I want to go.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to know.
Did Trenton just say he's gonna go practice ollies in front of the CSU?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That'd be pretty neat.
I did Zion.
back with like a
Vegas
huge,
last spring
like,
break.
concrete
Did 2 nights in
road
Vegas,
burn.
drove out to Zion. I Angel Landing, and I did the Narrows.
Is Roshan up there?
The Narrows was,
I just didn't-
I hadn't even planned on the Narrows, and I was just walking randomly and talking to somebody, and they're like, you gotta do the Narrows. I'm like,
You
okay.
did the Narrows?
I did the Narrows.
I've done the Narrows.
I did the Narrows it was in March, and best thing I did, got the full body suit. I got the full body weight, I got the full body wetsuit, because the water was high enough that I was able to go 1.5 miles further upstream than anybody else that I saw because they had the bibs, and their bibs were filling.
I did it when I was maybe 8 years old. On family vacation, and my dad, they carried us through.
Nice.
And I got like, I just really part of it. Oh,
Yeah, I go get more pizza.
Angel Landing one day and then Narrows the next, so.
I just did Angel's Landing
I didn't know which way you were
summers
going.
ago. My sister did it when she was, Emma did it when she was 12. Cause my dad, so I was too young at the time, my dad wouldn't let me go out singing my other sister. So me and my mom went horseback riding, and Emma and my dad went up, and they have a picture of Emma when she was 15 with her feet hanging off the end.
Yeah. If you go back to do it now, you have to have a permit. And you can only, unless you do permits like 3 months in advance, you can only do it the day before.
We did that, and we applied, all 5 of us applied. Every single day we were there, never got it, went up anyway. Because they only had the people at the checkpoint at the bottom of the thing.
Oh.
So we just went right up. Yep.
So I went out, my permit got checked.
It was horrible. The amount of people, that was what made it more dangerous. Which is, I mean, everyone going up and down and up, it was crazy.
Coming down was worse than going up.
100%. Holding onto that little chain.
Yeah.
And I was like, we're doing it. I don't care if we get a permit, we're doing it.
Yeah, my permit got checked twice actually.
I know they had the permit check at the bottom
before you even get to like.
Before you cross the bridge, there's a street to get over to where you go up, yeah.
Yeah, before we even got to like actually climbing to wherever that steps, whatever, I don't know what it's called. But we didn't see anyone on the actual where you go up to
Drink the water.
you know. Obviously, still need my feet dangling off the edge.
If I do this conference in June, I ought to plan around it, do an extra day or two and. Which park is closest to Salt Lake?
Southern Utah or anywhere in
Closest I can get. Get tie-in, I don't need to go back.
Alright, let's.
I would go back, but I don't need to.
That's good. Bryce Canyon.
Oh,
Canyonlands.
yeah, did you want them?
Moab.
Okay.
Capitol Reef.
I wonder why.
Arches.
What do you want them for?
If you get 5 gallons, then you can get a free tank.
One benefit to the worst case.
Hopefully by the time I'm 20. 5 gallons.
I also need them for community service hours, so I might just take them.
No, you're not touching any.
Only on the south.
Oh, you do money?
Capitol.
Nope.
You will not be touching this. Just give them the amount of keg money.
South Rim.
You
Cool,
don't need
cake
to-
costs $140, I ain't giving you $140.
it's majestic, I mean,
It's majestic.
one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
That's one of those down there.
Across to the north, and
Where's the Grand Teton? The Grand Teton's like the.
I've been to Teton.
They already,
Teton's and it's
they already are hosting.
it's what's the word I'm looking for? It straddles Wyoming
Also get this.
and
The guy that's, you have to talk to Reese about this, but the guy that's considered like the grandfather of forensics is from here, Mankato.
I did Grand Teton and Yellowstone the same.
And they have a tournament net for him.
Because Yellowstone's the north end, Grand Teton's south.
considering.
Make the drive to Oregon.
It's a figure 8 to drive
Drive to
through.
Oregon.
Like that, but also
My first,
I think they have a lot more tangible academic benefit than like
road trip at the age of
because
Montana.
they like
You guys like
really
the
you
outdoors
decide your.
That's what my family did growing up. We couldn't like afford any playing sides or anything, so it was just always driving, tenting.
Those are direct skills, you know, like they claim that.
Grand Teton and Yellowstone straddle Montana. Yeah, oh, I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's always because I forget Yellowstone's not just all in Montana.
Yeah, I stayed in Cody, Wyoming, the night I got out there, and then I stayed in Bozeman.
I love seeing.
I drove from Cody
You should get this
into
out.
the park, went, because it's like the figure 8.
Swipe up to your grades.
And
Sometimes.
drove north, I stayed in Bozeman for a night. I went south and stayed in Jackson.
Yeah, that's on the south side.
I only took grades I know I got on. Like the exams, like this like attendance, like
Zach,
yeah, I got a point.
6 months of training.
Exactly. Get you the small things.
My mom used to work near there, 'cause she worked at like Loma Linda or something, so it's like not actually.
Supreme
He's like,
pizza.
yeah, it was like 120 degrees.
I just want water.
Yeah, we can go. Oh, that'd be, wait.
Salt Lake City, closest national park, Great Basin. Located in the
What direction is that?
What?
What's up the time?
Southwest.
There's no national park.
How much we have left, what time do you think we're getting out?
Great Basin, Capitol Reef, Bryce Canyon,
Yes.
Arches.
If you don't have time, sorry.
I don't have a tie-in.
I'd want to go to
I do not.
Arches.
You don't like-
I don't have either.
Did you say?
If I had to go down, it would be on
You know what I mean?
I would turn button this house.
It's the most beautiful place I've
Even
ever
if I
been.
had to.
John, if you like to invest. It's very touristy, and expensive.
That 8 a.m. math is insane for math.
Do I have the money? I retire there.
Thanks.
I was like,
Love the mountain.
and so can
Arches is quite away.
Sure.
There's Capitol Reef.
60th November. I've had a good run. Time to have
what that said, no.
time for my wedding. That's fun.
Oh, you said that, and it sounded like you were just gonna go to a state park and die.
That's okay, at least I got through it.
Had a good run.
Well,
My dad's gonna be there.
stuff to do.
How long have you? Probably isn't.
Go to 62.
This position, it's been like
How old do you have to be to get your
8
social
years,
security?
I think.
My wife is years older, so I was thinking
President's
about
office.
Oh.
So,
she'd be on Medicare.
Maybe not Hood, right? No,
no,
Jones.
no, it was Warren Sandman at the time. So, Scott Olson was here.
We changed the number from 62 to 60.
Sure,
Yeah, we
your
can-
friend.
Why
You
not?
like being in
My mom was
embassy and
very
security.
retired.
Yeah.
They don't, do they?
I said just a couple days ago, but he said he had 3 more years after this. Cause havoc in here.
Save them.
My wife and I, she works from home and I'll find. I'm not ready. Finished running high school basketball.
I thought you had something and you were like,
21
yeah.
years doing that.
Nothing.
Done coaching college golf after this semester, done doing that. Then got my day job in
Gonna miss you.
January. I'm with you too, Charlie.
I think it's also my dad's retired.
No, I'll just add it.
Also like 24 years. So my mom's like, oh, we're tired, and it's like, well, you're gonna get sick of it. It's like, he doesn't leave the house much, so it's just.
Seriously.
6 minutes ago.
Mass nap,
You're
baby.
gonna have to get coffee every day.
My wife
That's a great time for a girl.
She likes to be at home and do her thing.
Elixir water.
John's
I'm going
daydreaming right
to,
now
I'm
about
not giving out
retiring.
any more of those, and I'm going to all 5 of those.
Right, like.
Oh, I like doing that part.
So I'll probably give.
Does it ever catch up to the body a little bit?
If I push myself, I found my limit. I used to do 4 or 5 games a day, and I can't do that behind the plate anymore.
No way.
I can referee 5 or 6 basketball games a day.
I can't do 4 or 5 games a day behind the plate anymore. I can stretch 3. I'd rather do 2
Dave was
and
refereeing
take
his
one
game,
behind
we all
one
showed
base.
up and he was getting
But-
harassed by the parents.
Talking to the guy that stuck my handhold, took me feet up and I gotta
Youth
go up.
officials are. Youth mothers, no, youth parents are.
You're not even 40 anymore.
Your worst tip if you have words in
The other time it catches up to me is if I take a nasty foul ball. Every once in a while, I'll take a nasty foul ball.
Right off the dome.
And I've probably been concussed about every 3 years. 3, 4 years, I'll take one.
Hey, if you wanna hire me as like a football official, I got you.
I don't know about that. If I were to pick up another game, I'd do bad volleyball. Hey,
I already
Roshan,
referee,
Becca, you wanna see me get, you wanna see my nerdy numbers?
Yeah, in a
I've been
bit,
getting
yeah.
nerdy.
So I'm pretty knowledgeable on refereeing.
We always need
I
it.
printed one for, I was like, see that.
I know there's one.
Years
Yeah, I gave him. And then I print, and then I brought like a couple extra ones.
You didn't have one either.
Like, I thought it was in my bag,
Did you get called
and
in
then I
at
figured out it.
training camp one year?
I did.
That was pretty cool.
Sitting in my office, it was about noon. One day when Timberwolves had a training camp. They called me up and they said, hey, are you available to ref? The NBA just signed to keep their practice.
You guys are referee the Timberwolves?
That's got hold, we couldn't find a third. Craig Schumacher and I.
He's sitting next to me.
I know Craig.
Craig Schumacher.
I met Craig as
a.
I met freshman Craig. I remember freshman Craig.
Rubio and
Mr. Personality.
Kevin Love. Those are never on
I don't even know what it is. I get it from the. There's still plenty more pizza, so anytime you're still hungry, go grab more. I was fasting, I'm
I'll get one more and I'm ready to go.
I just ran all over campus this week. My snack bag.
Yeah, I brought it.
That's classic.
We don't call that in the NBA.
We don't call that.
Yeah, because they're all about entertainment.
I noticed this on.
Not at all.
Talk back.
So is it like a
You shut up.
Yeah.
That was my.
Those that you get, they can.
I wanna ref in the NFL one day.
They still don't have one.
They should drink about 4 years.
No, grab it. My snack bag, I'm so excited.
Right now. Nothing, the white hat.
Who is that?
Zach, this is my.
Not
Here.
What league?
I might.
Okay.
Yeah,
there
He's just. Last year. White hat and Division One. He's been all doing the same thing. Eastern Illinois, with some of the Lord.
Gotcha, yeah. I would,
What
my dream in
He's getting, he's getting looks, is what he's getting.
announce it. My dream to announce like I need to get more stuff for my suit. After the review of.
I didn't wear it because I completely forgot. It's horrible. Because I had a meeting prior that was no dress for the review.
Overturned, we got a touchdown. First of all, 14 defense.
Was that in the room as well? Oh, that's coffee.
Good gig, this sports fishing is a really good gig. 41 years.
Dude could have saved us 45 minutes, by the way. Let just tell you that.
Yeah, I did hear a no come out of him.
Yeah, I know, because
It's
I
okay,
just got
Marco.
distracted. I was like.
It's funny.
We got to it.
You know what I'm really curious about? Why we didn't vote on the 5% first?
Great question.
I don't know.
Good question.
I know, we could have saved like.
Guess why.
I definitely could have saved a solid like 20 minutes.
That's it.
You need a knife. You'd be tight in my table.
I was worried that the phone would have fell. I was worried that.
Oh, yeah. I didn't notice, like, I'm glad you said something.
Whoa.
You did that.
President Ronald brought it for you.
Oh, thank
You said look at
Hey, how are you?
Donc, bien, quoi, s'il vous plaît?
I wanna be.
Yeah, because you teed him up right in his face. I feel like
Oh, yeah.
Ingredients, apples and blueberries, that's the only ingredient.
Want another one?
That's excellent.
put together, but it's.
That's an apple. I can read that.
La raison pour laquelle j'ai fait
Oh, yeah. Sure.
No. Have you ever text someone up right in their face? No.
I did.
T'as rappelé de l'année, quoi, c'est. C'est mon sang, comment on est ici? Comment vous dites de mettre de l'argent aux autres pour vous? C'est très facile. On va voir ce que va se passer.
And then he was trying to charge me a little bit, and he made that, JV.
See, here's the problem. He even said, you can get an arrest.
Quand je regarde.
You don't get an attack.
You earned one.
Is that right?
You started charging me, and then he made.
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Look it up and I'll give you another one.
Don't look there.
Yeah, stop.
That's why would you whack somebody?
That would be skill. Alright.
Did you see what he did? He wasn't even looking.
Yeah. I can do that, I'm right.
I know, I've been watching them out of the corner of my eye. I'm like, holy crap. What happened to me now?
It has a lot of formulas.
Yeah.
But then if you like fully scramble it, then I'll have to look through like which pieces where and
Cause
stuff.
it's all like a matter of rotations, like.
Yeah,
during-
you just have to know which piece goes where and like when you rotate, like let's say right now
I know
it's
how to
fully
make it like so
scrambled,
that there's
right?
colors on all four corners and one in the middle,
Oh.
but like I don't know anything else how to get past that. It's ridiculous.
It's pretty simple though. You usually
it's
start with making a plus
Yeah, that's
with
what I
whatever
meant,
color
yeah.
with whatever color you want. So let's say for example I'm taking white as my base and then I just made a plus, right?
Yeah.
So after I'm done with plus, I'll fill in the corners without
So you just have to keep doing the outside.
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Rubik's Cube.
They're my favorite. It's really quick.
And then after you're done with that, you bring the second layer.
If you're ever wanting to wear heels, instead of putting a Band-Aid on,
And then after you're done with that, it should look something like this. The base is done, and the layers are done. After that, you make plus your yellow, and then you fill in the corners.
I figured it out at hockey when I was like literally having it. My Band-Aid was falling off, but I didn't have to go get Band-Aids off my ankles. Move the no problem. I would probably put like that's crazy. I don't care for it. I'm like, but like they just stay there. I don't care that it shows. I could not care less. Half the time my pants covered anyways. And I'm like, if they would ask, I'm gonna be like, hack, you're welcome. So look at me, I'm like this. That's awesome. That is so clearly like this without quickly. Doesn't matter what color.
I am full from pizza.
We'll see it.
Alright.
Like 3 to 4 months. And then after that, I went to sleep.
I'm like super frustrated.
So it's like.
Sounds like the I tried to research like how Everybody, we're gonna be starting in the next 2 minutes.
Really scared
Whatever trash on the table, clear it as much of it off as possible, please.
An example of that, like
So you're just flexing, right?
I'm not flexing.
I'm not. I'm just saying.
How fast can you?
I'm not ready yet, so.
Right now, my PR for this
is
5 seconds and 6 minutes.
5 seconds.
Yeah, but then this is this was back in 2017. I can't put my pizza here. Yeah, probably. I finally got my. Hey. I've been waiting for this forever.
How fast are they?
The border code right now is 3 seconds.
Oh, you're almost there.
I know. It's tricky.
Yeah. So we're gonna go through each of them of these here. I just pulled out of here. We're gonna talk about whether okay, ready to ask. Get ready.
I'm just like, sometimes it leaks out, like doesn't like come out.
I was busy.
And then we have to make what's called a backup budget.
So I used to do it back in.
I had it pretty messed up too, though. So I don't blame you. And then we have to put pricing on everything.
But now, putting mine.
No, that's an MSI.
Only the legal ones.
Finish it.
Use the 100%. Right after this, that we actually.
I don't think it's times in an hour.
You're gonna sit here and I'm like.
What's your reason? Why
I'm sorry, I haven't heard.
I'm not gonna say 55 because if you get so many students, like as soon as possible.
You can go one time.
I don't mind if you're
I'm like, I'm just like.
I just think these things are here. You know what I mean?
And I can look good
So I'm like, I'm asking if I can. I think it's.
I tried to string it as best I could.
borderline crown. I should have been being charged. There was a lot of areas where it's 30 like campus.
Absolutely.
A year is in like a. I think it's.
My
They're open in the summer?
I don't know about the, oh yeah. Hey, but you know, they also like wages.
I don't like.
I don't think
I hate that. And here in the TV, but I can also show you the ones that got pulled out. And then we're gonna do the line item for all.
Hey, you got your bubbler.
Like a 7.5 or 8.
Yeah, I might go through another 4.
I figured I'd make that one separate and then.
Style.
I like.
As far as I know, it's like a style for life.
That was the cataclysm of that
I just wanna make a quick announcement before we start. So I just wanna say, we do have 2 microphones, I think one on this end and one on this end, so we should have 2. If you're like a quieter speaker, if you could use a microphone to speak into that, it's just kind of hard to hear like up here. And then also for like John and Mark in the corner, or like literally just swish in the corner, it's sometimes hard for them to hear. So if you naturally speak quietly, if you could just use the microphone when you speak or have any points, that would be great. What? What comment? Yeah.
Also,
make that comment.
senators, you can make a personal privilege motion and interrupt someone if you want them to use a microphone as well. You know what? Do check my reply. I just pretty much, could you attach it? That's something you could attach to a pro, like. Essentially, like, for the reason why I bring it up is my group, has we get money from international studies at least. So like, and we're not necessarily associated with them. We get money from like international, like,
The one I had, right?
So I can reach out to her and I'm gonna.
Okay, everyone, we're gonna get started.
Okay. Alrighty, everyone. So please end all your side conversations. We are back in session at 8:05 p.m. And then we are going to go line by line, first of the appealing groups, and then the groups that we pulled out of the omnibus package. So I'm also going. And then, so the first group up for discussion is theater. Just want to remind you all that their base is 68,000. They've requested 68,000. The Student Allocations Committee recommended 66,500. And the numbers to look at are those, and then their appeal request is to their base of $68,000. And a couple of their reasoning was for payroll and national competition travel. Those were kind of the 2 main reasons that they gave. So I'm going to open the floor up for discussion, and then you can make motions to go between SAC's recommendation to the appeal, whatever number you'd like, with all the information that you have been given. Okay? Cool. The first name card I saw up was Senator Meucci. You have the floor.
Personally, I am for the appeal to give them back that 1,500 because the theater does great stuff. If you've ever been to a show, it's pretty amazing. I love it. And more importantly, they have a great appeal to bringing in more students, because from my experience of talking to other transfer students and people that were looking for colleges, one of the main points they brought up was, oh, Mankato has a great theater department. So any sort of cuts to it, especially when it comes to reducing the amount of shows they do, which is a point they brought up, that having that cut reduces the amount of studio shows they can produce, will affect that, will affect their theater department, will affect the students and the appeal of future students that want to come here. So, yeah.
Alrighty. Senator Franzen.
I definitely don't see a reason why we can't give them the extra $1,500. It seems like they're in dire, or not dire, but in need of it, especially because cutting two programs would be very unbeneficial for them. So I would definitely encourage a yes vote to giving them the $68,000.
Before we move on, I do want to remind you all that there is currently like no motion on the table, but you can be in support of certain dollar amounts. But right now, let's just open discussion on the repeal.
Do we have to fill out a?
Yes, if you'd like to make a motion. Ready for motion now. Okay, you can second it. I'll let VPJ make a motion once she finishes her cooking.
Excuse me. I make a motion to grant the appeal of the extra $1,500.
And then, President Narala has seconded that. So the topic on the table is the motion to put forth the recommendation of $68,000. And I will let Vice President Jay speak on it.
So I agree with their appeal. The theater department has not only shown us how much work they've done to take and adjust with past proposals that we've come to them with. They were able to list so many different things that they've adjusted on ways to reach out to the student population so much better, and just really be flexible with everything we brought to them. It sounded like, as well as this department is a huge way that we are able to reach out to the community. The Mankato community loves our theater program, and same with alumni. The Alumni Foundation sometimes does events with them as well to bring alumni back to campus, which overall just helps student growth and success. And so I think being able to hit all three of those areas is really crucial, and this department is able to do that well. So I support their appeal of giving them the extra $1,500.
It's redundancy. Thank you.
Senator Ide.
Thank you. I'd just like to kind of mirror everything that our Vice President Jay has said. But additionally, we have seen the impact when we cut them in the past. I believe it was 23 to 24 or 22 to 23. I can't remember off the top of my head, but they lost two programs, and safe to say we would lose another at least two. That's because, and that's not even accounting for they would have like even less of a budget than we removed from them last time. I think it's imperative that we keep these sort of artistic programs intact and just not cut them. I see no reason why granting them their appeal would damage us in any way. Similarly with what we said in athletics, it was an 11-cent increase and it's marginal to the rest of everything going on. So I think that could apply in this situation too. That's all I have to say.
Senator Zelmer.
I yield the redundancy to everyone who kind of spoken. And then also I've been to one of the performances, I'm scheduled to go to another performance, and I find it amazing how good our theater department really is with the kind of funds that they have. And then also that community outreach, the amount of people from the community that go to these performances is awesome, and getting them involved in our Mankato community here.
Thank you. Senator Moore.
Oh, I forgot I had this up. So yield to redundancy, blah, blah. I also think it's really important for theater to have opportunities for students to get real world experience, because in theater programs, so much of that is based on performance and having background in that. I'd also like to call, would it be called a question?
Second.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm like mid-chew. Sorry. So the motion has been called. The question on whether we vote, is there any dissent to voting on this amendment? Any dissent? Alrighty, seeing none, then right now the motion is to approve the amendment to the recommendation for $68,000. So we're just motion to approve the amendment, and then we'll talk about the request we have, okay? So now that that's been said, we'll do the roll call vote for this. So Senator Leone, Senator Franzen,
Yes.
Senator Miyuchi,
Yes.
Senator Emke, Senator Ponte, Senator Bugney,
Yes.
Senator Reyes,
Yes.
Senator Maega,
Yes.
Senator Thapa,
Yes.
Senator Mpanga, Senator Lee, Senator Dietrich,
Yes.
Senator Smith,
Yes.
Senator Green, Senator Johnson,
Yes.
Senator Moore,
Yes.
Senator Maba,
Yes.
Senator Knauer,
Yes.
Senator Karki,
Yes.
Senator Livingston,
Yes.
Senator Riggle,
Yes.
Senator Colleran,
No.
Senator Zelmer,
Yes.
Senator Ide,
Yes.
Senator Hillstead,
Yep.
Senator Isaac,
Yes.
President Narala,
Yes.
and Vice President Jay.
Yes.
So that motion passes. No, I knew. Alrighty. So that motion was to approve the amendment of the $68,000 for theater. Alrighty, cool, that was pretty easy. Alrighty, so next, that was easy. Next, we have fraternity and sorority life, so FSL. Their base is 15,000. They requested 16,500. SAC recommended 15,000. The appeal request was up to FSL's request, so the appeal request is the 16,500. Right now, the main motion on the table is the SAC recommendation. So we'll open the floor up for first discussion or any other amendments to the motion. Senator Franzen.
Personally, I am a part of the FSL community. It's my home away from home. I love the whole FSL community as a whole, and by lowering the base, I feel like it will have negative impacts. We do a lot of recruitment, and a lot of people find community in what we do, and like I said, I feel like lowering it will disencourage that, and our numbers will drop a bit. So I would definitely 100% encourage a yes vote on this.
Senator Knauer.
So are we question first, is the topic on if we should give them the extra 1,500 or?
So right now, the motion on the table, unless somebody amends it, is to first discuss, the motion on the table is SAC's recommendation.
Okay.
So right now, SAC is recommending $15,000 to FSL. So someone would need to make a motion to either go up to the appeal request or somewhere in between or whatever they choose. So, okay, Senator Hillstead.
I would like to motion to accept the appeal to move it from $15,000 to $16,500.
Second.
I have a second of that already.
Alrighty, I'm gonna pass that over. Alrighty, so now the motion on the table, so the amendment is in support of the $16,500 appeal request or the increase of $1,500. So now that that's on the floor, we can open that up for discussion. Senator Zillmer.
I'm not personally involved in FSL, but I do see what they do for their community and the community that we're also involved with all of their community events and charity donations and events. And I also I know a lot of people in FSL and they find it as kind of their own community that kind of supports them and everything like that. So I would fully support this.
Senator Johnson?
Thank you. I also encourage a yes vote on this increase and accepting the appeal for many reasons, some of them already stated, but the one that I find most compelling is that charitable fundraising of $30,000 to $35,000. They're giving back into the community twice the allocation, double the allocation. I think it's a fantastic use of this investment. I don't know what that sound was. A bit unnerving. I conclude my remarks.
Senator Riggle?
So looking at the budget request, FSL is asking for an increase so that they can do their retreat. And John, you probably know this. Do FSL members who go to this retreat have to pay anything for it? No.
They're expected to be there by virtue of the position they're elected to.
All right. Okay, I don't think the full amount is necessary. Because I'm also trying to think as a whole here, all the increases we're approving. Because that also means increases for students. And we don't want to get too close to that cap. The cap was raised. So we have a lot of room to work with, but we also want to make sure that we aren't approving everything just because we can.
I could just specify, they aren't individually paying out of pocket, but they have paid through their dues because the retreat expenses are shared by the councils. So it's coming from that pot of money where I mentioned those three sources. So they are paying for it.
Yeah.
But it's coming out of the council budget and the money that they've already paid.
How much are the dues?
Huh?
How much are the dues?
The dues, each council generates about between $12,000 and $14,000 a year in dues from the chapters that those members have already paid.
Senator Karki?
To redundancy to kind of what Senator.
Use the microphone, please.
Sorry, the people next door are very loud.
Thank you for the reminder. Okay. Yield to redundancy to Senator Riggle and also just considering all of the work that the Student Allocations Committee has already put into this, perspectives that they have already heard on it, all of the time that they spent on it. Except for some of the ones where people could not be present to be heard and stuff like that, I think a lot of consideration has already gone to this. So just to respect that, I would like to stay with the recommended budget.
Is that it? Okay. Senator Knauer, sorry.
As a member of the FSL community, it's honestly given to me so much. For only like a $1,500, I don't know how much per student that is. But it's given me leadership development. Like 3 years ago, I would not have been sitting in this Senate seat, I would say. It pushed me out of my bounds, and I feel like if I can help it, then it's kind of worth it.
Senator Dietrich?
I actually have a question for SAC. Was the thing about the trip that John talked about, was that part of the presentation? And you considered that and you still came to the determination that they should get the amount you recommended?
I will yield to the SAC chair, Colin.
Yes, so our retreat was the focal point of that presentation. It was very heavily a part of our consideration for recommendation.
Is there any other comment from any other SAC committee members? No? Okay. All right, thank you. Senator Franzen?
So more about the retreat. I am on the council for fraternity and sorority life. And what the retreat does basically is we go over our steps for the upcoming year and how we can improve fraternity and sorority life as a whole and how we can recruit more people. And allocating this money or giving more of this money, we can dive deeper into that and hopefully recruit some more people. I know our numbers have been definitely lower as of late. We're looking, I think we have 30 or 350, correct me if I'm John or Ron, John, but 350 members. We used to be at around 500. So it's definitely dropped out a lot, but if we do obtain this money, we can definitely put it towards more recruitment efforts and find similar people and give them a home away from home.
Senator Leon.
I just wanted to add, these retreats also give really good.
Can you use the microphone?
Yes.
All right. I also want to add that these retreats really do help a lot of the chapters. Coming from, I am the Betty in one of my sororities, and it does really help a lot of the chapters understand what DEI is and how we can be inclusive within the sorority and frat life. And I just want you guys to understand that this is a very big part of frat and sorority life that I'm trying to implement within sorority and frat life. And these retreats really do help each one member understand the importance of it and how we can help generate more people coming in to FSL.
Senator Zellmer.
Motion to call the question. Second.
Called, is there, just want to remind people, we can still motion to amend this amendment right now. But the question has been called. Is there any dissent to the calling of the question? Senator Dietrich?
Can I explain the reason?
Yes.
Senator Livingston had something important that he wanted to share with everybody before it was called the question.
Thank you.
I will let Senator Livingston share.
Basically, one of our concerns in SAC was, FSL has the ability to request, travel funds, just like any other RSO. And so basically, so they're able, like individuals are able to request, money for their, retreats. And so that's something we recognize that these trips are important, but we want to say we have other pots of money you can utilize that necessarily wouldn't take out of the whole, out of our very limited pot. So that's what kind of we were looking at there. If that makes sense. I don't know. Also, can I refer to John on this one?
Yeah.
Cause I know like you mentioned it's kind of hard to execute on. Is it like, it's kind of hard for like, it might be, there's a little gray area on FSL requesting.
Sure. The historic approach to this has been taken. I'm happy to answer this. I tried to, Andrew and I spoke about this the other day too. The governing councils, because most of their activity is supported by the student activity fee, the approach that has been taken is that the governing councils cannot request travel funding. Okay, because they're one of those that's kind of like the Kearney International student groups. Those individual groups can't come and ask for travel funding or program funding through SAC. The individual chapters can. Now, when we travel to our conference in Indianapolis, the chapters request that travel funding. And so because the councils are paying for this retreat has kind of been one of those hands-off things where we've taken the approach that the councils can't come and dip their hands in for more money since they are heavily subsidized by what we're debating right now.
Can I say?
Yeah.
The point I want to make, and Senator Leon's doing a lot of great work in her own chapter, but I know FSL, historically has not been a place for people of diverse backgrounds, and I know that is something I really wanted to see in FSL, like real effort to welcome people of all walks of life, and so I'm glad to see that people like Senator Leon are doing that work. I hope to see more. That is one of my concerns. So.
Thank you. Alrighty. So that was kind of more of a point of general clarification, I'd rather say. So we'll accept that. So we're still calling the question, but since there was dissent, we'll have to vote on whether we're gonna vote. I do want to remind you all right now, the motion, like what you're voting on is to amend it to the $16,500. And then you can, if there's more discussion, people can motion to further amend that $16,500. Okay, so right now you're voting whether or not you want to vote. So if you just want to raise your hand if you're ready to vote, Okay, we got the majority, that's it. That's all. Alrighty, cool. Alrighty. So to vote on this amendment to the $16,500, we're gonna do the roll call. And then we could enter a discussion afterwards on this new main motion on the table, okay? Okay. Senator Leon. Yes. Senator Franzen.
Yes.
Senator Miyuchi. Senator Prentice, Senator Emke. Senator Ponte.
No.
Senator Bugney. Senator Reyes.
Yes.
Senator Maega.
Stay.
Senator Thapa.
Yes.
Senator Mpenga. Senator Lee. Senator Dietrich.
Yes.
Senator Smith.
Abstain.
Senator Green.
No.
Senator Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Moore.
No.
Senator Mappa.
Yes.
Senator Knauer.
Yes.
Senator Karki.
No.
Senator Livingston.
No.
Senator Riggle.
No.
Senator Colleran.
No.
Senator Zelmer.
Yes.
Senator Ide.
Yes.
Senator Hillstead.
Yes.
Senator Isaac.
Yes.
President Narala.
Yes.
And then Vice President Jay.
Yes.
Alrighty, so that amendment to the main motion has passed, so now the new main motion for FSL is the $16,500 is what we're going off of. Is there any further discussion or any amendments to that motion, Senator Riggle?
I'd like to make a motion to propose 16,000.
16,000, is there a second? There's a second, alrighty. We have President Narala writing that motion down, proposed by, Senator Riggle's got it.
I'm writing it down right now.
Writing it, perfect. Alrighty, so the new motion on the table is amending the 16,500 down to 16,000 for FSL. And I will let our first and then second speak, and then we'll open up the floor to everybody else. So now we're discussing $16,000 recommendation for FSL. Senator Riggle, when you get a chance, I will yield to you.
Perfect. All right, pass this out. Okay. All right, so I think we should support the ability to have this retreat. I do agree that it is important, especially when we're looking at the ideas of diversity, equity, and inclusion, as Senator Leon mentioned. However, I don't think the full amount is 100% necessary. And I think there should be further research done into alternate locations for this retreat that don't necessarily cost as much, or like maybe not like overnight or someplace else. I think there's other planning that could be done and other sources of funding that could be done to help with this. So I just don't think the full amount is 100% necessary.
Senator Livingston?
I like what Senator Riggle said. I also want to tack on what Senator Karki said earlier, is that we did do a lot of deliberation during committee, during our allocation session about this line item. And I would ask you to take that consideration, that we did deliberate quite a bit on this one for a reason. And also I just want to mention also, I like to see more collaboration with diverse groups to get more people into the fold, because that's really one of my top concerns when it comes to FSL.
Senator Collard?
I yield to Mr. Wing.
Of course, being a part of FSL myself, me and the rest of the SAC committee, we agreed on that number because, like Ben just mentioned, we truly believe that FSL community could find alternatives, pathways, as well as explore different, ways on eliminating or lowering the funds such as not having overnights, if not shortening the treat hours.
Senator Zomer?
I would encourage against this proposal. The $500 is less than a penny difference, and just so you guys know, 1 penny equals about $2,796. Increase or decrease? So I don't find why we would do a $500 less when it's less than a cent that we're talking about. I mean, it's barely any difference at all to students' fees at all, so.
Senator Holston?
I'd like to call a question.
Alrighty, the question has been called. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a second. Is there any dissent to the call to question? Alrighty, seeing none. So the motion on the table is to recommend $16,000 to FSL. Alrighty? Just wanna make sure that that was clear. Same thing, roll call, Senator Leon?
No.
Senator Franson?
No.
Senator Mucci?
Yes.
Senator Emke? Senator Ponte?
No.
Senator Bugney?
Yes.
Senator Reyes?
Yes.
Senator Maega?
Yes.
Senator Thab, Senator Mpenga?
Yes.
Senator Lee?
No.
Senator Dietrich?
Yes.
Senator Smith?
Yes.
Senator Green?
No.
Senator Johnson?
No.
Senator Moore?
Yes.
Senator Baba? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Senator Knauer?
No.
Senator Karki?
No.
Senator Livingston?
Yes.
Senator Riggle?
Yes.
Senator Colleran?
No.
Senator Zelmer?
No.
Senator Ide?
No.
Senator Hillstead?
No.
Senator Isaac? President Narala?
No.
Vice President Jay?
No.
Alrighty, so the motion has failed. So we need a new amount, cause right now it is just the 16,000 on the table.
16,000.
16,500.
Vote on
That's the main motion. Or you
Or
can
you can vote on the 16,500. Senator Colleran? You had your thing up.
I'll yield to Hillside first.
Okay,
Call the question.
okay, so we're calling to question on the 16,500.
Second.
Second, any dissent? Okay, say, any dissent to voting on the 16,500? Alrighty. So now we are voting on the 16,500. And we'll go back into the roll call vote. Just also wanna make this like clear too. I know we're all involved in like a bunch of these RSOs that are here. Let's try to like not let personal conflicts or personal interests interfere with any of our decisions made. Just so we are aware of that. Senator Leon? Senator Franson?
Yes.
Senator Miyoshi?
No.
Senator Pregnant is abstaining. Senator Emke? Senator Ponthe. Was that a no?
Everybody please just speak up a little bit. It's really hard to hear on this end of the room.
Yeah. Senator Bugny,
Yes.
Senator Reyes,
Abstain.
Senator Maega, Senator Papa.
No.
Senator Mpanka,
No.
Senator Lee, Senator Dietrich,
Yes.
Senator Smith,
Abstain.
Senator Green,
No.
Senator Johnson,
Yes.
Senator Moore.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Senator Maba,
Yes.
Senator Knauer,
Yes.
Senator Karki,
No.
Senator Livingston,
No.
Senator Riggle,
No.
Senator Colleran,
No.
Senator Zelmer,
Yes.
Senator Ide,
Yes.
Senator Hillstead,
Yes.
Senator Isaac,
Yes.
President Narala,
Yes.
and Vice President Jay.
Yes.
Alrighty, so that motion has passed. So the recommendation for 65 has passed. John?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a couple of points for you, as mentioned, when you're looking at this and moving money around, 1 penny is about $2,700 to $2,800. If there is anybody, I'm not connected to this screen right now, but we are running a total of what the total impacts are. If you need to get up and move around and wanna come take a look at the screen, we can do that, or I can connect. But right now, like I said, as you're looking at this, you're looking at 1 penny is about $2,800. So that's how much you'd have to move around to, or reduce by to change your fee. So I'm happy to share with you the screen that we're working with.
Is it just you who has access to that document, John?
The working one, I'm working on one that's on my desktop,
Okay.
yes.
Senator Zelmer?
Can we have that shared to the screen, please? Yeah. It's the working documents with second track of it.
John would have to join Zoom.
Yeah. Alternatively. Do we have?
Yeah, because John would have to join the Zoom.
If you have any personal questions, message John or go talk to him and you can look at it. But just with all of the moving parts, I don't think it's gonna work out. And we can give updates after each one that we talk about, so everybody's kind of in the know.
Yeah.
That file not just be shared on Teams?
So what we've done is we've used the Excel sheet that's on Teams, and then we've been running live numbers on there. So alternatively, you could download that Excel sheet from Teams and then work on your end as well.
Senator Ide?
Point of information, someone mentioned earlier that when theater came in a past year, we requested that they do more like student outreach. Is that something that is that like a condition, or was that just something we wanted to see from them, or like how did that, I'm not fully.
I'm gonna yield to Senator Colleran, but we've also already discussed theater, so I don't wanna keep going back on items we've already.
It's for reference in a future thing, it's not just it's not about theater, it's about the idea that was, if that makes sense.
Just to give a quick answer, it was a resolution passed by a former student government. So they basically use that resolution as reference to their future efforts with their budget.
So for reference, in the past, student governments have adopted conditional resolutions where they've approved budgets and they've requested certain things from departments. As part of theater's resolution, when we approved their budget years ago, and you can look at the minutes and figure out which it was, I can't remember how many years ago. There were conditions where we've asked them to send a letter, so theater sends over a letter to the executive leadership about the status of their recruitment and their programming, and other conditional items that they mentioned in their interview. That's also an example of what we did with the reporter, where we asked them to only account for their full-time staff when making requests to student allocations committee. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, would that be something we would need to do ahead of time? Like, we wanted to do that, say, with a future vote, like, would we not be able to do that essentially for what's on the docket for today?
Sure, if you can have a resolution ready to go, alternatively, what you could do is you could adopt all of these budget resolutions and then write up a resolution requesting that certain departments adopt certain measures. So it doesn't have to be conditionally tied to the budgets, you could still adopt resolutions in the future.
Okay, sounds good, thank you.
Alrighty. So, if there's nothing else, we should go on to Senator Riddle, sorry.
I was just wondering, John, do you think you could share the current percent increase right now for?
I'm working on updating it. Let me get through the omnibus bill real quick. I'm coding some stuff real quick.
No worries,
But right
okay.
now it's about 6.0, just about 6.
Thank you.
Percent increase. So right now with the 6% increase, y'all are over the SAC recommended increase. Just wanted to let you know.
Slightly.
You're slightly over the SAC,
2 or 3 pennies, or something like 6 pennies.
like percentage wise. So, just wanted to let you all know that.
What John said is we're like 6 pennies over what SAC initially recommended, just for awareness.
So, yeah, we just wanted you all
That's
to.
making a couple of assumptions that you haven't voted on yet either.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so next group is the Student Activities Leadership, or MIT. Currently, the motion on the table for MIT is the SAC recommendation of the $14,000. So we'll accept any discussion points or any amendment, or any motions for amendments. Senator Isaac.
Introduction, thank you. Introduction for an amendment on the amount that they established, which is keeping the 18,000 and adding the 800.
So right now, you'd have to motion for $4,800, cause right now we're off of the $14,000 recommendation. So you motion for the $18,800?
No, I motion for the add up of the 4,000.
What's the plan?
So, student activities, so MIT, student activity leadership / Maverick involvement team. Right now, what they are currently getting from SAC for this year is $18,000. They requested $18,800. SAC is recommending $14,000, so they are decreasing the base by $4,000. So right now, the number you are all going off of as our main motion is $14,000. What number are you motioning to go to?
The one that you recommended.
The 18,800?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So an increase of $4,800. Is there a second on that motion? Okay, seconded by Senator Maba. So now we will go into discussion on recommending $18,800 for MIT. The first you get first say and discussion point, so you can say why you want to recommend $18,800.
Senator, can you use the microphone, please? It's next to you. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. You hear me? Okay. So to make a clarification, the Maverick involvement team not only promotes leadership, its job is to reassure the leadership that already exists on campus and enhance it for the 250 RSOs that we have on campus to have different measures for capacity building. I don't know if you know this, but our university ranks 15th in nationwide for the most inclusive universities for international students. As Greg stated, 100% of the students that work in the MIT are international students, and some of the visas that these students uses or need are J1s and F1s. For the J1s, you can only work on campus. For a case of F1s, you can only work on campus or apply to CPT or OPT programs, which means that the students that work in the MIT rely mostly in working on campus. At the same time, the MIT arranges different activities during the years that help towards the leadership, and taking into consideration that we are upon fall and most students start joining these RSOs, this only means that the MIT provides training, capacity building workshops for them to not only know how to help the students involved in those RSOs, but also for them to know how to use Math Central, how to update their forms, their documents in Math Central, and how to keep doing good leadership in these RSOs. So I highly recommend you to think about passing this amendment, and I yield my time to my amendment, to my second.
Senator Maba?
The reason why I'm seconding this is for first I remember sort of remember what happened last year, and the 18,000 was like the middle ground that we had agreed upon after a whole shebang of conversation. Apart from that, one thing that struck me was I don't know what's the name of the MIT representative who spoke, and I'm sorry about that.
Greg.
Thank you, Greg. And he said that most of the people who have been working there are international students. And as an international student myself, I think one of the reasons why I don't want to say international students kind of settle, but it's like you're likely to find international students doing those positions because domestic students themselves find that either it's either too low of a pay, like for what they could get if they were to work somewhere else, or maybe the workload. But I don't want to speak on the workload because I don't work there and I'm not familiar with everything they do. And I'm like, if they already had to subtract one position, I can only imagine how much more the workload would fall into the three that will remain if they were to cut another one, because we're reducing their whatever amount to 14,000. They were okay with 18,000 and no more than okay with 18,800. That's why I'm supporting this again.
Senator Dietrich?
As much as I want to support our international students and make sure that they're able to get jobs, I cannot support this amendment. I was familiar with MIT before their budget got cut last year, when they, and like I think at the time they had like 5 members or something working in their office. And even then, I think my RSO, it took 3 months for them to respond to us, and we reached out to them multiple times. I'm not really convinced that the workload is too much even. It's mostly answering emails, to be honest with you. From at least my experience with the person that I knew at that time, they no longer go to this school, but they were heavily involved with MIT. And based off of everything that I gleaned from them and what they were able to do, because they had 3 jobs. They worked for MIT, they worked for student events team, and they worked for Mayo Clinic. And so I'm like, how on earth, and they were a full-time student, I'm like, how on earth are you doing that? And so I'm just not convinced that the workload of MIT workers justifies the increase.
Senator Moore?
Yeah, I guess this is somewhat targeted at SAC, so it's a great thing you already have everything out. I was just wondering, like, with that into account, like, sorry, I'm trying to find the words to say this, like, one of the reasons listed here is like this area can condense the time spent on their obligations. But I didn't entirely understand that the first time. I still don't really understand it. I was kind of just wondering, like, what does that mean, especially with how it compares to like maybe losing student positions?
I think that's more like a point of clarification, so I will let our staff chair kind of clarify the reasoning for it.
So many documents to look through. Okay, just give me a whole second. So yeah, I think the majority of this question can be answered by just yielding to redundancy to Senator Dietrich. Like looking at the numbers of the stipends right now, like they run on the operating assumption that that each board member and there are 4 of them are running 15 hours a week. And like when you do 15 times 15 times 4, which is many hours they output across the semester, that's roughly 900 hours. And I'm on the same caliber as Senator Dietrich, that I don't think they're having the output of 900 hours where every single minute goes to working towards RSOs and stuff that's related to Math Central. I do recognize there is a level of intensity for people who are working in MIT, but I do have understanding that it is something that is at the intensity of a work study position where you'll be constantly studying and doing other tasks on top of your work, as opposed to a part-time position where you just be having all your priorities be focused on the position itself. So that's the primary reason of our recommendation right now, where it is not focused on a leadership aspect, it is focused on a stipend aspect and making sure that we're able to have good funding for the entirety of student activity fee and making sure that they're still able to do their hours and still do their output in a more compact manner that's able to effectively utilize these funds.
Yes, because yours is more of a point of clarification.
Right. I mean, this is still also a little bit of clarification. Obviously, we don't decide what they do with this, but just to make sure I understand sort of what SAC is recommending with this is like maybe a decrease in hours, but not specifically a decrease in like workers is what SAC thinks might be the best path if we don't give them the funding.
Yeah, so SAC was able to do a recommendation to just like see exactly like how the area would go. Like I think the prior recommendation would be not to cut positions, but to cut hours of those positions to make sure they're able to work at that still really valuable wage of minimum wage across the university. Just more a compact manner than they are right now with the utilization of their office hours and maybe make them a little more together.
Yeah, I was.
Senator Riggle.
I have to agree with Senator Dietrich on this one. Looking at the paperwork, each of the 4 student workers gets a $4,000 stipend. And I just don't think the amount of work that they're doing constitutes the amount of pay that they're getting. They mentioned that they've been having an increase in like questions and whatnot, and I feel like if you're getting so many questions, maybe there are other ways to handle that. Maybe make like an FAQ, make it a little more user-friendly, because I've always gotten confused looking at Math Central. I don't really understand how it works. I definitely think there's alternatives to an increase I think there's definitely alternatives that they could use. And I just don't think the full amount is necessary.
Senator Karki. You can use the microphone before you speak too. Sorry, people at the end of the room, I can't hear you.
Thank you. I would like to also yield to redundancy to a lot of the things that Senator Dietrich, Senator Riggle mentioned. I do have an amendment to this whenever the floor is ready for that, but if we would like to call to question this first and get it voted on, I am happy to do so.
Is there a second? Second from Senator Hillstead. Any dissent to the call to question? Alrighty, seeing none. Right now you are voting to amend the SAC's recommendation to the $18,800, just for clarification. Alright, and we will do a roll call vote. So Senator Leon? No. Ready. Senator Franson?
Yes.
Senator Michi?
Yes.
Senator Privilege. Senator Emke? Okay, just a minute. Senator Ponte? Okay. Senator Bugney?
Yes.
Senator Reyes?
No.
Senator Maega?
No.
Senator Thapa?
No.
Senator Mpanka?
No.
Senator Lee?
No.
Senator Dietrich?
No.
Senator Smith?
No.
Senator Green?
No.
Senator Johnson?
No.
Senator Moore?
No.
Senator Maba?
Yes.
Senator Canower?
No.
Senator Karki?
No.
Senator Livingston?
No.
Senator Riggle?
No.
Senator Colleran?
No.
Senator Zelmer?
Yes.
Senator Ide? Senator Hillstead?
No.
Senator Isaac? President Nurala?
No.
And Vice President Jay?
No.
Alright, so the motion to recommend the $18,800 has failed. 7-20 to 2. So now we are back at the recommended 14,000, and I know Senator Karki had a motion put forth on the table. Senator Karki, we have your motion sheet, but you can still make the motion out loud.
Yes, thank you so much. I motion to amend the original ask to 16,500.
Is there a second? Yep. Alrighty. So the motion on the table is to recommend from the $14,000 to the $16,500. So that's a motion we are going to discuss. Our motioner and our second motioner will have first dibs on speaking, so Senator Karki.
Awesome, thank you so much. I think we heard a lot of discussion about the workload and the kind of expectation that comes from it already. I really respect SAC's work again on this already and the consideration that has gone to it. But just with the presentation that we heard again with the expectation of raising student wages and to support that, I think a recommendation of 16,500 is meeting in the middle while we are supporting the students that already work there. But we are also not just leaning into any request just because we can. We also heard the language with the presenter that we will take anything that we can get, which means that there are other pools to bring out money from if this case is not approved. And with that in consideration, I would urge you to vote yes for this motion. I did have Senator Ponte as a second, but if other people would like to speak.
Senator Ponte, if you have anything to add.
No.
Thank you. So I'm gonna open the table up for discussion on this motion. Senator Hillstead.
I'm calling the question.
Alrighty, the question has been called. Is there any
Point of
dissent?
parliamentary inquiry.
Yeah.
Is it possible to disclose the votes on the people on Zoom?
Yes, they've been,
Or like when
They've
they
been voting,
when they do vote, like can you say like yes, a yay or nay when they speak
sometimes
across
it's
their name?
delayed.
Okay.
it is
delayed
delayed,
response.
all of it is recorded, so if you want us to go back on any single one of the votes, we can check those.
No, I was like wondering like if it is delayed, then no worries, because I was like,
Yeah,
no worries, it's all good.
sorry.
That's fine.
So any dissent?
I have a point of information.
Oh, point of inquiry.
Okay, could we get the dollar amount, well, the dollar amount with that, what
Oh, with the
yeah.
16.5. I will yield to John for the plug-in of the 16.5 if for that recommendation. So just give us 1 minute. Zoom, not bad drugs. Sinus drugs, sorry. Let me clarify that because that's being recorded.
Since it's being recorded.
My bad. Can make y'all laugh.
Go back and just wipe the
It
recording.
is about $10.41, and again, a couple of assumptions have been entered that you have not yet voted on.
Thank you.
Would be a penny increase from what we have right now?
Alrighty. Are there any other points of information or anything? I see none, is there any dissent to the motion? So, so it's been called to question. Is there any dissent to call to question? You're dissenting to call to question?
Can I state my dissent?
Sure.
I'd like to hear more voices than just one senator on this position for this amendment. That's my dissent.
Vice President Jay? Yeah,
Okay. I am more in favor of the motion of 16,500 as it is an increase from the original 14,000 recommendation because I think we do all understand the need for student wages, fair and equitable wages. However, I feel this is more of a compromise between the two while also being cognizant of other increases, possible increases, all of those things, as well as yield to redundancy for a lot of the reasons as to why senators have stated not wanting the full amount of 18,800. And I do agree with a lot of those points, so thank you senators who have shared those, largely Senator Dietrich was a big one of those, so I appreciate that.
Senator Isaac, did you have a point for dissent?
Yes.
I'll let you make your case.
Okay. I just wanted to add something real quick. I didn't add it, but I think it's important. I've been working as a volunteer for the MIT, so I've been looking closely at the things they're doing. Especially if you read my report about the project that I want to implement in the Senate, which is the map bridge. I understood that promoting other platforms rather than understanding and fully being aware of how to use Map Central is really important. So I'm learning on it, which is why if you need any insurance of some good work that the MIT may be doing, I am that work. I am doing it just by volunteering. We have different activities planned for the rest of the semester. We have more activities planned for the next semester. So I highly encourage you to that's
So now that our dissent people have made their cases, we're just gonna vote on whether we are going to vote. And we'll just do the raise of hands. So if you are in favor of going to vote, please raise your hand now. Even gonna count, we have the votes already. And then if you dissent to voting, any dissent to voting, put your hand down. Not you, Andrew, that was more towards Nolan, but yeah, alrighty, so we are going to move into voting. So the motion on the table is to recommend $16,500. So that would then become our new main motion. Great, going down the list. Senator Leon. Yes. Senator Franson.
Yes.
Senator Miucci. Senator Prignitz is not here. Other things. Senator Emke, we'll get that Zoom vote. Is a yes. Alrighty. Senator Ponte.
Yes.
Senator Bugney.
Yes.
Senator Reyes.
Yes.
Senator Maega.
Yes.
Senator Thapa.
No.
Senator Mpenga.
Yes.
Senator Lee.
No.
Senator Dietrich.
Yes.
Senator Smith.
Yes.
Senator Green.
Yes.
Senator Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Maba.
Yes.
Senator Knauer.
No.
Senator Karki.
Yes.
Senator Livingston.
Yes.
Senator Riggle.
Yes.
Senator Colleran.
No.
Senator Zelmer.
Yes.
Senator Ide.
Yes.
Senator Hillstead.
Yes.
Senator Isaac.
Yes.
President Narawa.
Yes.
Vice President Jay.
Yes.
Alrighty, so that motion has passed 24-4-1. So now your currently proposed student government is going to, right now, the main motion on the table is the 16.5. Senator Zelmer.
I would encourage a yes vote for this. I personally find their activities at the beginning of the year for freshman involvement be extremely impactful. And if you asked any freshman that went to those, you would say it was like that kind of kickstarted them making friends and getting involved around campus. And I find MIT to be extremely useful to our university.
Senator Hillstead.
Call to question.
Alrighty, the question has been called. Is there a second? The second is by Senator Moore. Is there any dissent? Okay, so the motion on the table is to for student government to officially recommend the 16.5 for MIT. Okay, is there any dissent to call in the question? Okay, seeing none, we will call the question. Ready to recommend the 16.5. Senator Leon. Senator Franson.
Yes.
Senator Miyachi. Yes. Senator Pregnant, Senator Emke. I'll give it a minute. Senator Ponte.
Yes.
Senator Buckney.
Yes.
Senator Reyes.
Yes.
Senator Maega.
Yes.
Senator Thapa.
Yes.
Senator Mpanga. Senator Lee.
Yes.
Senator Dietrich.
Yes.
Senator Smith.
Yes.
Senator Green.
Yes.
Senator Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Maba. Senator Knauer.
Yes.
Senator Karki.
Yes.
Senator Livingston.
Yes.
Senator Riggle.
Yes.
Senator Colleran.
No.
Senator Zelmer.
Yes.
Senator Ide.
Yes.
Senator Hillstead.
Yes.
Senator Isaac.
Yes.
President Narala.
Yes.
And Vice President Jay.
Yes.
No, it's all.
Alrighty. So that motion has passed, so student government is recommending $16,500 for MIT. Alrighty, so now we are going to be moving forward with the gender and sexuality programs. So I just want to remind everyone what the current numbers we are looking at is. So their base is what they are getting this year, that is currently $55,000. They requested $80,000. SAC recommended $65,000. But the appeal request is $75,000. So the current motion on the table for every group is always to start with the SAC recommendation of the $65,000. Okay, so I'm gonna open up the floor. I have a motion from Vice President Jay on paper for gender and sexuality. Oh, it's the same thing, never mind. Okay, so we have a submitted motion by Senator Livingston, seconded by both President Norrell and Vice President Jay. The motion is to amend to the $75,000 appeal request. So is there any, we're gonna open up the floor for conversation. Starting with our motioner, so Senator Livingston.
So, we're pretty unanimous on the goals of gender and sexuality and SAC. And after hearing Denise, I think really could go farther, especially her point on how critical it is to uphold and strengthen our support systems, in-house support systems specifically, not only because the benefit that in-house programs bring, like she mentioned, but like it's so hard for someone who is experiencing sexual violence to have to go, who also might face barriers too. It just mentally having to travel somewhere can be it really can take a toll. So trying to strengthen our own in-house systems. Also alongside that, the fact that a lot of these external resources that she's mentioning, like C8, like CADA, thank you. They face a lot of uncertainty and budget cuts from the federal level. So I really think this is one area that really needs, like I said, it's a matter of being proactive about this issue. I would encourage a yes vote from everyone.
Okay, President Narala?
I'd yield to Senator Livingston. I think the presenters did an amazing job of explaining the rationale, and I definitely think that our student groups and our students across the university would definitely benefit from the initiative that they shared. I think it's really important that we highlight the importance of these programs and support an increase to the appeal request that they
And then Vice President Jay.
Yield to redundancy in a lot of things. I really appreciated our presenters' urge to consider the ability to heavily impact our prevention efforts with the new program that they are trying to bring on campus. Our university continues to expand both in terms of student population, community involvement, just overall how many people are on campus. And I don't think any of us would ever disagree that more safety is better. That's never a bad thing. I want everyone to consider how crucial these programs are, that they serve everyone, and these programs save lives.
Thank you. Senator Regal?
Yield to redundancy to Vice President Jay. I have seen firsthand how these programs affect people, and it is immensely positive. I don't know what our campus would look like without these programs. And I know the plans that Denise has, and they are amazing. They are nothing that we have seen before. And I think that we need to have that, especially like right now. Numbers keep increasing. It's a scary world out there. And Denise is an incredibly passionate person who's incredibly passionate about her job. She does multiple trainings all the time. She teaches a class. And I think that if anything, we should provide her the funding to take the program in the way that she thinks it should be, because she's an expert on this stuff. And I think the 75,000 is a good middle ground between what has been requested and what has been recommended.
President Narala.
Point of information, if you go into the budget meeting with the dated folder, there is a working document that I've uploaded. We are still working on a bunch of different things. If you are gonna make changes, I request that you download that Excel sheet and then run the numbers on your end. So there's one copy uploaded.
Please do not make changes to that live document. That's the one that I'm working from right now.
Yeah. Thank you. Senator Moore.
So echoing what everyone else said, I also managed to talk to her specifically about the impact something like this might have on international students, as there's a lot of extra barriers that they might face when it comes to this, and especially with some of the current policies and climate, a lot of international students are more afraid than ever to come forward with things like this. And I think funding something that is preventative like this can help them a lot. And also, as a side, I know for me personally and other people I've met, because Minnesota has one of the better like safety laws when it comes to LGBT things, I think more and more people will come to Mankato specifically for that, both because of the historical aspect of it and because it's one of the cheaper ones in the area. So I think like that's going to continue to be a very big draw. If anything, it will probably just get more of a draw if things get kind of worse at a legal level in a lot of places. So I think it's really important to realize like the potential, what's the word? Like attraction that it has for people. But, yeah.
Senator Johnson.
I was going to make this amendment myself, and I'm glad to have been beat to the punch on it. I'm glad to see the amount of interest in this, and I'm grateful for SAC making the largest increase before these deliberations for this. I find this, and I'm 100% certain in this. This is the most important thing that we are discussing tonight. As the Vice President said, this is the kind of thing that can save lives. And to be clear, at this point in time, and for the next few years at least, rapists and people who commit sexual assault and violent acts have been empowered by our federal government. And we should be sickened by it, but we should also be affirmed and strong in the defense of people all around this country and across this campus. Excuse me. I highly recommend a yes vote for the $75,000 amendment. It's beyond important, it is necessary, and it is the right thing to do.
Thank you. Senator Ide.
Thank you. I'd just like to, before I start this, thank what the Gender and Sexuality Program has done. I grew up in an area where I saw a lot of domestic abuse and sexual assault and just fellow issues like that. And what they're doing to address these are massive. But what I would like to say is I believe that some more lesser in scope methods to prevent sexual assault are resources that would, in the long run, be larger in effect in comparison to hiring an expensive out-of-house prevention program. Taking in mind that all MSU students are required to take a class for sexual prevention before attending the school. So something along that vein, I think would be something that would be valued resources. I believe that the original SACS recommendation would be the best course of action due to the cost of a 2-year contract that would be 2 3-day long events, costing around $20,000. That was their main reason for an increase, so that's kind of their dead set goal for the use of the money. While the project that aims to decrease violence through bystander intervention per their website, it's an extremely important issue, but I believe that the teachings of prevention through recognizing and responding to sexual abuse or assault could be addressed in a more cost-efficient way. I don't believe that $20,000 for essentially a 6-day program, which is really just 3 days twice, that costs $10,000 a year is the best approach. That's why I'm in favor of the original price recommended by SAC. I think going with the full 20,000 would just, or going with the extra amount allocated is just, I wouldn't say unnecessary, but could be better used in other ways to help sexual violence.
I just want to clarify that $20,000 is not for 6 total days. It's $10,000 over a year. So that's $20,000. So that's $20,000 over a 2-year period. Yeah. Yeah, $20,000 over a 2-year period, $10,000 for each of the years. So it's not 6 days out of the 2 years. And it's for not only like local like resources, it's also state resources, national resources, and international. So it's going towards a lot of things. And if you personally haven't had an experience that goes towards this program, you're very fortunate. Like, sorry, I'm gonna cry. I have experience, but I'm gonna yield to Vice President Jay to talk more on that because I'm gonna cry.
I've spoken a little bit with the presenters about all of the things that this $10,000 a year, $20,000 for the 2-year contract would cover. It would cover overall resources for them to have in a variety of centers, a variety of places on campus like res halls, just awareness things. It would help various online programs that they could have. It also supports the various trainings that they would be able to do throughout the year, which would be very important and could be free for any faculty to come and take those trainings so that we have more resources and support staff here on campus. As well as gives us access to the national database and research centers that they use nationally as well as internationally. Again, going back to whoever commented about how much it could help potentially our international students, I 100% agree with that. And this program would directly help impact that as well. So just a little bit more context on all that this large sum would go to.
Point of personal privilege.
Yep.
Does anyone feel the need to take a 5-minute recess?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you finish this one?
Can we finish this one and
Yeah.
then take the 5-minute recess?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Senator Reyes.
I just wanted to add, like, I'm in strong, for this amendment. I wanted to add a little bit. I come from a university that had Green Dot on their university and had the curriculum and everything. And I urge you to do some research. Not only did it give the big things like professional development, certification, stuff like that, but actually educated the community, especially like a small rural community, about different strategies, about different prevention methods, about different things to prevent and what to do after. But also the curriculum that they got from Green Dot helped shape a lot of the university policies and actually changed some of the methods and strategies that they did on the university. So if that's like a concern, and that was like brought up as a concern from SAC specifically, I have like firsthand experience on what Green Dot can do for like just the campus community as a whole. So yeah, just want to add that.
Thank you. Senator Hillstead.
I would like to just say I'm in full support of this increase as I really love the idea of the VART program. I believe it's a really crucial part on any university to prevent violence and sexual violence on campuses. And with that, I believe we're all trending towards the same direction of wanting to call to question, and so I'll call to question.
Second.
There's been a second. Is there any dissent to call the question?
It's not a dissent, it's a point.
Of information or clarification?
Information.
Yep.
So just cause it's not super clear in the file they posted for the gender and sexuality and assault in the SAC. So is it that the training that would occur happen once a year on 2 3-day, I guess the word would be like excursions is that where like, cause it reads like the training would go down in those 2 3-day programs. It's just, I'm not super versed and I'm just not familiar. I tried to Google it, like Google for the resource and it's just not super clear.
I'm gonna yield to Manny and Reese, who might have a little bit more understanding of the training aspects of this.
At least my experience, one of the biggest like training days was during like the Sunday before move-in. So like when freshmen are coming into campus, like that was one of the days, part of like freshman orientation. And what I had this like experiences throughout the semester, but they partnered with our, I think y'all call it GWS, right? GWS, yeah. They partnered with our GWS department to like set up like curriculum, set up different workshops throughout the year. So like not only was it training from them, but they helped teach a lot of our faculty and advisors and educators to also administer training and how to use those resources. So it's like can like share the wealth, share the knowledge kind of thing. If you have anything to add.
No, that's, yeah.
Yeah, and there's definitely a lot of like programming that also happens throughout the year, for like different trainings and everything. I think to reiterate a lot of points that a lot of people made, that D2L course, let's be honest, not very serious.
Very limited.
And very limited. So, yeah, being back on topic, we're going to call the question. Oh, June?
So, I think this program is essential, like kind of necessary, especially for exchange student or international student. Because like for exchange student, it is really, well, I saw a lot of like uncomfortable things happen or like Japanese people or South Korean, also like Mexican. I have a lot of exchange friends, but sometimes it happened for them. So for them, it's really difficult to report to security directly because they don't they can't understand the American culture sometimes. They don't know well about this, like the environment here. So this program is really helpful for them. So I definitely recommend like voting yes for this program.
So the motion has been called to question. So is there any dissent to call to questions or is any dissent to vote? Alrighty, was that a dissent to vote? Okay, sorry. Alrighty, so since there's no dissent to vote, then we will go into voting on the motion at hand, which is to increase the allocation to $75,000, which would then be our main motion. So right now it's just amending the current motion of the $65,000 from SAC. So roll call, Senator Leon. Senator Franzen.
Yes.
Senator Miucci.
Abstain.
Senator Prentice, abstaining. Senator M. Key. Second, we'll give it a second. Senator Poppy.
Yes.
Senator Bugney.
Yes.
Senator Reyes.
Yes.
Senator Maega.
Yes.
Senator Thapa.
Yes.
Senator Mpanga.
Yes.
Senator Lee. Yeah, okay. Senator Dietrich.
Yes.
Senator Smith. Senator Smith.
Yes.
Sorry. Senator Green.
For a minute.
Okay. Vote on Zoom is yes from Senator Emke. Senator Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Baba.
Yes.
Senator Knauer.
Yes.
Senator Karki.
Yes.
Senator Livingston.
Yes.
Senator Riggle.
Yes.
Senator Colleran.
Yes.
Senator Zelmer.
Yes.
Senator Ide.
Yes.
Senator Hillstead.
Yes.
Senator Isaac. President Narala.
Yes.
And Vice President Jay.
Yes.
Alrighty. So that motion has passed 2702. So that is now our new base recommendation amount. So is there any discussion or points? Senator Riggle?
Motion to have 5-minute recess.
Second.
Just like we vote now.
Do you want to finish this conversation?
We just vote on it.
Motion vote by
We still gotta vote on it real quick.
Oh, do you have a motion
Yes.
to amend it?
Yes.
Okay, what's your mo-
Cause they can discuss.
Okay, yeah, we can discuss over break. Let's do 5 minutes. Let's probably
3 minutes?
3 minutes.
Amended to 3.
Okay, is there a new motion for recess?
Yeah.
To a what?
Motion to 3-minute recess.
Okay, second.
Second.
Okay, we're gonna take a 3-minute recess. If you'd like to discuss your motion with others or come talk to us about it, please come back at 9:34.
Right now is 75,000.
Our main motion is now, or is now 70.
Yes.
I don't like coffee.
I need to list a vote.
Just like holding my placard and as soon as Becca stopped talking, I was like, it's whipping it up.
Do I have what?
Oh, what's up? Can you keep it on my?
I figured it out. Slay.
Go out.
Sure.
Yeah.
Question.
He has always been there. This is so dumb. I feel so
I just saw your team's message out there. Congratulations.
Thanks. Let me see.
I just need to step out for a second.
So that way all of the non-controversial.
This is what they asked for.
Yeah.
Well, if all of you just said you were done.
No, yeah, no, I just need to step out.
No, I know, I mean, right now,
Unless someone.
the way it's
has
looking,
discussion points.
Are we at 10:41?
you are at 10:41.
What was that, 10 what?
10:41.
I don't know, Robert.
So we're currently
And that's
seven.
that assumes that
Cause I
you
wanna vote on.
Oh, yes.
vote on theater, speech and debate.
So it's we're currently at a 7 cent increase from the original SAC recommended budget.
I mean, if we're over, then we have to take a.
I mean, it just goes to referendum and we, yeah.
Here's the other
So
thing.
50 years.
Oh, it's your white mod.
50 years down the road.
Right. Yeah, I was just curious.
Yeah, 50 years down the road, I can.
Yeah, you can, cause I suspect somebody gonna.
Oh, we're over here. I'm so sorry.
You think
No, I mean, you're perfect.
I haven't been bothered once.
Yeah, we're good.
Better now.
We're good.
Anything else where it is.
It's so much.
No, it's a long time.
Oh, duh.
I just poured it in myself.
Yes.
Please.
Is it raining out right now? Anybody know?
It is, but you're right out.
No. Oh no, R.I.P. Do you eat your cheese yet? I mean, are you gonna rest your bike at 11 o'clock at night?
Yeah, that was my point. Oh my gosh, that's dangerous.
More than that.
I've done worse.
It's,
Okay, good.
that number takes.
That's
all
fair.
over. That's.
Basket,
And then you, no wait,
free
and then you can
tuition.
sue them.
You know what? I'm hoping.
Yeah.
Yeah, then that's at that point, actually.
I can skip classic.
Honestly, I really hope it's gonna pass, and I wanna shoot my shot while I have it.
Probably, I know there's gonna be a increase.
35 is the bare minimum.
He said, how's your budget?
No, not Douglas texted you.
I'm like, Douglas, how do you know what's going on?
So I was like, if you guys stand with, did you tell them that the cap increase, so we're just letting things? Yes.
I did talk to him at PICAP. Fuel, Mo Valley,
How are they doing?
I don't know why someone in the city government told the city government.
environment is rural Missouri, so what do you expect? More discussion than that.
Well, let's move this truck along and see what happens.
Also, I gotta check Dave.
I already told my boss, I'm like, if this meeting goes too late, I am not coming into work at 8 a.m.
Should I
tomorrow.
just cancel some?
No, you have the ability to do that.
It's the first day of school.
Actually, that will give them like a whole 5
No,
minutes.
like, think about what I got you to break.
Let's move everything up.
Be like, hey.
Think about the relief that will bring your students. They don't want to take the speeches.
Oh, that's right, that she didn't get to be there for the
Coaching
same.
from
That's right. People also want the dance,
Oh, someone signed up for my 11 o'clock time. Oh, I don't get it. I'm going straight meetings from 9 to 2.
You're gonna be here till the end. We're gonna do backup
Yeah, I'll let you know when I have questions.
Yeah, that might not.
Could say.
I'm pretty sure I've heard that somewhere.
Liz. I don't. Let's do this. I'm just gonna abstain. I'll still give like.
There's a motion to put on the table.
I'll say things and whatnot.
We can fill out a motion. Make sure this is what it is.
I mean, put out the table.
Well, we have to pass everything
And
today.
he said I should say favorite student debate because I gave this speech. Personally, it feels weird because I was the person who went up there and said minimum.
I would say.
I mean, to me, it's also coming down to
Over at Hell Laptops. Where can I do this? So you gotta turn this in to get fixed.
I'm not calling it unethical. I'm explaining my ethics to you.
That's like your change. Library.
Sarcasm.
Yeah, I'm also just bad at communicating. I'm gonna.
That's quite realistic.
I'll just work with accessibility reasons.
One, most of my friends are already Two, I think they don't understand.
Alrighty, everybody, we are back in session. Currently the amount on the table is $75,000 as our new base to recommend. Is there any discussions or any motions? Senator Riggle?
I make a motion to increase the amount to 85,000.
Is there a second? We have a second. Alrighty. So the new motion on the table is to recommend an $85,000 allocation.
Can I have a point of clarification?
Yes.
Did you
Senator
mean,
Moore?
did you mean 80 or 80?
No, I meant 85,000.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Just a point of information from John, this increase would raise our overall increase by 4 cents an hour in and of itself, or 4 cents per credit hour itself. Just so you guys are aware, currently we've raised like 1 cent through everything, this alone would be 4 cents, just for awareness.
Okay. So I'm gonna let our motion, our second speak to it, and then let everybody else do the piece. So Senator Riggle.
I think that 75,000 is the bare minimum. They want 20,000 just to implement this program. Who's to say they'll even get the chance to? I think that we shouldn't just give them the bare minimum. Even with the budget they have now, the LGBT and women's centers are still barely scraping by. And if we want to give more support to VARP, we need to give more support to the programs as a whole, which means we should give them more than the bare minimum of 75,000. I dutifully think that 85,000 is the right way to go. And as they mentioned, it will be a 4 cent increase, but think about the impact this will have on students directly. Just take a second to think about all of the things that this will impact for students. And is 4 cents worth impacting students for the rest of their lives? Thank you.
Senator Johnson, since you're the second.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very happy, proud to be able to be the second for this amendment. I'd like to quickly speak to my friend across the way, Senator Ide's earlier reference to Title IX and potential protections from that for these kind of atrocities that happen more and more frequently. Unfortunately, that's another one of the things that's already being attacked at the federal level, is Title IX. And earlier, I spoke and quoted Senator Robert Kennedy with a tiny ripple of hope. This is not the case for a tiny ripple of hope. When our president is an adjudicated sexual assaulter, now it's time for us to not be a tiny pebble in an ocean. It's time to be a bazooka, attacking monsters, taking down the monsters who ruin people's lives. Rape ruins lives, assault ruins lives, hitting ruins lives. This is our chance to do something drastic about something drastic. And I recommend, to the greatest extent I can, voting yes for an $85,000 allocation. Thank you.
Senator Leon.
I also want to bring up that like this also counts as our, as you might know, we are known for having parties around here, especially with a lot of different, I'm not gonna say like FSL, for example. We are, I will say parties go around, and this is a big thing that happens, and we can't just have that against, like, we all know that stuff's gonna happen in parties, and we can't shy away from that. So I hope you guys do fully support with this.
Senator Bucci.
Okay. For as much as I support this money is adding up. We're increasing everything already by cents, and before you realize it will be much higher than planned. So I say we stick to the 75. This increase is important and it's for an important cause, but we can't keep increasing everything. There comes a point where we need to start thinking about, okay, we're really hitting that mark. So yeah, I'm not for the increase.
Point of information, DPJ.
I just want to remind everyone that GWS's original ask was $80,000, so this would be going over their original ask. And these programs, when they initially came and presented their asks to SAC, it was everything that they wanted to do, tried to get done, all of those things, that's what they asked for, and that was $80,000. And again, this would be going over that, as well as yield to Senator Noguchi.
Senator Husted.
I would like to say we should not vote for this. We should keep it at that 75,000 as it was they asked originally for 80,000. The 75,000 would be a $20,000 increase already to their last year budget. It would allow them to allocate that to whatever they want because we can't really force them to allocate it to where they want to. But also, I just want to say I'm pretty sure our university doesn't promote the party atmosphere. So we are not a party. The parties do happen, but we do not promote that the parties happen. We are a dry campus is what we're titled as well as we shouldn't be bringing up, I don't believe for my own sake, we should be bringing up federal administrations as we are an impartial government.
Thank you. We did have a motion brought to us, but we first need to vote on this motion. Senators, okay.
No, I'm gonna.
Okay. And then we can get somebody call a question with Senators on there.
I would encourage a no vote to this. They've already asked with the 75,000 a 36.4% increase. And as stated by the presenters today, they were asking for a $75,000. And as Riggle had stated prior, these are experts who know what they're asking for. So I would stick with the $75,000 because the extra 10 grand could go towards a lot of other different programs that need to be discussed today. This isn't the only program that we're discussing today. We have more coming, and I would like to save some money for them as well. Thank you.
Senator Bugby.
I actually got cut off a little earlier last time before questioning, but I do just want to say last semester for my senator project, I worked with Varth and Denise, and I think she does a wonderful job, so first and foremost, I just support this. And I think it'd be super beneficial to also get opinion from Denise. But I do know with the request of or her request that she would do a wonderful job with that funding, so.
We do have Liz, who is from the Women's Center on Zoom, if Liz would like to make any comment. But you do not have to, but you can if you'd like. We'll yield if you do want, you can message Rosha in the Zoom if you do ever want to make a comment right now. But we'll just wait on that. Senator Ide.
Thank you. Just as a point of clarification, it sounded like she was about to talk.
Oh, yeah, Liz, can we use to?
Yeah, she can talk first and I'll
Yeah, go ahead,
after.
Liz.
Well, first of all, thank you for continuing to burn the midnight oil. I am incredibly heartened by the generosity of the student body and the way that you are viewing what we have known to be critically important work for the institution. And so certainly, the 80,000 was going to get us closer to some of the original goals that we had in mind at the beginning of the budget session. However, we recognize that there are a lot of expectations on all of you for funding a variety of programs. And so I'm certainly grateful for the consideration of our appeal of 75,000 and think that we would be just delighted to get that. So I really appreciate it and appreciate that this board again has such a strong understanding for the importance of anti-violence work.
Thank you. Your point of information or clarification, Senator Ide.
I was just gonna talk as well.
Yeah, you have.
Okay. So just to also clarify for a little bit of what I was saying earlier, I'm not against at all giving the sexuality and gender program money. I think this is a very, like I said earlier, very, very important that we address. On a slightly lighter note, if they do decide to go with either 75 or 85,000, I would like to see that as a residential life senator, I heard from many of my constituents that during the sex toy bingo, the only male toy offered was the direct name they call it is a penile ring, which of the 25 males that I talked to anonymously, because it's hard to have these conversations with identification attached, all 25 said that they would not use these and that they wouldn't really be used. So it's eliminating a mass amount of men that would seriously use these quote pleasure devices. Although I understand that there were attempts to be made in the sake of equality, I think this was a mass oversight in the overall sexual equity that is used in mind for. But I'm not going to vote no on the 85,000, but I think 75,000, which was requested by GNS, would be what they would be asking for and get their goals accomplished.
Senator Riggle.
I make a motion to call a question.
Is there a second? Alrighty, we have a second. Any dissent to the call to question? Senator Moore?
Yeah, I also just had a question, like what, compared to the 85, what would 80 look like as it goes to increases? Sure.
Yielding to John?
2 pennies, half of that.
2 pennies.
Okay, so like.
Right now, so if you, the document that I'm working from right now, if you put this to 85,000, your cumulative increase is 6.52%. And you're at $10.45 a credit hour. If you bump it to 80, $10.43 credit hour, 6.32%. If you leave it where it is at 75, 6.12%, $10.41.
Is that with the point of information, is that from the $55,000 base of this year's? Yep. Okay, just thank you.
When I say those percentages, that's your total increase to the student activity.
Okay.
Thank you. It's 36.4% over their base. That's the number that Nolan just brought up a few minutes ago.
Thank you. Alrighty, so is there any dissent to calling to question then? Okay, seeing none, the question has been called. The motion that we are voting on is to amend from 75,000 to 85,000. And we'll do that as the roll call vote. Senator Leon? Yes. Senator Franzen?
No.
Senator Miyuchi?
No.
Senator Prince abstaining. Senator Emke? Senator Ponte? No. Senator Buckney? Senator Reyes?
No.
Senator Maega?
No.
Senator Thapa?
No.
Senator Mpanga?
No.
Senator Lee?
Yes.
Senator Dietrich?
No.
Senator Smith?
Yes.
Okay, yes, okay. Senator Green? Senator Johnson?
Yes.
Senator Moore?
Yes.
Senator Maba? Senator Knauer?
Yes.
Senator Karki?
No.
Senator Livingston?
No.
Senator Riggle?
Yes.
Senator Colleran?
No.
Senator Zelmer?
No.
Senator Ide?
Information, can I ask? Do abstains change, oh, sorry.
You can abstain, it just means that you're basically not voting.
No, do abstains change the amount needed for a yes or a no?
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
No, okay.
Yeah, but we just need a simple majority, so yes, no, or abstain.
Abstain.
Senator Hillstead?
No.
Senator Isaac?
Yes.
President Rolla?
Yes.
Vice President Jay?
Yes.
Alright, so the motion has failed, 11-15-3, the majority got it. So we are back down to the 75,000.
Just a motion.
And we have a motion on the table. I'll yield to Senator Livingston.
I'm putting on the table, me in the middle, do 80,000. I think that's fair, knowing that, that was the original request. So I really do see this, the points that Senators Riggle and, Johnson made very eloquently, about the importance of these programs, especially since we live such in a fraught time where other resources around us are crumbling as we know it. And it is so important that we have our own proactive programs in-house. Not even that, but also the LGBT sexuality as well. It's such an important time that we stand up for those communities as well. I would encourage that we meet in the middle here, because I like the motivations of the Senator Riggle, but also see the fiscal side of things that $10,000 is a lot of money. So I kind of want to compromise on this one.
No, the second is from Senator Leon, by the way.
I
So,
do
yeah,
agree with
Senator Leon.
Senator Livingston. I also do want to say, although our university doesn't promote anything like this, or like doesn't promote anything like parties or in that such, it still does happen, and it still happens within our area. So that's why I made a comment to that.
Thank you. So the motion on the table is recommend $80,000. So you all know, Senator Colleran.
Alrighty, okay. Well, I do wanna say that I support this motion. Like just looking from all segments, I talked to my constituents and other conversations with student government. there has been efforts to push for more programming that is more related to the violence awareness response program. And we just grant the vote that we have on the contract, there'll still be no additional programming that is mostly student led from that end. So I think it is good to grant the original request that they've had through that end. So I do request you'll support this motion as well.
Senator Zalmer?
I think that we should stick with the 75,000. As Liz just stated, 75,000 is enough as she requested during this meeting. 75,000 is enough. I think we should stick with that amount and use the extra 5,000 elsewhere, like maybe the food pantry. Anything.
Senator Pompey?
Just to make every senators clear, the budget packet represented by Gender and Sexuality Program represented 5,000 of initial other expenses. So 75,000 would be optimal. 5,000 was just other expenses they allocated in the budget.
Thank you. Clarification, thank you. Senator Hillstead?
I also agree with Nolan on many of his points. As Liz did say, 75,000 would be enough, as well as just I don't believe we should pay passing policies on allocating funds based on policies we don't promote, as in partying. We don't promote it, so why are we getting funds on something we don't promote is one of my rationales with that.
Information. This program and these programs don't promote partying. That is a choice of every individual. What happens to individuals at said outings? This program gives them a space to help them talk through what may have happened to them, what they experienced, and if people choose to go to these certain outings, and then something along the area of GARP can help them like work through whatever happened to them. That I think is very essential, especially for college campuses. College students are very vulnerable. What happens? Yes, it is up to an individual's choice. Just because these programs exist, that doesn't mean it's promoting people's actions to choose and participate in options. Senator Michi.
Point of information as well. Sexual assault doesn't just happen at parties. It happens in other places as well. So you can't just be like, oh, it's based on these policies. And seeing that a campus doesn't promote the policy doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. It's just Mankato is known as a party school whether or not you promote it. It's just how it is. So yeah.
Senator Riddle.
I support the $80,000 increase. As I stated, the 75,000 was the bare minimum. And there is so much more that we are capable of doing as our centers and as the gender sexuality programs, should we be given this money. And I forgot what I was gonna say. I cannot state how important this stuff is. And you also need to realize that this money is also funding the Women's Center and LGBT Center. So these are 3 different offices that are using this funding. So also keep that in mind. Thank you.
Vice President Jay.
Before I call the question, which is what I'm going to be doing, I just want to say that the 3 of us as a leadership team and cabinet support this, and I now call the question.
Question's been called. We have a second by Senator Reyes. Is there any dissent to the question being called? Senator Isaac?
Yes, I want to state something else that it's kind of important. Let's take into consideration that in fall, we will be implementing alcohol in the courtyards, in the games. That is something that we have to take into consideration and make capacity building.
Point of personal privilege,
Yep.
could you please repeat what he just said?
So it was just dissenting, the call to question. So right now, we are just going to vote on whether we are going to vote. I know you guys have placards up, but we have to keep going with the voting. And, just parliamentary, whatever. What's on the table right now is to vote whether to vote. So if you're in favor of going into voting, please raise your hand, like loud and proud, like high up in the sky. Alrighty, okay, and then hands up if you don't wanna vote. Alrighty, so we're voting. The motion on the table right now, is to recommend, from $75,000 to $80,000. Right, yeah, 75 to 80, yep, $75,000 to $80,000. So that's just the amendment is to amend it to 80,000 as the main motion. Just so you are all clear on that. Senator Leon. Senator Franzen.
Yes.
Senator Miyuchi.
No.
Senator Emke. Senator Pompey. Senator Bugney.
Yes.
Senator Reyes.
Yes.
Senator Maega.
No.
Senator Thapa.
No.
Senator Mpenga.
No.
Senator Lee.
Yes.
Senator Dietrich.
Yes.
Senator Smith.
Okay, I'm sorry, but we're just voting on voting right now? or
No, voting on the $80,000 amendment.
Yes.
Okay. Senator Green.
No.
Senator Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Maba.
No.
Senator Knauer.
Yes.
Senator Karki.
Yes.
Senator Livingston.
Yes.
Senator Riggle.
Yes.
Senator Colleran.
Yes.
Senator Zelmer.
Yes.
Senator Ide.
Abstain.
Senator Hillstead.
No.
Senator Isaac.
Yes.
President Narala.
Yes,
And Vice President Jay.
Yes.
and the Zoom vote is yes.
Alright. So the motion for recommending $80,000 as the amendment has passed. So now the new recommendation right now on the table is to recommend $80,000. President Narala.
Unless there are any additional amendments, I'd like to call that 80,000 to question.
Second.
Alrighty, that has been called to question. So is there any dissent to call into question? Already seeing none. So this motion is to officially for student government to recommend $80,000 for the gender and sexuality programs. Okay? Do we all understand that motion? Okay. Alrighty, Senator Leon. Senator Franzen.
Yes.
Senator Miyuchi. Senator Prince, Senator Emke, Senator Pompey,
Abstain.
Senator Bugney,
Yes.
Senator Reyes,
Yes.
Senator Maega, Senator Thapa,
Abstain.
Senator Mpenga,
Abstain.
Senator Lee, Senator Dietrich,
Yes.
Senator Smith,
Yes.
Senator Green, Senator Johnson,
Yes.
Senator Moore,
Yes.
Senator Maba,
No.
Senator Knauer,
Yes.
Senator Karki,
Yes.
Senator Livingston,
Yes.
Senator Riggle,
Yes.
Senator Colleran,
Yes.
Senator Zelmer,
Abstain.
Senator Ide,
Abstain.
Senator Hillstead,
Abstain.
Senator Isaac,
Yes.
President Narala,
Yes.
Vice President Jay.
Point of order. What was the vote on the last? You just didn't say it, I don't.
1982. Alrighty. So, just so you all know, abstaining just means that you no longer count towards quorum, and you no longer count towards voting at all. So you actually just helped people pass it, just so you know. So that number, passed, so 18-9. So, the motion for recommending $80,000 has been approved. So I just want you all to know that that's what happens when you abstain. You take away your right to vote. Moving forward. Thank you. So point,
Yeah, point of information, moving forward as in like through the rest of voting entirely or?
that was, yeah.
Just for each
Yeah.
vote, that's what it does.
Okay, I was gonna say, if I can't vote on anything now, what?
No, for every time you abstain, you are giving up your right to vote. And that means you don't count towards your total vote. So that means in that last one, out of the 29 of you that are able to vote, only 20 votes mattered.
Okay.
So that's why we usually always encourage you to either vote yes or no, because then your vote can count.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah. Just so you all know. So now moving on. I haven't announced the next group yet. Jeez, please calm down. Alrighty.
Quick to the gun.
The next group being discussed is speech and debate or forensics. I'm just gonna call it speech and debate because that's what it is. So their base, what they are currently getting right now is $16,500. They requested $20,000. SAC recommended $17,500, so that is the main motion on the table is $17,500. And the appeal request was $20,000. We did get a motion from Senator Livingston, so I will let you make your motion. Do you remember what it was?
I can read it as you've written it. Motion to increase speech and debate allocation from 17,500 to 20,000.
And was the second?
I'm seconding it.
Alright, you are seconding it. So I will open the floor up, Senator Livingston.
So basically, Reese can touch on it a lot better than I ever could. But basically, I want to give speech and debate all the resources we can because I really do think they have most, out of all of our competitive teams we have here on campus and whatever, on the field or on the, whatever it may be, or in a, I don't know what you guys perform, like a classroom or a, whatever, you get the theme. Classroom, thank you. I did speech for like a year, I was so bad, but anyway, in high school. But I want to give them all the resources they can because I do think they have the most direct academic impact, direct academic benefit out of any competitive team we have. Not only do you learn public speaking, you learn communication, you learn research, so many benefits. You know, you see athletics makes a lot of arguments about like academic benefit, but a lot of that's indirect and kind of it's a little muddy. Let's not lie, you know, a little bit. So I really want to give them the resources so they can, and Reese is gonna touch on this, but like forensics is a very extensive history here in Mankato. And I think it's ever more reason to support this and give them resources to go farther and be a representative for our university.
Yeah, absolutely. Folks, if you don't know, Larry Schnorr is an alumni from Minnesota State Mankato, and they've been really famous on the national level with the achievements they have established, well-known speech and debate, modules and programs that folks compete on different tournaments. So it's a really big pride for forensics and the events that they organize. I'll also be honest when I say this, I'd probably say we're one of the least funded forensics departments across the tournaments that we compete at. And I think that our speech and debate team has seen a level of increase in involvement. We've seen the numbers go up on the academic courses that they offer. And I also want to recognize what Senator Reyes mentioned earlier about the lack of support in terms of full-time staff that they will have and only having one coach to support the entire team. I think now more than ever is an imperative time that we support this department and meet their request to where they're at. Thank you.
Senator Regal.
Going off of what President President Narala said, so Larry Schnorr was a huge founding member for the 3 largest speech and debate tournaments in the country. All 3 of them. Just think about that for a second. Also, I have a fun little list here of all the nice skills that speech and debate teaches you. Public speaking, writing, researching, on-the-fly thinking, critical thinking, communication, argumentation, organization, time allocation, and advocacy. Thank you.
Vice President Jay.
I'm in support of this. Some of the reasoning we used for wanting to support athletics is that athletics help to bring awareness to both Mankato and MNSU as a school and get our name out there. And this increase would help to do the same thing by helping speech and debate attend nationals, attend more regional conferences and get their names out, potentially go in and start helping high school programs because high schools in the area have speech and debate programs, so they could be doing some more volunteering work potentially and support partnerships by supporting local communities and things like that, and then continue to excel in the areas that they have already shown they are able to excel in. They talked about earlier how much they've been able to grow their team, how much more they've been able to attend, and how much they would want to continue doing. They've laid it out, they want it there, and I would love to see the continued excellence from this group.
Senator Green.
So I will support the speech and debate. When I first came to MSU, these were the first people that, embraced me and I consider them a family. And I'm like really surprised to see they have been giving $16,500 in a school like MSU. So these people are in pursuit of excellence. They go out there, represent this institution. It's not just about sport. I'm not against sport. I'm not against hockey, not basketball or football, or soccer or whatever. But I would really recommend each and every one of us to even maybe give these people $25,000. Because if you want to see your school out there, MSU is well known for debate, not just, sweating around or whatever, but this is an institution we support education, right? So if we could go behind speech and debate, we actually doing something of what we are all here to do. In 4 years, we all aim to obtain a bachelor's degree or whatever. It's through education, so I recommend we vote $25,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Lee.
It's just 3 questions. So in college, is communication class or speech class is part of this program too?
You can take it for a comm credit, but being a part of the team is not required.
Senator Hillstead.
Just a point of information, I talked to John back here and if we were to just stick with the 17.5 compared to the 20,000, it would raise it by nothing. So I do encourage a yes vote as for the 20,000 as it wouldn't increase credit hours at all, so.
Senator Smith.
You kind of just said what I was gonna ask. I'm good. Sorry.
Point of information?
Yeah.
Speech and debate. Is there any revenue generated by winning tournaments of any such? Is there any cash prize for the tournament?
or not at all?
Like, not the tournaments in our region, there's a couple down south where if you compete in debate tournaments, part of like the finalists, they get scholarship money, but we don't have the funds to travel to Louisiana. I think the biggest like draw is probably just like recognition and like transfer and high school students. Like if you ask people on the team, a lot of the high school students, when they were in high school, they came to Mankato because we have a comprehensive speech and debate team rather than go someplace like Bethany Lutheran or Concordia Moorhead or anything like that. So not necessarily for winning, but like it does give us like recognition so people want to come. So.
Can I do a follow-up on that?
Yeah.
So there are tournaments that you have to pay for, but you don't get anything. Except for recognition, probably medal trophies.
Senator Knauer?
I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of against this. And the main reason is I know a lot of RSOs on campus do fundraising, my own, and also a number of the ones I'm a part of, but you guys, have you done any fundraising at all? Or anything like that, or?
I think that question has been answered during the questioning, like way back when. The answer was like not a whole lot this year, so like kind of like no, but it's been hard because a lot of the people that they did want to partner with were like local like businesses or like restaurants, but then they can't come in and obviously sell their product on campus because of the dining contract issue. So it's been hard for them to get that fundraising effort because those people that they've been in contact with can't come to campus to sell their product.
Have you guys explored like other fundraisings? Like one that I use a lot is it's Best Security. So basically, I can talk to you after about it. Like you generate quite a bit given how many people, but yeah, I just wanted to mention that real quick.
Senator Johnson?
Thank you. I support this amendment. I support the increased allocation. I echo all the points that have been made, and I'd like to add three more. On the financial side, given in the presentation earlier, a potential problem that could arise if we don't fund to the extent needed speech and debate. Speech and debate then will have to hire judges. And I coached and judged forensics at the high school level in Wisconsin before coming here. And while this might not be an exact same situation, it's probably similar. If I hadn't been a judge, the school, which is a very small, poorly funded rural school, would have been paying $200 extra on their registration. So if speech and debate isn't funded to the extent it needs, they're going to be needing more next time around. Number two, of all the many good things and values that this can instill and create and strengthen, a big one is also confidence. And that brings me to my third point. We have students at Mankato who excel at public speaking and debating. That means we have highly qualified and passionate people that we can send to St. Paul for lobbying. And as we look at potential more budget cuts campus-wide, the more people we have who can make credible, strong arguments to the state legislature and other funding bodies is going to be integral to the sustainability of this entire campus.
Thank you. VPJ.
Call the question.
Second.
We have a second. Is there any dissent to the call of the question? I'm not dissenting the call of the question. Alrighty, so it has been dissented, so now we are going to vote on whether we are going to vote. So if you're in favor of voting, please raise your hand. Alrighty, if you are not in favor of voting. Alrighty, so we are going into voting, majority. Alrighty, so the motion on the table is to make the main allocation for to amend the allocation of the whatever 17.5 to 20,000, so amending that. Senator Leone,
Yes.
Senator Franzen,
Yes.
Senator Miyuchi, Senator Enke.
Yes, already voted.
Yes, already. Senator Ponte,
Yes.
Senator Bugny,
Yes.
Senator Reyes, valid, Senator Maega,
Yes.
Senator Thapa,
No.
Senator Mpenga,
Yes.
Senator Lee,
Yes.
Senator Dietrich,
Yes.
Senator Smith,
Abstain.
Senator Green,
Yes.
Senator Johnson,
Yes.
Senator Moore,
Yes.
Senator Maba, Senator Knauer,
No.
Senator Karki,
Yes.
Senator Livingston,
Yes.
Senator Rigo,
Abstain.
Senator Colleran,
Yes.
Senator Zelmer,
No.
Senator Ide,
No.
Senator Hillstead,
Yes.
Senator Isaac,
Yes.
President Narala,
Yes.
Vice President Jay. Yes. Alrighty, so the motion has passed 21-4-4. So our new recommendation amount that is on the table is the $20,000. Unless there's any other motions, Senator Hillstead, do you have any?
Oh.
No, okay, cool. We do have a new motion on the table. Right now, the motion on the table is 18,500 from Senator Ide. Is there a second? Second by Senator Thapa. So we'll now go into discussion on the $18,500. Senator Ide.
I'd just really like to say the importance that to look at other methods of funding other than getting money from allocated through SAC. The speech and debate could go to, I know it was discussed earlier, but they could go to departments such as public relations, integrated communication, and further reasoning with their the communication and media as they did before. Because they could bring up now the size, the impact that Senator Radel has described, the amount of award winners from recent speech and debate trips, and for the lack of the better terms, the gusto of the team. Just for an example, I am a member along with Senator Isaac of Model United Nations Club, or United Nations International Relations Club, and we've been funded heavily through different departments and looking for sponsorships, so I don't see why that couldn't be done for speech and debate. I think 20,000 is kind of a large asking when they could go through these other methods of getting funding. I encourage a yes vote on the 18.5, and if they are able to, in the future, find more sponsorships or departmental aid, then in further years, possibly look at increasing their budget, but for now, I think we should have them look at these opportunities before we just give them the money, as these programs could be done in conjunction or with assistance to those departments. Thank you.
Second that, Senator Thapa.
No, I fully agree with everything that our senator said here, and I agree that 18.5 it does sound a reasonable amount of money, and the rest of the money could be accumulated by other means and measures. Like there's many other RSOs and there's many other organizations that compete in national levels as well and generate revenue through different different ways, like for an example, just in esports as well, there's so many other different sponsors that we seek out for. And I see why speech and debate could not do that. We actually are going through the pile of money really quick. We've been just we have to keep in mind that there's other appeals that we need to listen to as well, and we need to make sure that we have enough money left for in the pot for everybody here and not just start burning it in the first day.
So before we go on, I just wanna let you all know that this is the last of the appeal groups. We still have all the ones that you pulled out, the appeal over. And the group that we called in. Senator Miyuchi.
Point of clarification, just to confirm, the 20,000 won't increase the percentage, right?
Increase the credit hour,
The credit hour, yes.
Right now, with where we're at, if you fund it at 20,000, 18.5, or however we had it initially, it will not change the cent increases with where we're at with those three numbers. Is that a follow-up?
Yes.
Yeah.
But also, when we continue to look at other fees, it will keep increasing. So although it doesn't say directly it's not increasing, there is a small increase that can be further pushed by this.
Yeah, for a point of information with the cents change, not just the percentage change, if we were to fund any of these proposals, we are currently sitting at $10.42.
Staff's recommendation?
SAC's recommendation was $10.34.
So we're on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We went over it with the very first one.
Just give you a point of, after you all approved the first one, you went over SAC's recommendation and you've just been keep going over it, so.
So we would be
Yeah.
10 cents above it with this. No.
Yeah.
Well, right now it's 7, but 8,
Yeah.
8 cents.
Yeah, so you wanna give them more money than SAC is recommending, giving more money. Just throwing that out there as a point of information. Do you have a question?
Yeah, it's a point of information.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, it's just I'm kind of confused by it. So would you say this is kind of like a 0.0 or like it's half of a cent? Like, okay, so say if we went with the 18.5, that would be half of a cent, so it wouldn't even be something that we could accumulate.
Yeah.
But further on, if we do other increases, it would kind of get worked into the other SAC. So it's still increasing it, but to a point that isn't
Shown in
1
the
cent right
numbers.
now.
Yeah. And the 20,000 is still not showing as well. If we would go above the 20%, then it would start to show, but even at the 20%, it's not showing a change.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, 20,000, sorry.
Senator Hofstad,
I called a question.
What's that question?
there's been second, so the question has been called. Is there any dissent to call in a question? Okay, seeing none, the motion on the table that you would be voting on is to change the base to 18,500 as the recommendation, as the amendment to the 20,000. Okay, so you either are voting to approve the 18.5 or not to approve the 18.5 as an amendment. Senator Leon.
No.
Senator Franson.
Yes.
Senator Miyuchi.
Yes.
Senator Emke. Senator Ponthy.
Yes.
Senator Bugby.
No.
Senator Reyes.
Abstain.
Senator Maega.
Yes.
Senator Thapa.
Yes.
Senator Mpenga.
Yes.
Senator Lee. Senator Dietrich.
Yes.
Senator Smith.
Abstain.
Senator Green. Senator Johnson.
No.
Senator Moore.
No.
Senator Maba.
Yes.
Senator Knauer.
Yes.
Senator Karki.
Yes.
Senator Livingston.
No.
Senator Riggle.
Abstain.
Senator Colleran.
No.
Senator Zelmer.
Yes.
Senator Ide.
Yes.
Senator Hillstead,
Yes.
Senator Isaac,
Yes.
President Narala,
No.
Vice President Jay.
No.
Yeah, you voted no.
No, okay, perfect. Alrighty, so that motion has passed 15-10-4. So right now, your new recommendation right now is for 18-5 to speech and debate. So that's what student government would be allocating to them for a recommendation. If there's no other motions, Senator Zelmer.
Call to question. Second.
Alright, the question has been called. Is there any dissent to calling the question? Already seeing none. The motion on the table right now is for student government to recommend final recommendation of $18,500 towards speech and debate. Sorry. Alrighty. Senator Leon? Senator Franson?
Yeah.
Senator Miyuchi?
Yeah.
Senator Emke? Senator Puffy? Senator Bugby? Senator Reyes?
Abstain.
Senator Maega?
Yes.
Senator Thapa?
Yes.
Senator Mpenga?
Yes.
Senator Lee?
Yes.
Senator Dietrich?
Yes.
Senator Smith?
Same.
Senator Green?
Yes.
Senator Johnson?
Yes.
Senator Moore?
No.
Senator Maba?
Yes.
Senator Knauer?
Yes.
Senator Karki?
Yes.
Senator Livingston?
Yes.
Senator Riggle?
Abstain.
Senator Colleran?
Yes.
Senator Zelmer?
Yes.
Senator Ide?
Yes.
Senator Hillstead?
Yes.
Senator Isaac?
Yes.
President Narala?
No.
Vice President Jay?
No.
This is the final.
Yeah, it's not for 60%. It's not over 60%.
Did we get this over? 1 second, guys.
Just for 18.5.
Okay.
It's over 60%, so it makes sense.
Alright, so the motion has passed 22-3-4.
Parliamentary inquiry, is
Yes.
this over 60%?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
And so, yeah.
No.
Okay. Alrighty, so student government is recommending the 18-5 to speech and debate. Alrighty. So, Senator Riggle,
I'd like to make a motion to request a 3-minute recess.
recess, is there a second?
Second.
Alrighty, is there any dissent to a 3-minute recess? Seeing none, please come back at 10:38.
God.
Just to confirm that was increased to 18.5.
That's what I was, and then I was
I
gonna
wanted
go
to
the one
veto
pulled out.
this.
think they had coffee, but it's probably cold by now. I'm not doing the You've done really good. I'm really proud of you for everything that you did say.
It was over a 60% vote, so.
You have to, you can only veto if it's 50 to 60%.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You gonna veto?
Yeah, the three of us.
Guys, take a recess.
I'd be happy.
No, it's a cabinet meeting.
Sorry, we're just gonna.
Y'all trying to question
Okay, I was gonna ask
decisions
you.
by exec and conversations please stay out of it right now. Conversations has not been had.
It was food pantry, international.
And something else.
Okay, you want some?
Yeah, I think. International. This is crazy. It's like a 50% increase.
What about the sustainability? What about the sustainability?
I didn't see, is it on there? It's not. Okay, then I'm assuming probably not.
Unless it was on the omnibus.
It might have.
Clearly I was able to read that in the first place. What do you mean I'm supposed to read the thing right in front of me?
So we was early.
Democracy.
Yeah, we got at least another hour. Your predictions are getting further and further off now.
No, I was doing good.
Oh, yeah. If athletics didn't go, 2.5 hours, yeah, that would.
I know, that's why I knew you should keep waiting, give me context.
Yeah.
I'm thinking one. Just gonna wake up, you're doing spreadsheets in your dreams. If you could just leave me,
Yeah, that moved
I
my
just
car.
wouldn't say anything.
Get the shuttle
First
back.
I was gonna cry because we got the 80,000. That was terrible.
What did you say, Mark?
David Cowan was here,
Well, I
I have to
walk
get an
home.
excuse
I'll
parking
give you a ride home, hon.
preemptively.
Did you say you walk?
Yeah, it's like down the, it's like in Southwood, so it's just down the hill, but it's annoying.
I will give you a ride home.
I think before COVID, it was around like 23, I think.
Ben, we were 23 pre-COVID, 23,000 pre-COVID.
Seriously?
Ballpark, yeah. If COVID hit, you can't travel, so they're like, you don't need that much
Yeah.
money.
Yeah, I'm gonna just skip my poll.
We should, okay, that's good to know.
See, I don't have my exact numbers on me, that's why I didn't wanna bring it up.
Do you have the? Don't completely quote that, but
I
let me
won't.
see if I can find these.
I'm just gonna bite bullet name because you're not allowed to.
Rules of order, recall motion,
I gotta wake up at 8:30 for 10 a.m.
motions chart.
You just stay in that line.
You're just trying to. What was that? You're trying to make a phone call?
No, we have the
I
passwords.
don't even know, I'm like.
Just message me.
I was like, I can't keep it.
Oh, God, yes.
Doesn't stress, sorry, I'm like.
no, you're all good.
Right
Like, I
there,
think-
Robert's
I think
Rules
we
of
have like
Order,
24 hours to recover,
robertsrules.org.
and then it's fine, it's leaving all of it.
Right there.
I have a paper uniform. Oh my God.
It is within my power.
Okay.
I can't vote on it, but I can use the Robert's Rules of Order.
60% what? A vote.
Yeah, I was so excited. I had a message and be like, guess what we did?
I know you can rescind, I know last time I came here, those conversations are rescinding it, like the following student government meeting. Like I think I'm more arching on such a person.
In that instance, someone that voted in favor of it has to change their mind and motion to rewind the vote.
Which I don't think is could be too much.
Yeah, shoot.
It's fine.
I'm just confused because I thought, I'm wondering if Rosha and Rebecca are in favor of 20,000 and that's why they are talking about.
To my knowledge,
I can't believe this was mine.
Get a veto on the, increase my guess to 130.
You know why that is, right?
Maybe even longer.
I can have that education.
We might go past the 2:30 in the morning,
What's your education?
to be honest. It would be a record.
Outstation last year.
No.
Okay. I guess educational guess.
My bad, Connie.
And which I'm for surely biting the bullet of the 2 to 6 in the morning parking privileges. You can't park in dark, parking gold.
Yeah.
I'm sure biting that bullet.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I still have to drive an hour home after this.
Where do you live?
Wyndham.
Something is still what we
Drive,
don't
you
have.
commute?
Every day,
Yeah, not-
every day, well, not every day, but every day I have to be here.
I mean, if you realistically want to, you can go crash on a futon
I
in
wasn't
the
really excited about it.
I got a nice leather futon for you.
I got family at home I gotta go to.
Not to die. I was trying not to die by going with the other one, because I was like, well, it's better than nothing, kind of thing. You know, just stay here an extra 45 minutes is fine.
After the senator meeting.
Okay, everybody, we're gonna get started again.
3-minute recess my ass.
Dude, remember when Kenji said it went to 2 AM once? This might be that one. Unfortunately. Okay. For the, yeah. Come on, athletics can. So can I. Rebecca.
Okay, it's okay, they can still.
Remember, like, we had something, like, I think we should just take 5 minutes and pass these out until everyone.
Is there like a cap for sack? We hit a cap of like a sack. Yeah.
We're not even close to it.
Quick
We'll hit it
answers,
in the
yeah.
next 10 years.
Yeah,
We won't hit it?
yeah, we're not gonna hit it anytime soon. There is a
I
cap,
say we
yes, but we're nowhere near.
So can we just give everyone like $100 right now and just hit the cap?
We're done with that conversation. Done with that.
I was joking, I apologize.
I don't care. We are done right now. Moving on, as y'all know, we're gonna have campus rec, that discussion next, and then, we do have, after campus rec, still to discuss the food pantry, student government, and the Kearney International Center activities. So, I would like to say that, President Narala.
I know y'all are really excited and you've already submitted motions. However, it would be advisable since we have approached the appeal of different groups, it would be advisable that we that we align with SAC recommendations with the rest of the budget items that we have, particularly because none of these departments have come out to make an appeal or requested an increase. However, we can still go ahead and have discussions, or if you have any questions, specifically for student government, I'd be more than happy to answer those questions, but yes, that's.
Vice President Jay.
As a cabinet, we just talked, we support what the SAC recommendation is for the upcoming things that we're going to talk about. They have gotten what they've asked for. They did not appeal because they felt that what has been recommended puts them within a budget that they are able to work with and continue to provide their services and programming adequately, while still trying to help us be an affordable institution. So please consider that, that none of these appealed. They are happy with what they are currently receiving.
Senator Hillstead?
Could we, is it possible to combine all of them into a little thing again and vote on that?
Yes, it is.
Motion to do that.
Second.
Realistically, yeah. We just have to.
Okay, so the motion on the table is to create another mini omnibus bill with these other groups. So with food pantry, student government, and KIC, we still need to hear out. We don't need to hear them out. We don't need our discussion on that.
We could use them.
They've already presented and they're not
Cool.
appealing.
Cool, great. So campus rec, food pantry, KIC, and student gov. So that would be included back into the omnibus bill. Or its own mini omnibus bill. Okay, that is the motion that's on the table.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Any discussion on that motion, Senator Ide?
Just like to mention the main reason that I wanted to present the food pantry to be excluded from the omnibus is because of the amount of support they offer, with 800 students a week visiting it. But if the cabinet desires not to discuss it or extend their budget because of the reasons they desire, I understand, but supporting over 800 students a week, and they have to pay over $120,000 a year just to afford the food, let alone what their other costs are. I think it's important, but again, if that is not the desired of this group, then we can just throw it on the omnibus and keep on chugging, essentially.
President Naralo?
Motion to pull pantry, let's not pantry.
Second.
Cool. So we are pulling pantry out of the mini omnibus bill. So currently in the mini omnibus bill is campus rec, student gov, and KIC. Okay, VPJ.
Call the question.
Second.
Alrighty, the question has been called. Is there any dissent to calling the question? Alrighty. So just a reminder, you are now voting on this new mini omnibus bill of campus rec, KIC, and student government. Okay, just approving SAC's recommendation to those three groups. Senator Leon. Senator Franson. Senator Mucci.
Yes.
Senator Francis is not here. Senator Emke. Senator Ponte.
Yes.
Senator Pugney.
Yes.
Senator Reyes.
Yes.
Senator Maega.
Yes.
Senator Zappa.
Yes.
Sorry. I'm delusional at this point, I'm so sorry. Senator Mpanga. Senator Lee.
Yes.
Senator Dietrich.
Yes.
Senator Smith.
Yes.
Senator Green.
Yes.
Senator Johnson.
Yeah.
Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Miles.
Yes.
I can't stop. I am gonna cry. Senator Coward.
Yes.
Senator Carter.
Can we take,
Can't
can we?
even. Senator Livingston.
Yep.
What a personal privilege, switch it to Rush.
He can't even right now. Senator Riggle. Senator Colleran.
Yes.
Senator Zelmer.
Yes.
Senator Ide.
Yes.
Senator Hillstead.
Yes.
Senator Isaac. President Earl,
Yes.
Vice President Jay.
Yes.
Alrighty, Senator Franzen.
Yes.
Alrighty. And then for your empty voted yes. Alrighty, well, that passed 29. Hold on. 8-1. Alrighty, so that passed. That mini omnibus bill has passed.
One more.
Alrighty, we need a little humor at this hour. Alrighty, so on the table right now is food pantry, President Naralo.
Sorry guys, lack of sleep here. So we conferred with our advisor and we figured out there's 1,500 of wiggle room left before we go to another cent of an increase. So there is still $1,500 of an increase that we could do realistically, so we don't go over and increase the fee again by another cent. I know you've recognized the support that Food Pantry has provided for our students and recognizing not increasing the student fees more than what we have already done tonight. There is wiggle room of that $1,500, so I would like to make a motion to increase the Food Pantry support by $1,500, and I have Vice President Jay seconding my motion. Thank you. 1.5.
Okay, alrighty, so the motion on the table is for the food pantry to be allocated $51,500. I will let Vice President Jay speak if she has anything.
Yeah. Very quickly, again, like President Narala said, this $1,500 increase would not increase the cent. As well as the food pantry is one service that serves and has the opportunity to serve every single person on and off campus. Anyone that attends our university, no matter what, I think we can all recognize that food is a necessity. We quite literally can't live without it. As well as food insecurity is a very real thing. So I urge you all to consider this and allow for this small increase that again can help save lives.
Senator Dietrich?
Okay, basic needs coordinator here, so I do work with Megan Hutmaker, who is the head of the Maverick Food Pantry. She was low-key terrified to not get the allotment of that was asked for and recommended by SAC, so I originally wasn't even gonna bother trying to pull it out, but then there was some support from another senator, Senator Ide, and I was like, okay, you know, as long as they get what they needed. But there is also plans in the works to start a affordable healthy cooking class series. And I have not necessarily spoken to Megan about this because she was just, let's just watch the 50,000 pass and we'll just, you know, not cry. But I'm sure she's probably still watching. If she wants to chime in, I'd be happy to yield to her. But that would be one of the hopes that I would have for the extra money to be able to go to those classes. The goals of the classes would in part be to teach students how to cook healthy, affordable meals on their own. Because right now, the Maverick Food Pantry is serving between like 700 and 800 students a week. And that's really just not sustainable. So the goal would be to teach students how to do things that are healthy and affordable on their own. So yeah, that's kind of what we worked it out to with Family Consumer Science was $5 a meal, 20 students each time, maybe like 10 weeks out of the semester. That's about, if you did 2 classes a week, that's 2,000. But even if it was just the 1,500, that would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Senator Collard?
I yield to John C. to Vice President Jay.
Perfect. Senator Hillstead?
I called a question.
I second.
Alrighty, the question has been called. Is there any dissent to calling the question?
It's a point. I'm sorry, I know, I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna let you defend your
No,
dissent.
it's point of information.
Yes.
How much would an additional cent give us in, like, we have 1,500 until we go up a cent. If we did go up another cent, how much more wiggle room would that get us? Like
I think $2,800.
2,800? Okay, thank you. Sorry for all the questions.
So the question's been called. Right now you are voting to increase the food pantry from $50,000 to $51,500. Alrighty? Okay. Roll call vote. Senator Leon.
Yes.
Senator Franzen.
Yes.
Senator Miucci. Senator Emke. Senator Panthy. Senator Bugny.
Yes.
Senator Reyes.
Yes.
Senator Maega.
Yes.
Senator Thapa.
Yes.
Senator Mpenga.
Yes.
Senator Lee. Senator Dietrich.
Yeah.
Senator Smith.
Yes.
Senator Green. Senator Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Moore.
Yeah.
Senator Maba. Senator Knauer.
Yes.
Senator Karki.
Yes.
Senator Livingston.
Hell yeah.
Senator Riggle.
Yes.
Senator Colleran.
Yes.
Senator Zelmer.
Aye.
Senator Ide.
Yes.
Let's be appropriate with our answers. Couple of you. Senator Hillstead.
Yes.
Senator Isaac. President Narala.
Yes.
And Vice President Jay.
Yes.
Vote on two, yes.
Okay, vote on two is yes. Alrighty, so that pretty much passed unanimously for everybody that is here. Alrighty, so the recommendation to food pantry is the 51.5. Yeah, okay. Call the question. So that was just to amend it to 51.5. So now the motion is to finally officially recommend the 51.5. It's been called the question. Mark Moore will second it. Is there any dissent to officially approving this? Okay. Alrighty, so same thing, Senator Leon. Senator Franzen.
Yes, ma'am.
Senator Miucci. Senator Emke. Yes. Senator Panthy.
Yes.
Senator Bugny.
Yes.
Senator Reyes.
Yes.
Senator Maega.
Yes.
Senator Thapa.
Yes.
Senator Mpenga.
Yes.
Senator Lee.
Yes.
Senator Dietrich.
Yeah.
Senator Smith.
Yes.
Senator Green. Senator Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Maba. Senator Knauer.
Yes.
Senator Karki.
Yes.
Senator Livingston.
Yes.
Senator Riggle.
Yes.
Senator Colleran.
Yes.
Senator Zelmer.
Yes.
Senator Ide.
Yes.
Senator Hillstead.
Yes.
Senator Isaac.
Yes.
Narala.
Yes.
Vice President Jay.
Yes.
Alrighty, that was also unanimously approved. So our final recommendation for food pantry is the 51.5. President Narala.
Right before I yield to John, you guys are doing great. Thank you so much. We just voted to approve two of the biggest student fees. And we'll talk a little bit over the next couple of minutes about what's next. We'll also consider a backup budget and we'll talk for a couple more minutes before we're out for the night. So I'll yield to John.
Sure, thank you very much. Just to give you an update of where you are right now, so the total cumulative impact to your student fees so far, and this assumes that you approve the other fees as requested. It assumes no changes to the request. You have increased student fees so far by $1.67 a credit or $20.04 a semester. And that's 3.4%. Like I mentioned, last year was 7.35%. And so you're still well under where you were last year in terms of the percentage increase. And so that's just kind of the update to where you are right now. President Narala mentioned a backup budget. Just like we did with or with the athletics fee, you've gotta come up with a backup budget now for this one that stays below 2%. In case what you just sent to referendum, which is 6.2%, in case that were to fail at the ballot box, okay? So that being said, if you don't want to have to get to this 2% budget, you need to get people out to vote. So that's next step.
Help table, tell your friends, post on your stories, etc.
Okay, let's get down to business.
So first of all, before we move on, before we even talk about the backup budget, so you all just approved the food pantry. So now that we know everything that you approved, all the numbers that you have, we now need to go on and approve this whole SAF budget to go to referendum. So John, can you remind us what that percentage is going to be sent to referendum now?
And as of right now, your increase going to referendum, you're going from $9.81 a credit hour to $10.42 a credit hour. That represents a 6.22% increase to the student activity fee. The band as of right now would be $125.04 a semester.
What is that number again?
$125.04.
Alrighty. Y'all approve this, I'm just saying. President Narala.
I had those questions and then Senate teams. And then just as a point of clarification, with this amendment, we're proposing a 5,000 pull from the reserves for homecoming, correct?
Student events team.
Student events team, sorry, yes, sorry, got that.
So one time.
A one time, yes.
Oh, that's
No, we don't, we just vote on it.
Alrighty. Sorry, it got really quiet once the air or whatever turned off, so that was it got really quiet. So right now, we'll need somebody to call the question, the motion of the 6.22% increase, so from the $9.81 per credit to $10.42 per credit. And I think we should have a couple of people sitting next to me motion.
My motion.
Alrighty, we have a motion from Vice President Jay.
I'll second.
Second that motion. And yep, and then I'm going to yield to these two to speak on it really quickly.
I'd definitely say, while not all of us agree on every single one of these line items, I definitely think we've been really diplomatic on how we approach every single one of these line items. I think we've been really fair to a lot of these departments. We've been considerate about different implications, and I really do appreciate all of you talking and discussing, because that really means that you're understanding the impact on all of these different departments and what it means as you're making these budget decisions. As we make a motion to endorse this, definitely do recognize that it is a 6.22% of an increase, which would indicate that it is over 2%. That means it goes to a referendum. What can you do over the next couple of days or weeks is to go out and talk to students about the impact of this budget packet as a whole. This packet supports the food pantry. This packet supports gender and sexuality programs. This packet supports every one of the other departments that you today advocated to support. This budget packet also supports all of the other departments that Student Allocations Committee reviewed in their own time. It supports students, student workers, the student programming, student travel, and a lot of the other aspects of student life. So what we want you to do as you vote and we go out of this meeting is to go and talk with students about the impact of this budget and why they should be voting for the referendum on April 7th and 8th. Capiche?
Vice President Jay, do you have anything to add?
Yield to redundancy.
Alrighty, yeah, Can you call the question, Senator Hillstead?
Call to question.
Second, is there a second? Oh, we have a second by Senator Franzen. Already the question has been called. Is there any dissent to calling the question? Already seeing none, so you are now all voting on sending the student activity fee to referendum with a 6.22%. So of the $9.81 per credit to $10.42 per credit. And we will do that final roll call for this part of the voting. We're not done with our meeting yet. Senator Leon? Senator Franzen?
Yes, ma'am.
Senator Miucci? Senator Emke? Senator Ponte? Senator Bugny?
Yes.
Senator Reyes?
Yes.
Senator Maega?
Yes.
Senator Papa?
Yes.
Senator Mpenga?
Yes.
Senator Lee?
Yes.
Senator Dietrich?
Yes.
Senator Smith?
Yes.
Senator Green?
Yes.
Senator Johnson?
Yes.
Senator Moore?
Yes.
Senator Baba? Senator Knauer?
Yes.
Senator Karki?
Yes.
Senator Livingston?
Yes.
Senator Riggle?
Yes.
Senator Colleran?
Yes.
Senator Zelmer?
No.
Senator Ide?
Yes.
Senator Hillstead?
Yes.
Senator Isaac?
Yes.
President Narala?
Yes.
And Vice President Jay?
Yes. Two votes
yes. So that has passed 26-1-1. So student government is sending a 6.22% increase to referendum. Alrighty, so next up on our list is the backup budget. So this backup budget is in place in case the referendum fails, so we have to have an option to still fund these departments. So I do want you all to pay attention pretty closely to this backup budget, as our president and vice president have done a lot of work on creating this backup budget. So I'm going to yield to President Narala and then subsequently Vice President Jay to talk about the backup budget.
Awesome. I do wanna thank John for being our math nerd and helping us with a bunch of calculations. I don't know where we'd be if it weren't for him helping us with number crunching and everything. As we mentioned earlier with the athletics budget, with student activity budget 2, if there is a main motion that is over 2%, we recommend a backup budget that does not require a referendum approval that is less than 2%. What that means is that it is now a 1.97 or something. We'll talk about this as we pull that up, and we're working on getting it uploaded on Teams. But as we do that on the back end, I wanna talk a little bit about what the backup budget entails. We've worked over the last couple of weeks to identify specific sections within the different departments that we would like to protect. What that means is we do not want, well, for context, because it's a 6.22% increase of an initial recommendation, if we are going over 1.9%, that means that we'll have to make some decisions on where we cut, so we don't support them to the full extent of what we voted on tonight. Rebecca, Vice President Jay and I, over the last couple of weeks have been looking at different data to identify specific sections that we want to protect. Those include full-time staff and support to the different departments, graduate assistants, and we also made it a priority to protect student wages that are supported within these departments. The backup budget that you will be able to see in just a moment will have all of these aspects of programming protected for all of the different departments. On top of that, we also were considerate, because of the discussions that happened today, to not decrease the food pantry and gender and sexuality programs with a higher decrease. apart from those, we've done an across the board cut to ensure that we get to a below 2% of fee recommendation. Now, if you go into 2025 student fee process documents, and that is in another folder, so it is probably the red folder, not the blue folder, but the red folder. And then if you go into 2025 student fee process documents, and then if you look at final recommendation, and let me pin this. So final recommendation documents, there you will find final recommendation packets of everything that we voted on, including the draft backup budget that is a little bit less than 2%. So we're not touching 2%, it is 1.94% of an increase, so we don't hit that referendum. As I mentioned earlier, we've protected student wages, graduate assistant stipends, and full-time staff salary, fringe, and benefits. And then we've been considerate on the decrease to gender and sexuality programs and the food pantry. Across the board, we've made uniform cuts to ensure that we get to below 2%. I will yield to John, and I'll be more than happy to take any questions that you have.
Before John's yielded to, I do want to remind you all, do not mess with any of the numbers in this document. You can download it as your own. Do not mess with any of the numbers after you opened it up unless you downloaded it to your computer.
Sure. So in doing the math, we got nerdy over the past couple of days to figure out what this would be. In looking at the salaries, fringe, graduate assistants, and student wages, the across the board cut required to everything else that it does not fall into those categories was 16.32%. So if you are going to do an across the board cut, that's what it is. The exceptions, we know that cutting the food pantry was not an option, was not a popular option. So while there is a reduction to the food pantry, it is not a 16.32% reduction to the food pantry. Additionally, in speaking with your leadership, since the recommendation was to give gender and sexuality programs more than they had appealed for, the 16.32% reduction to that department is on the amount that they appealed for, not the amount that you gave them over their appeal. So their recommendation and the backup budget is a 16.32% reduction to the $75,000 they asked for, rather than the $80,000 you gave them, okay? And so there's not even $100 worth of wiggle room in here right now. If you move $100 around or add $100 in, it bumps it to over 2%. So this, if you do an across the board cut, this is what it looks like. We rounded the numbers up in most cases to get it to a nice number that ends in a 0 for most of those departments. But this is what you're looking at to get to 2% if you're considering across the board. Now, if you wanted to go take a scalpel and do more moving around, you could. That's up to you. But this is what it looks like if you do an across the board reduction to anything that's not salary, benefits, graduate assistance, or student wages.
And then I'm gonna let our second speak, so Vice President Jay.
I know that 16.32% sounds really high, and that's because it is. So because of that, I urge two things. Number one, we have done so much work in this over the last 2 days, 2 weeks, looking at every possible option, changing quite literally every single number around, probably 20 times over. John has, I'm sure, been kept up at night over these things, thinking about it. We have done so much work to try and make this as equitable as possible for what we have heard from you guys' priorities, what we feel are priorities, and the original platforms that we ran on when we ran as an exec leadership. So that was really kind of the thought process behind these things. The second thing, hopefully we don't get to this point of having to consider a decrease, and in order to do that, have every single person you know get out and vote. Help us as an election commission table on the 2 voting days that voting is open, and spread the word about why we as a Senate decided to approve these increases, as we all have worked together tonight and throughout this entire semester to talk about all of these things and hear presentations. get out, vote yourself, obviously. Get other people to vote, help us table and get the word out, every possible thing you can do, and if you have more ideas, please let me know because I am open, because we don't wanna get to this point. We want to support these programs, obviously, again, we've spent 7 hours talking about it, more than that, 8 hours now. So let's not get to this point. This is a backup for a reason, but I urge you to help us not get to this point, please.
I do want to say a little point of clarification. If any of you are confused when Vice President Jay means like tabling during the election, that doesn't mean like tabling as a candidate, that means tabling as a senator for student government, for support for passing the athletics referendum and the student activities fee referendum.
And just getting the word out.
And getting the word out to vote in the student government election. So if you're tabling for that on behalf of student government in that capacity, that is what we are encouraging. Just to clarify that. Senator Miyuchi?
Question, how soon can we start spreading the word?
Literally right after this meeting.
Literally right now, please.
Literally right after this meeting. Probably not right after this meeting because people are sleeping, but probably tomorrow.
Or not.
Already.
By statute, this has to be part of the open forum that will be held with the presidential candidates next week, so it will be discussed and presented by your student leadership during that meeting next Wednesday.
Any other questions or comments or anything about this backup budget? Or thoughts? Senator Moore?
Can I call the question?
Yep.
Second.
Alrighty, a second. So the question has been called. Is there any dissent to the called question? Already seeing none. Oh boy, backup budget. Alrighty, so what you all are going to be voting on right now is to support the backup budget of the 1.94%. So or like the, yeah, the 1.94% to keep it under the 2% referendum limit, or like the 16 point whatever percent cut across the board. It's the same difference. And we're going to do the roll call vote. Senator Leon?
Yes.
Senator Franson?
Yep.
Senator Miyuchi?
Yes.
Senator Emke? Senator Pompey? Senator Buckney?
Yes.
Senator Reyes?
Yes.
Senator Maega?
Yes.
Senator Thapa?
Yes.
Senator Mpenka?
Yes.
Senator Lee? Senator Dietrich?
Yes.
Senator Smith?
Yes.
Senator Green?
Yeah.
Senator Johnson?
Yeah.
Senator Moore?
Yes.
Senator Maba? Senator Canower?
Yes.
Senator Karki?
Yes.
Senator Livingston?
Yes.
Senator Riggle?
Yes.
Senator Colleran?
Yes.
Senator Zelmer? Senator Ide?
Yes.
Senator Hilsted?
Yes.
Senator Isaac?
Yes.
President Narala?
Yes.
And Vice President Jay.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Already, the backup budget has passed with the 2611.
Is there anything else?
Senator Zelmer,
I motion to suspend announcements.
is there a second?
Second.
Alrighty. Is there any dissent to suspending announcements? Alrighty, seeing none, announcements are suspended and.
I've gotta make an announcement whenever you get a chance. I yield. It's related to the building.
Yield.
Oh, okay, we'll yield to Mark real quick.
Folks, the building's already closed at 11 o'clock tonight, so when everybody leaves, I wanna try to have everybody leave by 10 minutes. And if you go out any outside door, make sure you pull the latches behind you, cause some of the doors don't shut all the way. For those that I know are gonna migrate down to the student senate office, student government office, no problem down there, but this room's not gonna be able to get tidy in the morning. We might have a meeting here at 8 o'clock in the morning. So everybody, please look for scraps of paper and everything you got with you. Get them in the trash.
Yep.
And again, we'd like everybody out by 10 minutes so we can clear the building with my last student manager. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Real quick, before you all pack up, we do wanna photo, and then John wants to take a photo real quick. A group photo.
Have you line up over here.
So, let's do that after roll call and after we adjourn, and then we can line up over there, okay? Vice President Jay, real quick.
Before we do roll call, can everyone please give a round of applause to all of our galley members that have sat with us?
I also do want to remind you all, when you do head out, please drop off your student government, budget binder in the office, so then next year's, Senate can reuse those. So make sure that you return those, thank you. Already going, you have the budget binders, return them to the office. You can keep the papers in there, we'll take care of it later. Y'all can keep the papers in there, stop messing with everything right now, stop packing up so we can actually get done with this meeting, okay? I've said that multiple times in other meetings and nobody listens, so let's just get through this, okay? Okay. Final roll call, Senator Leone. Senator Franzen.
Present.
Senator Miyoshi. Senator Emke is on. Senator Conti. Senator Budney.
Present.
Senator Reyes. Senator Maega.
Here.
Senator Sapa.
Here.
Senator Mapanga.
Here.
Senator Lee.
Present.
Y'all keep packing up, I'm tempted to start over. Do not push me anymore. Senator Dietrich. Here. Senator Smith. Here. Senator Green. Senator Johnson.
Here.
Senator Moore.
Here.
Senator Maba.
Present.
Senator Knauer.
Here.
Senator Karki.
Here.
Senator Livingston.
Here.
Senator Borrego.
Here.
Senator Colleran.
Present and
Senator
voted.
Zomer. Zomer. Senator Ide.
Present.
Senator Hillstead.
Present.
Senator Isaac.
Present.
I am here, President Nurala,
Present.
Vice President Jay,
Present.
and we are officially adjourned at 11:23 p.m. Now, everybody, if you could all like line up over here so we can get a good photo. Tall people in the back.
You don't have these one like.
Okay, everybody, 30 seconds. Let's get over here, take this photo, and then we can go. Everybody, move it. Tall people in the back.
Y'all, while you're lining up, I will say, I'm gonna echo a little bit what your leadership said. I'm proud of you. This is one of the most difficult things that you're tasked with all year long. Thank you for the very thoughtful discussion that happened tonight. Keep up the good work. We've got another, at least a week. We've got a few more budgets to do next week, and so we'll keep going. Y'all, we could have some people sit down. Let's have, executive leadership right here in front, down in front, please. And we can gather around.
Crap, sorry.
And we can flank them, folks. We can flank them so we can bring some of you in.
Whoever that is. I'll pick it up. Sit in the middle. Oops. There we go.